Hello and welcome. Nice to be at your place wherever you're watching right around the country and indeed the world. Hello and welcome to the Mega Esports AUSNZ Endurance Series. This is round 2. It is race day here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the famous Brickyard. Boy, have we seen some incredible races around here in the last 100 or so years. Who's going to get the milk today? That's the big question. And we've got a massive starting grid and a big race coming your way. 27 teams, 52 drivers are going to battle it out to see who can take victory here at the Indianapolis 4 Hours this afternoon. And to talk with me about it, my co-commentators, a man who needs no introduction whatsoever. He is a QRT Esports sim racing champion, KRL champion, multiple championships, if you don't mind. I speak of none other than Cameron Norris, who'll be joining me and both myself and Mike Howe in the commentary box today. Good afternoon to you, Cam.
Good afternoon, everybody. Qualifying night, I just want to rehash on that one. Still can't get over how shaken up the top 10 shootout was. We had a team that placed P6 in Q2, made their way through to the top 10 shootout, took out pole position. So looking forward to seeing what they can do over the starting legs of the race. And obviously the team that was fastest throughout the other qualifying sessions qualified P6 in the end. So I do expect them to have a bit of a run through turn 1 and over the opening few laps. But yeah, some tricky curbs out here. Hopefully everyone's ready.
Absolutely, and alongside both myself and Cameron Norris is, I call him the voice of the New Zealand Speedways. We know who he is. He's a familiar voice, of course, here with Mega Esports. Now I speak of Mike Howe. Good afternoon to you, Mike. This is going to be an absolute cracker here this afternoon at Indianapolis.
Oh, g'day, Trev. Yeah, looking forward to what's going to be a very scorching afternoon. No doubt about that at all here. If you're here in New Zealand or around in Australia, around the rest of the world too, hold on tight because this is really where the rubber's going to hit the road. We're looking forward to, not just as mentioned before, the 27 teams, the 52 drivers, but we've got the 8 pro teams out there, 8 pro cars. We've got 12 pro-am cars and 7 AMs as well. And I'll tell you what, just because they're AMs doesn't mean they're slow. Boy, they've qualified well through the grid, so we'll look forward to see how they play it out there, Trev. And this track, well, it's an equaliser. It's a long, involved little process. So as we get ourselves ready for round number 2 of this fantastic series here at Indianapolis, of course, the road course, mate. I'm looking forward to it. I'm excited. The tail is wagging. I can tell your tail's wagging. And hey, good to hear you again there, Cam. It's been a while between drinks since we've worked as part of the trio, but it's looking forward to what's going to be a really mega day.
Certainly is. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Cam. There's a snapshot of our championship schedule there up on your screen. We've had Bathurst, of course, the 6 Hours of Mount Panorama back in Feb, and a lot's happened since then. I've even had a new baby on the way since then as well. But 28th to 30th of March, here we are at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and boy, we are counting down now, just over 3 minutes. The cars are on the starting grid. Let's take a look at this circuit here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in Indiana in the United States of America, of course. And let's have a look at this Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Track length of 4 kilometres, founded in 1909. The Grand Prix layout in the middle, of course, founded in 2000 when the F1 cars started racing. Here's 16 corners, 10 to the left, 6 to the right. 1 metre of elevation change, so nothing much really to speak of there as we begin. Sector 1, you can see that famous run around the outer oval here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, going in the opposite direction, of course, of the famous Indy 500. Turns 1, 2 and 3. Important to get your braking marks on point there. As you can see, 4, 5 and 6, 7, 8. Sector 2 there. And then we head on to the back straight. Another passing opportunity here for this one, Cam, as we head through the second sector and into the final sector of a very technical finish to this lap.
Yeah, absolutely. The run out of 8 down to 9 is going to be a crucial one for a lot of these drivers. If they can just manage to hold the car and keep as much speed through 8 as they can, the passing opportunities down into 9 are going to be great. Obviously through 10, 11, tight sweepers, typically single file, 12, watch those track limits. And then we sweep back onto the oval through 13 and 14. They come through to finish the lap. It's a bit of a weird pit lane, this one. Just before 15, you hold the outside line and sweep in. Otherwise, if not, you sweep all the way round back onto the tri-oval through 16 to finish the lap.
And not the most imaginative infield layout, Mike, but still a very highly technical circuit. And, well, we're hoping to see some action this afternoon here at Indianapolis.
Well, we certainly see plenty of action, don't we? Now, if you have a look at turn 13 and turn 16, those right-hand sweepers very, very fast. And I'll tell you what, I think the wall is magnetic there, Trev, because it seems to just pull the cars in, and quite a lot during the dry and the wet little practices and qualifyings that we've had. There's been quite a few times cars are grazing that wall. Sometimes they're whipping off a little bit of the old side skirt there, which might hurt them aerodynamically as well. But it is a fantastic track. Just the 4 kilometres. Now, of course, Bathurst a little while ago was 6.2 kilometres, nonetheless a lot more technical, not quite as fast, but boy, what a great venue to run at that with is Indianapolis. I mean, that is synonymous with world motorsport, isn't it? What a great track.
It's going to be a cracker, one of the big three, isn't it, in many ways? And we've seen Graham Hill, I think, might be the only driver to get the big three. And, of course, we are heading to the starting grid with thanks to Mega Esports. This broadcast today, of course, powered by the team at TrackSpot TV. As we've got less than a minute to go, on to the starting grid we go. And the time is ticking, and it's getting very real here, gentlemen. We will pull away for our formation lap. As you can see, in 30 seconds' time, we will have a look at our starting grid here too, gentlemen. And what a lap it was, Cam, from Matt Donetti there, taking pole position, 135.737. TTR Eastside Racing in P2 in the Mustang. And you can see there, 3rd and 4th on the grid. We continue on. The first of the Mercedes there, 3rd and 4th. AGT there in 4th, only 0.2 of a second, covering the first 2 rows of the grid. FTSC in P5. And then it's BSR1 in P6 as we keep going through the starting grid. BCG2 outdoing BCG1. That was the big surprise on Friday night in qualifying. And they start P7 as we see the cars just start streaming away from the grid onto their formation lap here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's getting very real, gentlemen. And we hope you're enjoying it at home as well across multiple platforms today as we look at P9 and P10, Hooncorp 1 and Kings Racing. That's going to be competitive going into turn 1. P11 and P12. As you can see there for the Mustang, Heatstroke and Cactus 1. And then we go turn 13th and 14th, BCG1 TTR. As you can see in another Mustang there. Good to see the Mustangs well represented here this afternoon. 15th and 16th, BCG3 and Cactus 5. 17th and 18th, Hooncorp 3 and Podium Racing. As thank you, we'll get to the chat in just a few moments. P19, P20 there for OTR and FTSC2. A lot of these racing squads with multiple teams, of course, if you are familiar with this AUSNZ Endurance Series. 21st and 22nd there, Hooncorp, PBR the podium, Cactus 2 there, 23rd and 24th. 25th and 26th, AGT and Cactus 4. And last but not least, BCG4 starting in 27th. And did not register a time in qualifying there on Friday night. But gentlemen, it is becoming very, very real here. And it's not too long now, Cam, before the talking finishes, the racing begins. The real racing is going to begin here for round 2 of this championship.
Yeah, that's it. Round 2 of the championship. Everyone came out of Bathurst quite strong. Good to see a lot of these cars got a good repair turnover over the course of the month that we haven't been racing. A little bit, if I can get my words correct, Trev and Mike, fewer cars than I think we saw around Bathurst, but nonetheless though, I think we still got a good 27 cars out here and a solid 50-something drivers taking the grid, so good to see, very, very good to see. Some of these drivers, obviously, you've got to prep the tyres, prep the brakes. I do see it's still a green track. Relatively hot too, 32 degrees, not too much wind. So I wonder how this is going to play out when we do the mad dash down into turn 1 very shortly. Absolutely,
the chat is going off here. Thank you, Jimbo, Rain of Fire, Matchin, Jason, of course, Big Alan Shep tuning in down at Warrnambool, Exo, Nemo. We'll get to you, Nemo Nation, as well. Big Alan Shep, Rain of Fire, and boy, the chat is going off, of course, like I said, across multiple platforms this afternoon. Twitch and YouTube, TrackSpot TV on both, NZ Sim Racing on YouTube, Kit Byers' Twitch channel. Yes, that's me, as we get ready to get underway. And some of these comments coming through, gentlemen say, be prepared for a safety car, turn 1, lap 1. I've got a bit more faith in the drivers on the grid here this afternoon. Rain of fire, that's a little bit harsh, but we are almost ready to go racing here this afternoon. Back to the front of the grid. This is where the action happens. It is go. I was about to say lights out and away we go, but there's no lights. But anyway, here we go for round 2 of this championship for Mega Esports. Round 2 at Indianapolis, and our pole position man leads into turn 1, but Aaron Thomas is right there beside him and takes the lead for TTR East. He leads through turns 2 and 3. Matt Donetti back down to second. It looks as though everybody has got away cleanly. There is a car in the pit lane. The 4 hours of this Indianapolis Motor Speedway AUSNZ Endurance Series Season 3 Round 2 is underway. And Mike, we've got a Aaron Thomas, we've got a Mustang, a BMW down to second now. And we've got Aaron Thomas leading us away here on lap 1, and we've got a yellow flag out already further down the field.
Yeah, but starting to fly there. A few guys really taking some interesting lines there, Trev, and it's all about seeing these cars get through turn 1, lap 1. It certainly looked like some of the drivers were keen on that, but we have seen some changing, moving around at the front of the field, and I'll tell you what, she's a very, very bustly, busy, held out little time there, but Thomas doing a great job. Aaron Thomas, he has really got the bit between his seat, the race leader. Rest of the field, though, it's not really about pushing too hard at the moment. I know that sounds ridiculous, but we've got 4 hours, and it's going to count down very, very quickly, and this is a track you've got to get dead right. You've just got to get it dead right. You can't make a mess. So far, so good. Cars getting themselves all around the busy part. We've got the 997 cars you mentioned already sitting there in the pits, and not quite sure what's that about, whether they've got some sort of electronic glitch, unfortunately. But coming out of the final turn number 16, down this very, very long straight, starting to see the cars wind up and get themselves into position. How are they going to go into turn number 1, lap number 2? That's the question. And of course, first things first, you've got to just see these drivers just use their common sense, Trev. And it's something that is easy to say, but at the end of the day, it's not often that the drivers will behave themselves. We're on a much reduced pace now, though.
Well,
no doubt about it. I see some problems earlier on.
They haven't been behaving themselves, Mike. So much for my trust in the drivers off the start line, because we were told to be prepared for a safety car. Turn 1, lap 1, and Cam, safety car deployed. Boards and flags. We have a safety car here on the opening lap. What drama here to start round 2 of this championship?
Yeah, I was actually expecting the safety car to come out on turn 1 here. It's such a tricky corner, if you just get a little bit better of a start compared to some of the drivers around you, like we saw with Aaron Thomas for TTR East, just got that better start, better launch compared to our provisional P1 or our drivers that qualified in P1, and they managed to sweep through and take the lead on the first turn. And with how high that curb is, you can't touch it. And I think, unfortunately, a little bit further back in the shot that we might have missed, I think there was maybe a bit of a collision there off the curb. But nonetheless, though, Trev, first safety car of the day. Is this going to start a chain reaction? We're going to have to find out.
Let's wait and see. As you can see now, if you are new to this championship, of course, Mike, a lot of people will be tuning in on their Sunday afternoon thinking, well, there's a safety car out, but where is the safety car? They'll be wondering, but it is, of course, a virtual safety car, isn't it? So all of the drivers, Mike, have to drive, don't they, to almost like a delta, don't they, and reduce their pace right across the field, don't they, when we have this virtual safety car out?
Yeah, that's right. Just pull it back, get the track to be electronically cleared. Mentally, we've got marshals out there doing dangerous work, so of course we have to imagine that's what they're doing. But it's a great thing in sim racing, is it? Because every action has a counter action, and I think it's a very, very good part about it, where they make it very real. And you can even just see then the leader going through that left-hander. There was some debris on the track as well, some of the parts of the advertising hoardings. So I'll tell you what, it's been a very, very interesting start. But what a great time to do a shameless plug for TrackSpot TV, who's bringing you the sights and sounds around here and around New Zealand, around Australia, and around the rest of the world. Of course, Hooncorp Esports and Mega Esports. Now, Mega Esports have just been so wrapped with the participation, the inclusion, everybody that's tuning in from around, and of course the stats are showing that this is a very, very popular format. The other thing too, again, it's there's actually money on the line for this one, Trev, which is what it's all about. People wanting to see that good work is going rewarded. Some of these drivers put in an awful awful lot of time on the track before, during, and of course even after, and it's just great to have these drivers really being part of the organisation of what Mega Esports is trying to bring. So having TrackSpot TV involved in this one again, second time now for TrackSpot as it's been formed relatively recently, and just tell us a little bit about it quickly, Trev, before we get back to Green Flag Racing.
Well, if you're looking to make your sim racing broadcasts look far more professional, that is what TrackSpot TV is all about. And if you also want to get involved, maybe as a commentator even, you could have the pleasure of being up here in a commentary box chatting with us fine people. Head over to trackspot.tv. Our CEO, founder George Cook will have a chat with you, and it'll be great to have everybody on board. But I got some feedback, Mike. I didn't. I might have mentioned TrackSpot a little bit too much on Friday night, but it is great to have them on board. And like you mentioned, Hooncorp, Mega Esports as well. And we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for our supporters and partners, of course, which is oh so important to help keep our lights going and our coffee cups full. But Cameron, I'm hearing that not only do we have light rain in 30 minutes, but we are going green on this lap here.
Sorry, yeah, I'm just trying to get my shapes down. Yeah, we're going green flag this lap. Safety car, or virtual safety car, is coming to an end. So Aaron Thomas, he's going to bunch the field back up, make sure everyone's in tow, and then when he deems it ready to go out of the final corner, he'll let loose on that Mustang. But yeah, Trev, the rain in 30 minutes. I'm looking forward to seeing how this is going to develop, seeing how these drivers have set up their cars, because some teams, they set up their cars purely for dry conditions, others set them up purely for the rain if that comes through, and a lot of teams like to mix it up a little bit, as it looks like Aaron Thomas has let go on the Aston, well not the Aston, the Mustang. I'm getting them confused already, Trev, but with green flag running down into T1, here we go.
Absolutely, Aaron Thomas trying to get the jump on Twitchy, but you've got to get up pretty early to beat Twitchy, that's for sure. As you can see, they're trying to just break that slipstream and break the toe down into turn one. We are racing once again. Green flags here at Indianapolis. And if the first 3 laps, the drama we've seen, is anything to go by, we are going to be in for an absolute treat. A little bit of rain, a sprinkle of rain in there as well will help us out also. So I'm sure we're going to see plenty of action here, but we are underway once again. Don't forget about CP Greeny there, putting pressure on Twitchy, and it looks like our pole position man, the man who was in P1 for BCG5, Matt Donetti, who every time I've watched a sim race in the last 6 months, I've seen that man's name close to or in P1. Mike, he is down in P10, so something has gone terribly wrong at the start of this race for our pole position man.
And that's the worst possible thing that can happen in an endurance race, Trev. But unless, I mean, the beautiful thing about enduro is it means that you do have time to come back. Now, I had a talk to Wilco a little bit earlier on there, and he just said to me, he said, don't worry too much about the starts. He said, the driver's got to remember that you can really use the pit stop to your advantage, so maybe a bit of a strategy change in this one. But the pit lane is the longest, or one of the longest ones we're going to have in the calendar. You can lose like 80 odd seconds by the time you come in and change your tyres. So as we see the action at the front of the field, you've got to start thinking strategy. And there's going to be fuel saving coming in here. There's going to be looking after those tyres. Can you make them last long? This is the turn I was talking about before, where the cars turn 16. The cars come out magnetically attracted to the start-finish straight. And I don't know what it's about there too. Same with turn 13. Watch that one as well in the next lap. You'll see some of the cars, they just get so jolly close. If you're able to jump on board, jump on through this Discord, it's fantastic the way you can actually move yourself around and see what's going on there. And you know, the footage that we're getting here, it gives you a good idea of what these drivers are putting themselves through. So yeah, well said there to Wilco earlier on, to one of our pre-prep men. He's doing a cracking job. The other little note as well there, Trevor, is if you look about half a lap down there, the 369 car, all by his little lonesome, which is actually one of the Trash Talk racing cars. That's the West Side Mustang, and unfortunately for them, obviously caught up in that earlier Shomali that caused the safety car, and I think that's a more than Nick behind the wheel at the moment. So really hope that it doesn't hurt them too much. And again, like Wilco was saying, you know, if they use the strategy on this one, if they use their common sense, look after their tyres, go into fuel save mode. Now, Cam, I'll ask you a little bit about that, because I know that you're a very learned driver. When you're talking about going into fuel save mode, what exactly are you talking about? So we're into the race, what can you do to save fuel?
Yeah, so ACC is a little bit different to iRacing in terms of the way that you can save your fuel. A lot of the dynamics of it are very similar though. So you can do a little bit of lifting and coasting and stuff like that. So, whether you're coming down in a turn one, instead of braking right on the marker that you want to, you just lift off the throttle, say, 50 meters or so before, and just kind of ride your way in. That means you can brake a little bit deeper, but you're also saving a bit of fuel along the way. And tyre saving, that's going to be a tricky one around here. This circuit loves to chew the tyres up, especially the corners that you mentioned there, Mike. Say turn 13 and turn 16, coming back onto the banking of the tri-oval. It's such a tricky one there because naturally the car is going to gravitate towards that fence, but the tyre wear, I believe it's the left-hand side tyre wear, is really going to take a beating around here. So it's going to be hard to save tyres, but saving fuel, there is a lot of good opportunities around here.
Yeah, there certainly is, and of course looking after these cars, when they do start with a full tank of gas, green tyres, the whole 9 yards. Now, we can see that reflected by the lap times at the moment. We relatively early into the race, obviously, 4-hour race. We're into lap number 5 at the moment, 3 of them behind safety car, and all we've managed to succeed so far is get through into the 1 minute 38s or thereabouts. We're not talking about rocket fast lap times. Of course, it's highlighted in the qualifying, when the cars are in the 36s on a regular basis, 37s, but it just goes to show they are backing off the... I mean, they can't push the car stupidly hard. Those left tyres will definitely get scorched, and it will be the worst for wear. As we have a look at Z coming out of that little sector, coming down to turn number 13. You can see there where the cars are so close to that concrete wall. And just watching the little flip-flop here, where they go through this left-hander, it's the right-hander a little bit further on as we stay with the leading pack of cars through this right-hander. This is very, very high speed here. And watching them now coming out, and look how close that concrete wall comes up. They eke the cars as close as they possibly can, and then get themselves back to a closer pole line there, and they're weaving all over the place like a bunch of drunks there, Trev. So, but it's early stages, isn't it? We've already clicked over 6 laps, but we've only clicked over, what do we do, about 13, 12 minutes have been completed in this race. So drivers really need to pay attention here. And as Cam was saying, Trev, if they are going to start going into the fuel save mode, they do need to roll off the throttle. They do need to keep that steering wheel as straight as they possibly can and keep these cars going for the long term.
Absolutely, and you can see there, CP Greenie, they're weaving around on the straights, aren't they? Trying to break that toe. Looks like me and the mates, me and the boys coming back from the Farmer's Arms in Benalla after a big night out, but don't tell Mrs. B about that. We'll keep that one quiet just between us here. Oh my goodness, side by side. Have a look at this down the back straight. There's CP Greenie. Aaron Thomas is... he's not going to lose out on one count here, Cam. He's going to lose out on a couple as he's dropping places here. Now he's down to P3 at the moment with TT Racing. GC, I'll get it right in a minute. TT for GC Racing. There we go. Applying all sorts of pressure here for him.
Yeah, we highlighted how important that run out of 8 down into 9 was. If you can just carry a little bit more speed than the car in front of you, the opportunity arises in turn 9. You can go down the inside, like we saw a great move done there. And there's other opportunities as well, similar to that. That's why we're seeing cars weaving on the home straight going down into turn 1, because they're trying to break the toe, they're trying to break that draft, so that the drivers behind have got less of an opportunity to go down the inside and get a move done. As we're seeing Twitchy looking like he's trying to break the toe from Aaron Thomas there for TTR East, but everyone's single file for now. But I just want to highlight a quick couple of things for anyone that might be new to racing, whether that be ACC or just, you're looking at getting into sim racing in general. We bracket our drivers into 3 separate car classes, so not only are you fighting for your overall track position, whether that be a win or a podium or even a top 10, we bracket you into separate driver classes, so then that way at least you're fighting for a win in your class as well, no matter where you are. So the white background behind the car number next to the manufacturer on your standings, left hand side of the screen, the white background represents our pro teams. The silver background represents our Pro-Am teams, and the red backgrounds represent our Am teams. So it just gives a good opportunity for drivers and teams alike to not only fight for an overall track position, but also just allows them to fight for an in-house win, say for Am or Pro-Am and so on.
Great explanation there from the voice of Cameron Norris, who's alongside us in the commentary box right throughout the course of this afternoon. Multiple sim racing champion, QRT Esports champion, and a couple of KRL championships in there as well. And we won't ask Mike about this battle because we're looking at Nismo Nath here at the moment for Hoon Corp 2 in the AM class, and he's doing very nicely at the moment in his particular class. He's currently sitting in P2 here, and he's looking to size up Kilroy for heat stroke racing. He ducks back in behind. You can see how powerful that slipstream is down the main straight. And I tell you what, Metal Steel's not too far behind him either. Down the start-finish straight we go. You can see we're only 16 or so minutes into this race, so a long time to go. And we're expecting light rain in 30 minutes' time. And Mike, that's why we might be seeing, like you said, the pace of these drivers at the moment, 138s. They're probably trying to just hold back on their tyre wear and just eke out the wear of those tyres in case we get some rain coming. They want to go straight from those dry tyres straight onto the wets, don't they? They don't want to be pitting again.
Well, that's the funny thing about it. I actually asked Nismo about it this morning just to clarify what tyre selections we have. And he said there's hard, there's slicks and there's wets. There's no intermediates, there's no in between. And I don't know who set that one up. That's a bit harsh for the drivers because obviously you need the tyres. So if the teams know that there's 20 minutes to go before it starts getting wet, I think, Cam, you can tell me if I'm wrong on this one, but I'd be starting to give those tyres a bit of what for. And the reason for that would be you want to put as much heat in those tyres without wrecking them. You want to get as much heat in those tyres as you can because a hot tyre obviously lasts a darn sight longer when the rain starts to come down, and that might be a thing. However, if the performance starts to drop off, you just got to go and put the wets on. So it's going to really be interesting. Now, just before I jump to Cam, on a side note there, I noticed that the times are quite a bit different too. 136, 137s in the dry. If it does get wet, a good time in the wet I saw was around the 143s. I'm really impressed with that, Cam. I'll tell you why. To lose 7 seconds on a 4.1 kilometre track like this around the whole circumference, only lose 6 or 7 seconds. That is actually amazing to still hold that pace, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And, with the nature of some of these corners, it's, to only lose that amount of time, sometimes you'd expect to maybe lose an extra second or two on top of that. You're going into turn 1 and you've got the curve there. You can't really attack the corner as much as what you want. But then obviously you've got the sweepers where you've got to be really easy on the throttle. You've got to trail brake a little bit. And then you've got to maximise the most out of the straights as well, where you've got to brake a little bit earlier too. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of lap times we're going to generate during the rain here. But another thing that would be slowing drivers down at the moment would be they've got a full tank of fuel. The track was green at the start, so tyres and the grip levels were very low. So it's hard to generate the heat, but the car also just wants to gravitate to the outside of the track and slide around a little bit more. Track went fast, say 15 minutes ago, I reckon, after they started to get some rubber down. So obviously that'll generate more heat. The lap times will start to come down again. But I've been keeping an eye on this rain, and I put a comment into the chat 2 minutes ago. I've got my timestamps here. The light rain is just under 20 minutes away from kicking on now, and that'll last for around 13 to 15 minutes. So we might see a lot of these teams stretching out these dry tyres as long as they can during light rain, so that when they go on to the medium rain, where they want wet tyres, they won't burn them out as early. So it's going to be interesting to see what kind of strategies people go for. Are we going to see people dive in straight away when the rain comes in? Or are we going to see people stretch out that 13 odd minutes of light rain and just come in for wets when the medium rain hits?
That is the question.
What, that's an amazing thought. Sorry about that, Trevor. It's amazing too about how accurate you can have the weather forecasting going on in sim racing, because I'll tell you what, as a guy who runs race cars himself, and we're sitting out there looking out the window and we see the clouds and we start thinking, is that rain going to come? Is that rain not going to come? We never know that exactly in about these amount of minutes, this amount of rain for this long is going to come. And just like Cam has said, Trev, you've got the option of literally driving through the rain on slicks, hoping the track is going to come back to you. And I'll tell you what, two things in that. that would really save them a pit stop, a very, very long, pit stop, as Wilco's already mentioned there to us. And not only that, very easy to roll off the throttle and save that gas. We could see these cars going a very long time without having to come in and take fuel. Wouldn't that be the ultimate thing?
Well, we saw a bit of that, didn't we, at Albert Park a few weeks ago? Some drivers electing to stay out. It didn't quite work for Lewis and the Ferrari team there, but that is going to be the big question, like you said, Mike. What are they going to do? 20 minutes away is rain in 20 minutes. Light rain, of course. Let's see what that's going to do. And 13 minutes, can they get through the worst of the track conditions? Medium rain for 5. It certainly will shake things up. Big hello to you, Beaky, Exu and Exo. They're not brothers, I can assure you, but good afternoon, gentlemen, he says, and of course, Sugar Shorts. It's a bit of an inside joke, but thank you, Beaky. Great to have you with us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon as we take a look at Distinct Geesh on the track. But let's get back to the front and recap, because CP Greeny for AGT2, he leads this race by 1.6 seconds from Twitchy down there in P2, and then it's TT for GC Racing. For some reason, unknown reason, that's a bit of a tongue twister for me this afternoon, but I am coming into this one off the back of 2 hours sleep. But enough about me, it's all about what's happening on the track. And Aaron Thomas, he did lead in the early stages, Mike, but now Distinct Geesh is all over him. Look here, midway through this lap, under pressure here.
Yeah, there's not much in it at all. It's a very close quarters little race there for them, so you've got to keep yourself thinking, hang on a minute, I'm driving with someone else. I've also got to keep this car absolutely perfect for the next over 3.5 hours, and that's amazing. 8 minutes away till the 3.5 hour mark, so we are cranking through the racing. We've already had that early safety car, and yes, Aaron Thomas, I mean, great start there from him. I do not know what happened literally on lap number 1, who the pole sitter, who the man who was the front of the field was obviously down to 4th place. Doesn't look like the car's too wounded though. He's got some good pace there, and what is he, about 5 seconds I think off the lead at the moment, with a 0.8 of a second in front and 0.4 behind, so he's certainly got to keep his skates on. And Geesh, we know what the Distinct Geesh can do, and the Aston Martin looking very, very sharp there as well. And on that note there too, Trev, we've got the Mustang looking very, very favourable. There's a lot of guys saying, no, the BMW's the car to have, and the closest one is Sidog there, of course, in the BCG1 car back in 6th place. So certainly that's something to keep an eye on here. These guys play the long game. Sidog and the teams, and some of the other drivers too, they just want to get to the front and run away. But I've got a feeling at the moment that you can see the Bimmer just screaming past us then. I think that these guys are definitely playing the long game, knowing the weather conditions are going to turn to you know what, and they'll be looking to have themselves a little bit of as much fuel saving, as much tyre saving, and obviously very, very good in the wet. Because why? The Kiwis and Sidog. We've got to bring the Trans-Tasman side into it there, Cam. It's been a little bit of we've been going way too long to have not mentioned it before, but these bloomin' Kiwis, they just keep doing such a cracking job in the wet, don't they? Yep. And so we'll see how they play out. But too early to say where you're going to see this all end up in over 3.5 hours time there, Cam. But what are your thoughts, mate? I mean, you reckon the 6th place in the BMW and the Mercedes and the Mustangs in front of them, do you reckon they've still got a good chance?
Yeah, I reckon they've got a good chance. I think this track suits the likes of the Mustang and the BMW and the Merc a little bit more than, say, its counterparts like the McLaren and the Ferraris and the Porsches that we see on the grid. So I think it's primarily it's the long straights. You know, once you go out of 8 into 9, and obviously the run out of 16 down to 1, those straights are really where, if you've got a McLaren up the front, or if you've got a Porsche or a Ferrari, they're really going to struggle compared to the cars that love to just go faster, you know, like the Mustang, the AMG and stuff like that. So it's going to be one of them tricky ones. It's really down to how they've got the car set up too. You know, you can have a low drag setup and it'll just be blistering on the straights, but then you'll really struggle in the tight sweepers and stuff like that. So depends on how you've set the car up, is really going to depend on where you can go.
Well, we've got 27 teams here, gentlemen, 52 drivers. There are 7 Mustangs, 6 Beamers, 6 Astons, 4 Mercs, 1 McLaren, 1 Nissan Ferrari, 1 Porsche, And I'll take 2 gin and tonics, 2 vodkas and a scotch. 5 cougars, thanks. No, just kidding. But no, speaking of how these Kiwis are going to go in the rain, I heard you mention, Mike, just how good these Kiwis go in the wet weather, just as long as they're not in the RB21. Anyway, but moving along quickly, and shots have been fired here across the Tasman. Trans-Tasman relationships are at an all-time low, Mike. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist, as we've got 3 hours and 35 minutes left in this one, Mike. Okay, time for the right of reply. I knew it. Here we go.
I have a retaliation. Here we go. Have a listen to this. There we go, mate. Oh, sorry, that had to happen.
And get used to it, Cam, because you're going to get plenty more of this sort of action. We're coming off the back of plenty of this sort of banter from last weekend. But, oh, this is getting serious, gentlemen. If we can have a short view back to the past. No, just kidding. Back to the present, I should say. These three are very, very close. And Simon Bishop likes to play the long game, Cam. We've seen it before. And I reckon we're going to see it again here this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely are. You know, BCG won. They struggled a little bit during qualifying, which is very unusual to see, especially over the last few seasons that we've been running the series. And they've always been a prominent team up the front during qualifying and even the race days. They've typically always been circulating in that top 5. So they're putting their best foot forward today. I wonder whether they made some setup changes or adjustments yesterday in the lead up to today. Maybe they sat back and went, you know, maybe the car's just really not there at the moment. We'll just do a couple quick changes. Everyone give it a test and see how it goes. And it seems like it's paying off for them because they're up in P6. And the same for Geesh as well with BSR1. They were the team that provisionally qualified P1, I believe, in both Q1 and Q2, but placed P6 during the top 10 shootout. And they're putting their best foot forward as well today. And Aaron Thomas for TTR East qualified P6 in the top 10 shootout, just scraped their way through Q2 to get to said top 10 shootout, put it on pole position, had an unfortunate run to start off this race, but they're holding their own in P4, albeit it's a really good battle to watch.
And continuing on as well here, we saw plenty of action back in round 1 for the 6 hours of Bathurst. And it seems like a really, really long time ago, gentlemen, back in the good old days when I could get 8 hours of sleep a night. How fantastic was that? But you can see Aaron Thomas leading this train for TTR East. It's a very wide Mustang there at the moment, Mike, as we see distinct Geesh go off the circuit there. There's not a lot of grip out there on the grass of this infield at Indianapolis, is there?
No, there's not, and that's what's really quite interesting about that, because I'll take again Cam's comments earlier on about, you know, saving fuel, saving tyres, and you know what, I think that's what's going on at the moment with Geesh and Sidog. I think they're just sitting back behind the Mustang. Thomas, in no way am I saying he's not on pace. I say quite the opposite, but he is so on pace at the moment. These guys, I believe, from what I can see, that they are doing the right thing. They're sitting back just saying, you know what, we're just going to look after the car, get that thing up to a good temperature. And as Cam also mentioned earlier on, the track is still quite cold. It's still quite green after all the rain earlier on, and they will be pushing these cars relatively hard. Now, from Geesh's position and also Sidog, in 5th and 6th place respectively, sitting back behind the 4th place Thomas car, I think this is a very, very master move. I would be very, very surprised if we see these drivers actually do anything silly as far as a big dive now. As we start to count down our first 30 minutes, can you believe it, that we are actually seeing these drivers running for, you know, very, very sensible stuff. At the front of the field, we see this all the time. We see the top performers doing a cracking job, but we're seeing 6th place, 5th place, 4th place, using common sense, using what's between their ears for good. I think we're going to see some very, very fast and furious racing coming from these guys, and also from the front of the field, because CP Greeny in the Mustang looking strong. So too Twitchy and Distinct Andrew in the 2nd place car. I will also shout out to the viewers, just in case they're not 100% up on page on this one, that some of the drivers out there, double drivers, are actually using the same rig, so we will not actually see the drivers' names change, even though the drivers have jumped in, and there are a couple of single drivers here as well, as we see the Smitty and Ikatosh car going through there at the moment, that 37 car, the first of the Hooncorp cars. Now, they started the ways down the track, I'd say, they'll be one of the cars to watch come through the field as well, and quite a powerful little Aston Martin, so certainly won't be riding them off with a chance of the Hooncourt boys. And the 137 Hooncourt 1 car there is in 14th place at the moment, so they're actually leading their teammates. And I know that Smitty's a big part about setup there with Ika driving at the moment, so Smitty will be watching on with a lot of interest here. And these guys involved in quite a good little battle themselves there in the 237 car. So we'll see how that, in the 37 car there up against the 2 car there of Isaac Frog, I think it is, in the Mustang. So that's the car number 2. And again, they're on very, very close form. We just see the pass being thrown in. There's chucks it up the inside. A little bit of dust there from Isaac Frog, but I don't think too much to get upset about as the 37 car moves itself up a spot. Guys, we're getting to the point we've gone past the first 30 minutes of the race. Can you believe it, Cam? We're already over 30 minutes in, so with 3.5 hours to go at the rate this race is going, I'll tell you what, I don't think, Cam, I don't think it's going to be too long before this one's going to be all over.
Yeah, definitely not. This first 30 minutes has absolutely been flying by, and just as it's been flying by, I've been keeping an eye on this weather. I feel like I'm the resident weatherman now. I'm posted 5 kilometers away. I'm giving you guys updates on what we're about to witness and what's coming through. I'm about to put a post in. This light rain is very, very close. I reckon we're about 2 minutes or so away from touchdown on the circuit, and then that'll last for about 13 to 15 odd minutes before we have medium rain creep in. So far, that looks like it's going to be around for 20 minutes or so. So, see how that goes. This track is definitely not going to be getting worse. Oh, medium rain's just gone to 10 minutes. It looks like light rain's disappeared, or it's not too far away. But rain increasing in 30 minutes, lads. It's going to get heavier.
It's going to get heavy. I tell you what, it's going to get very, very spicy indeed. You can see the clouds starting to gather. And we mentioned, Mike, about some of these drivers towards the front of the grid being in somewhat of a holding pattern. But Aaron Thomas, he's doing a tremendous job here at the moment to hold up to Stig Geesh and Simon Bishop as well. It is great to see the AM car mixing it up there with the big boys. And boy, I don't know, I'm going to have to go to the boot of my car in the garage here and call for an umbrella, because that light rain is getting very, very close now. You can see on the graphic at the top of your screen, ladies and gentlemen, it is 10 minutes away. Aaron Thomas, oh, that Mustang very, very wide at the moment, and he's doing a tremendous job. And you can see Simon Bishop behind him, Geesh as well, Mike, and guess what? Willstar, if you don't mind. There's some big names behind Aaron Thomas here. The pressure is mounting on him at the moment.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, they can drive within themselves. The rain's going to change everything. Why a huge margin, 10 minutes away until it starts pouring down. So they know that they can do it sensibly. Just looking at Aaron Thomas, I mean, I don't know why he's an and. This is an absolutely brilliant racing display from him. He's doing a cracking job over 30 minutes into this beautiful race here, and right behind him you see these cars. In fact, they're starting to pick up, yeah, you're right, they're starting to pick up a couple of cars behind them as well. So Sidog, Willstar starting to play into this one too. Binger King in the first of the Nissans here, the GTR at Nismo GT3. We'll see how this plays out. I was of the opinion Thomas wasn't actually holding anybody up, but maybe I'm a little bit wrong on that one, and there is a little, but I don't think it's going to upset the guys behind him. I don't think we'll see any nonsense moves here, because again, they're playing the long game, aren't they? And look at this fantastic looking Ferrari, the only one we've got in the field there, going through the business end in the 14th place, I think, at the moment, that little car there, Trev. And that's a good looking little machine, but you do have to wonder why some of these drivers, even some of the multi-teams there, they're not all driving exactly the same car. But I think for the simple fact, by the look of that car, everyone should be driving the Ferrari. I think that's the best looking car on the track, Trev.
I think so. It might even be a McLaren as well there, but they do look very similar. Goodness. But I was about to say that you can see B-John. We jumped on board with him, Mike, because I believe he had a moment on the infield section there last time around. So that is why we're seeing him under pressure from Diswood and Gordo. And Kilroy is also in the mix there as well. But Rain of Fire says, I'd stay out on slicks and save a pit stop. And EXO as well. Big hello to everyone in all the chats. We are going live across both Twitch and YouTube, across multiple platforms this afternoon. And all of this coverage, of course, powered by TrackSpot TV and Mega Esports as well. That's why we're here, gentlemen, and Hoon Corp as well, big partners with that. And oh boy, call for the umbrellas, Cameron. Here comes the rain. Yes, not going to tell anybody how much of a Dwight Yoakam fan I am, but the rain is here. Mum, the rain's here, and I'm sure that that's not somebody eating corn on the roof, Cameron Norris, because look at these drivers struggling already. The rain is here.
Yeah, absolutely no grip on the circuit. There hasn't been any rubber being put down over the course of it. It's instantly gone from fast straight to greasy. That took absolutely no time. So we might see some teams go, you know what, we'll try and tackle a lap or two here, see how we go. If it's just too uncontrollable and too unsafe to continue, then they might dive into the pit lane early. I've personally never done any wet running around Indianapolis myself, so I don't really have information there to base it on. But yeah, I dare say a lot of these drivers will come in very shortly, as we see Mark overshoot going down into, what's that one, 14 I believe it is. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see him come in early. But yeah, this rain, Trev, it's increasing. It's medium rain's not too far away, so slick tyres might be all right for the next handful of laps, but the moment that medium rain comes down, it's straight in for wet tyres, and they're going to be in for the long haul.
Absolutely, and car 96 there, I think, Mike, we saw somebody a victim of this rain, which well, we can't say it's come out of nowhere, because the drivers would have seen it, wouldn't they, on their incoming weather reports. Look at that, Simon Bishop, he's wasting no time, Mike. The track conditions have switched to greasy, which is a masterpiece of understatement, but Simon Bishop in, and when you see somebody of the skill of this man coming in for BCG1, you know it's getting very difficult out there when the likes of Simon Bishop coming into the pits.
And I'll tell you what, another smart move there from Aaron Thomas. He just came straight in. In fact, he's just going out now on wet weather tyres, and seen Sidog come in so quickly. No mucking around. Apologies about the McLaren Ferrari debacle. That's just ridiculous. I really need to start thinking about going to Specsavers. But no, that's right. Some of these drivers, they know it's heavy rain or medium rain coming down. The track's going to lose all of its grip. It's going to lose all of its goodness that's going to be into it there. And I've always never really got my head around how ingrained rubber into tar seal disappears, literally disappears, with rain going all over it. So it just pulls it out of the tar seal, and it makes the track a very much like a nice skating rink. But you're right though, unfortunately there for that car, the 96 car, yeah, he's certainly paid a bit of a price there, but down in 27th place here with Jono, Stan and Nemo behind the wheel of their Mustang. But looking at the front of the field though, you know, after some of these pit stops that are going on there, I don't think it's going to harm the drivers necessarily, but it's certainly going to be interesting on how the strategies are going to play out. A lot of cars chose not to come into the pits there, and now we'll have to sit back and wait and see how it's all going to play. But you know, it's one of those things. They've known about it. These are very good drivers, some of these pro teams and pro-ams. The am drivers, on the other hand, they're Cam, I suppose you'd be sitting back expecting that these drivers would be, you know, potentially throwing out something, a bit of a curveball. They'd probably, you know, do a bit of a hurry-curry sort of pass. Are we going to get it right? But I suppose, you know, you say yourself, Cam, you haven't actually raced at Indianapolis before, as you see the Cactus Randall car there getting past the little Porsche, not looking like it's too happy. So what would you do? What would your strategy be right about now, Cam? Would you be still out there on slicks, or would you have chucked the wet weather tyres on?
I would have definitely chucked the wet weather tyres on by now. I saw the track flicked over to damp partway through this last minute or so. So we're seeing teams that hadn't come in yet are now coming into the pit lane. So we'll start to see the drivers that have come in on their wet weather tyres already start to float up towards the top of the grid. But I am seeing we've got 2 teams out there so far that haven't actually come in, maybe 3 teams that haven't come in for some wet weather tyres, those being Hoon Corp 2, Cactus 1 and Hoon Corp 1. They're running the long game here. They reckon they can continue going for a little bit longer, whether they've just feel like they've got the grip and their lap times aren't being sacrificed too much, or whether they manage to generate a bit more heat into their tyres compared to some of the other teams. And they're using that to their advantage. But Either way, though, this medium rain is not too far away. I reckon in about 3 minutes or so, 4 minutes, that'll touch down on the circuit. And if you're still on slicks, Godspeed.
And guess who is leading this race? You'll never guess, Mike, who's leading this race in the AM class. Unbelievable stuff here on lap 22 for Hooncorp 2. It is the boss of Hooncorp Esports, Nathan Howe, son of Mike Howe, who is alongside us in the commentary box. That is not a conflict of interest, but I'll tell you what is. Matchin is all over the back of him. And Mike, it's too wet. It's too wet. We've reached the crossover point. They're going to lose too much time if they stay out, aren't they, Mike? They've got to come in, surely.
Well, look, I'd love to go and poke my nose in next door and ask the question. The top 7 cars have not pitted by the looks of it, for what I'm seeing on the screen. But, you know, look, these guys actually practiced yesterday. One of the practice sessions they had was wet. And Dub True, who's the second driver there with Nismo, very, very much stayed behind the wheel and was very comfortable in the wet. So too was Nismo. And you can see at the moment, I think it's actually Dub True who's behind the wheel at the moment. Nismo just gave me the thumbs up saying he's going to do a driver change soon. So maybe it is starting to get a little bit too much there for them, but you know, you've got to roll the dice. In fact, you say that the 137 cars just come up on the screen is going into the pit. So too second and third place cars here. The Cactus with B. John behind the wheel in the McLaren, not the Ferrari, the McLaren. I'll get it right this time. And same too, the second of the Hooncorp cars, the HC1, which is Ikatosh and Smitty. I think it's Ika behind the wheel. They've also come into the pits for a fresh set of boots. I don't know what to call this, guys. I can't tell you. Cam's probably got a better run on this one though. But Trevor, we're just watching Willstar there in that beautifully turned that FTSC car, and I got a feeling I know what FTSC stands for. I think it's an abbreviation of what FT could be, and maybe the safety car. So not wanting to see too many of those, and quite I could almost agree with that one, Trev, that time. Although we don't like that sort of language over there, but you know, it's subtly said, isn't it?
Well, I can barely get FTSC1 out of my mouth, the acronym, let alone what the hell it stands for, but we come into turn one.
I think it means feed the safety car, personally. You know, he's all alone in there and no one looks after him. We've got to make sure they're watered and fed and all that kind of good stuff.
Well,
we'll say that's what it stands for anyway.
Yeah.
We'll keep it family friendly. Oh, Greenie almost losing the rear end of that car. Oh man, the Mustangs, they're hard to tame. Oh boy, we'll start giving him a little bit of a nudge there as well, if you don't mind, for FTSC1. But talking about getting watered, Cam, they're getting well and truly watered at the moment as the heavy rain, the track is now declared wet. And car 726 now with a 10-second lead. Distinct Andrew, this man, Distinct Andrew, who is currently out in front at the moment, he is of some other species, isn't he, Mike? Some form of alien species with technology we haven't even heard of yet, because he's leading by 10 seconds here in the pissing down rain.
Well, it's something you either really enjoy, it's something you've got a lot of confidence in, and obviously knowing the car. And like you guys said before, and I think it was yourself there, Cam, that said, you know, the Mustang is a car that's a good performer overall, and of course the horsepower there, you can just see that they're holding it together. The Mercedes and the Mustang were the two cars you called out. I'm very impressed too with the Aston in third and fourth place, and of course we go back to the BMW Mustang and the Nismo GT3 there in seventh place at the moment, with Binger behind the wheel and the Kings One team. So yeah, look, it's looking pretty sharp, that car, the mighty old Mercedes-Benz, with Distinct behind the wheel of that one now. Greenie in the Mustang back to second place there, and it's very interesting. I'll tell you what, there's cars out there, Cam, I'm not sure if there is anymore. From what I'm seeing on the screen, it's like the top 7, but that could or may not be the case, that haven't come into the pits already. I think that would be a very, very scary little time there for those drivers. But you know, it's the battle of the brave, and it's about 10 seconds. That's a whomping gap at the moment, but it depends on the setup of the car. Have you set the car up for knowing it's going to get wet, likely to get wet? It's now 11 seconds the lead there too, just quietly, the 726 car over the second place Mustang. But you know, is there such a thing, Cam? Can you set the car up sort of not necessarily for the dry and not necessarily for the wet, sort of like a medium? Is there something like that?
Yeah, so you can play around with, predominantly you play around with your toe and your camber. A lot of these drivers as well would have played around with their ride heights quite a bit. That would allow them to tackle the curbing and and making sure that the car feels a little bit more planted through some of the banked corners and things like that. But yeah, it's interesting. I've only done a handful of laps personally around Indianapolis. I've never actually completed a full race on ACC, but I obviously work with the QRT Esports team, and I read into what those guys all do on ACC, and they say that it's actually very hard to get a car that is not only fast and stable during the dry or the wet, but to mix them together, that is a challenge in its own right. So yeah, it's a tricky one, but it looks like OP with Distinct Andrew at the helm of that one at the moment, currently running P1. They seem like they've got a car that's meshing quite well, whether that's just Andrew and the way the car feels for him or what it is. But I got a feeling he's the only driver that we haven't seen come in for wet tyres. Either that, he did it earlier on, and that's paid dividends in the end there, because 11 seconds over FTSC1 with Willstar there for P2. That's quite a bit of a lead compared to what we had before, where it was, I think it was 1.6 to 1.8 seconds the original lead was before the rain came down.
Well, here we go now. You can see as it's slightly eased up, not by much, but you can see this Aston Martin is looking very quick here. We can see Muffin all over the back of CP Greeny. Willstar has come right up the field there into P2, but Muffin and CP Greeny are doing battle here. Fastest lap of the race to CP Greeny here in the AGT2 car. Car number 232 onto the famous banking there, of course. He's gone too deep, Mike. He's gone too deep, and now Captain Muffin, the Muffin Man, makes his move into P3.
Oh, if you're going to be passed by anyone, do you want to be passed by someone called Captain Muffin? It's almost like, it's almost like Mrs. Apron has just gone roaring past you at Warp Factor 9. But look, take nothing away. Yes, a little bit of an outbreak. Well done for keeping that car straight and pointing in the right direction. Yes, you've lost a spot, but still got plenty of opportunities to come through and pounce. And it's still the Mustang is the fastest lap of the race so far, and that's not going to change anytime soon as we start to wind into, we're past 3/4 of an hour into our 4-hour race here at Indianapolis. Holy smokes, I can't believe how quickly we're going. So it's Distinct Andrew in the AMG Mercedes GT3 car 726 as the race leader. Second place, Willstar there in the AMR V8 Vantage GT3 car 27 in second place. Third is Captain Muffin, the Muffin Man, in the second of the Astons in the 5 car. Fourth place is the mighty Mustang there, CP Greeny from the AGT2 team there, another of the Mustangs in the 232. Top 5 though, he's moving up through the field. Car number 1, Psydog in the BMW M4 GT3. Now the other interesting thing there, that's our top 5. We'll run through the actual full field, I think, Trevor, at the hour. Let's make sure we do that. But in the meantime, one thing I will pick up to there as well, I think our mate Mr. Sorry, I've got to get rid of that. The Mighty Mold Mustang that we were following earlier on, who was our earlier race leader, is still doing a cracking job there. And I think they've actually done a driver change too in the TTR East car there, Cam. So that's something that's quite smart. That's Aaron Thomas we were following in 10th place at the moment. He's now changed drivers here with Chipperton. Now, I was going to ask you there, Cam, is that something in the first of the pit stops, which was what, about 25 minutes in, 30 minutes into the race, actually going and doing a driver change? I mean, I know to come in and change the tyres. What would you call on that strategy? Is that a good one, or is that a little bit OTT? Have we lost Cam, have we?
Well, it might be OTT for TTR, if you can understand what I'm saying. We'll get back to Cam in a moment there. Twitchy pitting a lap later, of course, Mike, than everyone when the rain started. So a great call from him. And no surprise, really, to see that man out front in this race. He is a Distinct Esports member, of course, and he is a very, very handy OCE Manufacturers Series champion. He's done it across multiple platforms and in different racing series, so he is a professional at his craft, and he still holds a 10.5 second lead. We will recap for those just joining us at the top of the hour. This broadcast is powered by TrackSpot TV, Mega Esports. We are here this afternoon with thanks to Mega Esports. It is round 2 of this AUSNZ Mega Esports PS5 Endurance Series, and we are at Indianapolis for round 2 of this championship. 4 hours of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and we're almost an hour in, Mike, and the action has just been incredible as we have a look now at Noodles, who is less than a second behind Binger King at the moment, but still 1 hour into this race, 27 laps gone. We've seen safety cars, we've seen rain, and if we've seen all this in the first hour, Mike, where does that set us up for the next 3?
Well, it's going to be really interesting on how the track dries out, isn't it? I'm really looking forward to seeing how that will go. Obviously, we've already seen the fastest lap there earlier on, with the now in the hands of the 232 car there in 4th place there, CP Greeny in the AGT2. Got to make sure we get that right. Partnered up there with Al Dusty. So I don't know if we're going to see lap record, or not lap record, but the fastest lap actually change any time soon. It's going to be very interesting to see how they drive through. And look at this pace there from the BCG2 car there of Noodles and the BMW. Another heavily popular little car there doing the job. Noodles back in 8th place there. He's sharing the drive with Norm and the BCG2 team. So they're cracking things into it nicely. But starting to catch up to, by the looks of it, the back of Binger King there and the King's One team in the GTR Nissan. Now that's not too many Nissans on the track at the moment there this time around, so a little bit surprised about that. I thought they were actually quite known to be a good wet weather car, but as was earlier mentioned there from Cam, that it's a horsepower track. It's not about agility necessarily, it's about getting that power down. We've got quite a few decent straights here at Indianapolis, and keeping the pace through the corners is very, very important, but it's all about the mumbo. And look at this battle really starting to play out now. Noodles and the BMW. He's keeping a nice, clean, tidy line as the BCG2 driver, and this is the 8th place little scrap there, and the Nissan in front. Then he's got the BMW behind them there as well with Matt Donetti and another of the M4 GT3 cars there. So this is a good one, and the gap between them, well, it's starting to eke itself out there. A little bit of a distance, 3 seconds to the front and 11 seconds behind for that car. So we'll see how it all plays out. They've really got some work to do, but just as we start to have almost a settling in phase here. The rain has been coming for a while. We've had the driver change, well, some driver changes. We've had the tyre changes. We're all on the wet weather tyres now. Surely to weeks no one's out there on slicks, because we don't actually know that. We don't probably want to know. It'll be someone who's crawling around at about 3 miles an hour. I'm sure we'd be able to identify them without too much of a problem. There's the 37 car there, the Nismo, the Hooncorp car there with Smitty behind the wheel, and a fantastic effort that Smitty puts in. He's been talking to the boys, helping the boys out. Now you can see him starting to catch up to his teammate there, the 37 car. He's got the 279, the AMR V8 Vantage of Gordo there, and the FTSC car in front of him in 13th place. In fact, he's putting on a bit of a challenge there as Smitty. He's trying to make the pass on the inside, and right in front of him is the 137 car. That is Nismo driving now, the Aston Martin Vantage. He won't want to be making a mistake. This is Smitty right there behind him. So we've seen changes in positions already going on, and we'll see plenty more of them during the course of this at Indianapolis as we start to see how long Nismo can hold off the, I'm sure, very impure advances there from Smitty, who's saying, get out of the way, son. I've been helping you all this jolly time now. I want some track position, but they'll be saying, no, he's got to pass him clean and tidy. So this is a great little battle there, and certainly Nismo was pretty keen to get back behind the wheel. It's been a while between drinks for him, missing out the one we had last week. So 12th place up for grabs at the moment there from Smitty. He's trying to come through. Everyone's trying to move themselves forward, and I suppose the question though, Cam, I'm not sure if you're there. In fact, Nismo just got a little bit wide. He's been pressured there. Here comes Gordo to make a little bit of a free pass, and right behind him there, big challenge there from is that the TTR West car of Matchin, I think, trying to poke his nose up there as well. Well, if you do the crime, you're going to pay the price of track position, and Nismo successfully drops himself down a couple of places in that one. And of course, the old boy's sitting there commentating. His son losing a couple of spots, but that's all right. He'll take it on the chin. He'll come back like Lazarus. But Cam, I'm not sure if you're there, mate. We're starting to get into that phase, aren't we? And the cars are starting to, the drivers can understand what's going to happen. They're starting to feel the car. We've seen them come in for tyres Now we're just about at the hour mark. We've got 6 minutes to go before we've gone 1 hour into this race. I haven't actually looked at how long these things last on a tank of gas, a belly full of fuel. How long do you think it would be until they need to come in and put some gas in them?
Yeah, so I dare say most of the cars could probably run at least 65 minutes. If you're not fuel saving, about 65 to 70 minutes. But we allow them to have an 80-minute stint timer. So with us allowing that, that allows teams to have that open strategy of, do we want to try and save fuel, tyres, do we want to maximise the most of that, which can eventually later on down the line almost cut out a full pit stop, or even better, it makes your final pit stop heaps less fuel, and you just kind of come in and you'll be a lot quicker throughout the stint. But yeah, it's one of those things, the way the rain is at the moment and how tricky this circuit looks. I was watching Nismo quite heavily there, and he looked like he was struggling a little bit with the grip, especially going through say turns 19 to about 14 there, just as you're coming off the back straight onto the oval section again. It looked very tricky there. The cars were wiggling a little bit, you know, whether that was just because they were jostling for position, or whether it's just the grip levels just feels a lot lower because you kind of got to point the car left and then right and stuff like that again. So it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. The drivers will know by now we've got to settle in for the rain. It's not going to get any better. The rain is increasing very, very soon, and it's not going to let go because it's still got the rain increasing in 30 minutes as well. I dare say this might end up working out to be a full stint. You know, we're creeping upwards of, say, 45 minutes to 50 minutes of just straight wet running here. But I dare say once these drivers start to see a cloud pop up on that 30-minute indicator, they're all going to start twiddling their thumbs and go, next strategy call, what are we going to do? Are we going to wait to see how long that dry lasts, or are we going to bite the bullet and just go, nah, we're coming in for dry tyres early and we'll see how we go? So yeah, it's going to be one of those ones I'm going to keep my eye on.
Yeah, it's interesting. We'll leave you to twiddle those gorgeous thumbs of yours, because we're hearing that they should get to the 80 minutes, of course, as the fuel burn is slightly lower, isn't it, in the wet? But if you are just joining us, of course, it is a 4-hour race. Thank you, Kid Byers, Captain Obvious. 80-minute stint timer, like we said. 2 hours 45 max driving time. Safety car is on, as we've already seen. And 2 mandatory pit stops for tyres. So let's just wait and see how the race. Was that a yellow flag I saw briefly for car 666? What is happening down there, please? Car 666 entry, which is eluding me on my timing screens at the moment, but we'll keep an eye on that. But we are under green flag racing conditions, and there does appear, Mike, to be a not quite a dry line emerging, but it's more of a less damp line. And if you can work out what the bloody hell I'm trying to say, Mike Howe, you're a better man than me.
Well, I'll tell you what, I think let's go and say racing line, because once you start to get all that slime off the track, once you find yourself where you can be, you know, the marbles have all disappeared from where you may or may not be cornering a little bit different to in the dry, and that is a real thing too, because the drivers will go out and try and find themselves a decent area of real estate as they come in for the corners. We saw that little battle before with the Hooncourt guys. That was actually quite cool too, because you could see Smitty, he was going for the in and out, you know, in and out, the over and under. He was trying to make Nismo go a little bit late on the brakes, which he did. He yielded to the pressure. I think he was also in the mindset there. He's very much, you know, trying to look after the car with a dub tree. Goes a little bit wide at that turn, but you know, it is those things where you get the racing line coming out there, Trev. So nothing wrong with that if the drivers can play to it. But it's, the funny thing about it, though, the marbles that start to build up, and they were starting to build up there before the rain come, they just magically disappear. In the dry, you'll see marbles getting on the. In fact, you can see a distinct Andrew there just dancing across. He's trying to, you know, keep those tyres as wet as possible. Now, I know that sounds ridiculous, and by some degree it sort of is for normal mentality. You know, when we're driving on the road in our road cars and our treaded tyres, and these are treaded tyres, wet weather tyres are treaded tyres. you want to go to the drier line, you think you're going to get the more grip, but because we're playing the long game in these wet races, and I think most people know exactly what we're going to say next because they're experienced spectators around New Zealand, around Australia, and welcome to you from elsewhere around the world. In fact, send us a message too where you are watching from. But as you're watching, if you don't know why these drivers are dancing for the wettest part of the track, even though a racing line is definitely starting to make itself known, they're wanting to keep those tyres cool. It sounds silly, but it's a very, very real thing. And the good thing about these sim racing now is the way these games are set up. It's so real that you need to keep it's like real time. In fact, the drivers now, so many times we've seen all of the top echelon of drivers. Don't mention Formula One buyers. Do not mention Formula One right now, thank you. But all the other top drivers out there as well, they actually do get themselves absolutely prepared for our upcoming race and everything. So the sim racing is very, very realistic about having to keep those tyres to within a temperature. And what can happen? Well, Cam, I'll tell you what, you can tell us what's going to happen. If these drivers don't get those tyres through the heavy water, even though we're still seeing rain coming down, what can actually happen to those wet weather tyres?
Yeah, so the more they kind of run the curbs and stuff like that, especially the curbs around here and a couple of other circuits are very serrated in a way. And that really just chews the tyres up even more. But, you add on the way this circuit is with the banking, when we're coming out of, I think it's 13 into 14, and we see the drivers brushing straight out against the fence again. That's a tricky one, especially for tyre management in the dry. They tend to heat up quite a bit there. Also, coming out of 16 back onto the home straight is very, very similar to that. So that left side of the car definitely takes more of a beating. So trying to manage those tyres in the wet weather conditions is a little bit harder. So you'll notice a lot of drivers will try and chase the wet line a little bit more where they can. So say down the back straight or even the home straight, they'll drive further to the pit lane wall, or they'll drive further away from where everyone else is travelling, just to kind of cool the tyres down a little bit more, and then that way they'll be able to last a little bit longer. But yeah, definitely the key points I think to take away is they'll just be chasing the water to cool them down, and they've got to avoid the curbs as much as they can, otherwise the tyres will degrade quite quickly.
That's what's quite amazing too, that even though the rain is coming down, you would think that there's still plenty of moisture there to keep the tyres nice and cool without any problem at all. Well, we've cracked the 1 hour mark, ladies and gentlemen. We've actually gone past 1 hour and 4 hours, which means we've got less than 3 hours to go. Now, I've missed this message that popped up a few minutes ago, guys. We've actually had the little bit of a post-race investigation going on there from lap 1. And remember there we had the little issue, the bump, the bang, and what we didn't want to have happened. Turn number 7, car 669, Kilroy, was actually tagged the 369 car, which was important, Nick. Morton, Nick, there we go. Hence why the 369 car was coming into the pit under safety car did get some damage. So there's a post-race investigation coming up, and that's why the safety car was deployed, because of what had happened. That car was stuck there, and obviously some debris on the track. So we'll see how that one plays out. Now, do we say, Trev Bias, do I say to you, do I ask you the question, because this has been pointed out to us, is it too soon to say that there's been a big green flag? We've had a long green flag duration in this race. Is it too soon to mention it, or should we just put those words back in the rubbish bin and pretend they never existed?
Well, Mike, my good man, you can ask me anything you like. Whether I answer it or not, it's a different story. But the commentator's curse, it's very real. I think we can't quite say too much at the moment, because at the moment, Mike, you are from New Zealand, but you've got to admit, this track is wetter than a Wellington winter, as one of my other Kiwi friends used to say many, many years ago. If you believe that, you'll believe anything. But we are inside. We're over the first hour of this one. Mike, I've forgotten what that question was, because we've had a change for the lead, and Distinct Andrew, we're hearing turn 4, grabbed the grass on entry there, and did a couple of spins and got going again. But Will Star now in the lead here, Mike, on lap 35.
Well, they've done a great job in that Aston, again, one of the key cars you guys were mentioning before, and Andrew not out on this one, 2.6 seconds behind in this one, so they're going to really have the bit between their teeth. And CP Greeny there, the fastest car on the track before the rain, into 6th place there. Just noticing too, Sidog and the BMW there up to 4th place there as well. So Will Stark, he's making hay while the rain is shining at the moment, and it's all about keeping the car pointing in the right direction. 2.6 seconds back to distinct Andrew and the Mercedes. Go back another 9 seconds, which is just about a cup of tea in the lie down in the way we're racing here at the moment, with Captain Muffin doing a cracking job there in another of the Astons. So Aston's 1st and 3rd at the moment. Then we go back to 4th place there with Sidog and the BMW M4 GT3. In 4th place, top 5 there, which is Brett Wands and the GC racing car, and the first of the Mustangs. So we saw the Mustangs quite early, really starting to be a big part in this one. I'm not saying they're not, but first one is in 5th place as we have gone past the hour there. Top 5 being called out. Then we go to Greeny in the 6th place car there, the second of the Mustangs there, CP Greeny in the AGT2 car. And the 7th place is King's One team there with Binger King behind the wheel, sharing it with Jumbo in the mighty old Nissan Skyline, as the Americans would like to call it. We'll go to the 8th place car there, which is BCG2 with Noodles and Norman there, BMW M4 GT3. There we go. Look at that. That is a beautifully turned out looking car, even though it's German. We still don't mind it. We'll go back to the next place car, which is position number 9, car 56. There we go. Matt Dinidi. Now we know what this man's capable of, and he's some distance off the run at the moment. Very, very unusually. Back in 9th place, but only seconds behind, and we'll see how this one plays out for them, because there's a lot of strategy to come for this one, as we are 2 hours and 54 minutes yet to run here at Indianapolis. Let's go to the top 10 there with the TTR East Chipperton car there. There's the mighty Mustang there, sharing it with Aaron Thomas, who obviously was doing so well in the earlier races, but further 14 seconds back to their position there in 10th place, 14 seconds behind Daniti, as we saw. We'll jump down to 11th place now with the HC1 Smitty car. This is another of the Astons, the Hooncourt boys jumping in Astons there today. Smitty in 11th place there. He's sharing with Ikatosh there, HC Ikatosh in the 37 car. 12th place is the Cactus Naked Blade driver there in the McLaren. Look at that car. It is gorgeous. It's not a Ferrari, just in case anyone's out there stupid enough to think that it is, like maybe me. But of sharing with Bijon there in the 720S GT3. That's the 407 car. The car, I will say, Trev, you can respond a bit later, but the car with the Kiwi insignia, the mighty old McLaren. I don't see a kangaroo car out there, just saying. 13th place, let's jump through to TTR West. Matching there behind the wheel in 13th place, and another of these well-turned-out Ford Mustang GT3s. Sharing the drive with the Morton Nick. And we'll go down to 14th place there with the second of the Hooncorp entries there. There he is, there's 137, then Nismo behind the wheel, and the AMR V8 Vantage GT3 in 14th place. And the top 15 is the FTSC, good lord, FTSC2, Gordo behind the wheel in the AMR V8 Vantage there, the 279 car. Looks like a solo act there too. How these drives can do 4 hours as a solo act, I have no idea. I'd last 3 laps and need a cup of tea. We'll go down to 16th place, shall we? Let's jump on board the Mercedes AMG GT3. This is the 16th place car there with the PRT3 team. This is Diswood behind the wheel in 16th place, about 16 seconds back to the 15th place car. We jump down to 17th place there with the team Heatstroke. Kilroy is behind the wheel of the Mustang, we believe. This is the 669 car. There it is, looking good in matte black, and sharing the drive with Spawn Racing there in team Heatstroke. And if we jump down one more there, we'll go down to 18th place, which is the BCG4 driver. This is vaporized and sharing with Jimothy Payload there in the BMW. There it is, beautiful looking 36 car, number 36. We'll go down to the 19th place AGT1 with Isaac Frog driving the Mustang GT3 car, number 2 on the billboard, going through the right-hander. Almost looks like a Hooncorp livery there. I think old Nismo might be saying, all right, mate, we're not to get you on board if you can pick up the pace of it there. But they're doing a great job nonetheless. And top 20 is the PBR team there with the Stoned Towel. And that's the number 8 car there, the mighty Mercedes-Benz. There it is, in the red and black. Doesn't that thing look cool? I don't know where they get their names from. Stoned Towel is sharing the drive with Orphan Drop. You just got to think what an active imagination those people have got. Right, let's go to the 21st place there. 21st place, car 999. Another of these BMWs. This is Mick Yozza in the Cactus 4 team. Mick Yozza and Porsche in their Mercedes-Benz. And they're a couple of seconds there behind the 20th positioned car. There is Mick Yozza there behind the wheel of 999. And if we can just go down one more to the 444 car, from 444 to 999, there we go, the only Porsche on the track in 22nd spot there, the 992 GT3R. Don't forget the R, that's about $50,000 difference to put that R on your car. And that's the Cactus 5 team there with Team Little Beer sharing the drive with Randall in the mighty old German marquee. In 23rd place is the QTR Bitsamison. I think that's what's happened between my ears just quietly. And that's 23rd place there with the Mercedes AMG. That is a lovely looking livery as they go through that right-hander. Hey, he's hard at work there after that Porsche, and who can blame him? It's a German battle there, and he's sharing the drive with Markle there. That's 23rd spot in the Mercedes-Benz. 24th spot is the second of the Cactus teams there. That's Gaz in the BMW M4 GT3. Where is he? Just waiting for him to pop in the question there. The 667 car. Having a great old scrap at the moment in 24th place here, because have a look who's behind him. The only Ferrari in the field. Here he comes, the PRT1 team. And this is Sparky and Metal Steel working together in the mighty old Ferrari. And look at the chasing down 24th place at the moment. There's a long way to go, and there's plenty of time to get there, so I'll see how they play it out. So we just watch the scrap coming into this left-hander. Don't want this to turn pear-shaped, guys. It only just cracked over the first hour, and they come through that move without a problem. Couple more to go. BCG3. This is Jono Stan in the Mustang. Here we go, the 96 car. They're in 26th place and 27th place. Last running car. I don't even know if it's on the track, is it? Yes, no, not quite sure. There it is. It's the 237 car, then maybe not there, but 27th place is the Hunkorp 3 team of OSXL and HC Renegade out there behind the wheel in the mighty old Aston. Yep, there he is. There is the 237 car. Great to see it out there doing the business, and some distance back behind the next car there, which is the 26 spot car. So those are the 27 cars on the track there, Trev. Gentlemen, we've got a long way to go, and we've got 2 hours and 48 minutes to get there. Trev, I don't know what you're... I never know what you're thinking because you're Australian, but that's a pretty handy little field of cars, and from what I can see, everyone's still on the same lap, and we're an hour and a quarter in.
Well, you never know what I'm thinking, Mike, and there's very good reason for that, you little dirty dog. Stay out of there. As AUSNZ continuing on in 27th. There's a safety car in 28th, Mike. I think you and I are in 29th and 30th as well, so I'm just ahead of you there. As, it gets very competitive between us, of course, but you're completely up to date. Great work. Love your work, Mike Howe, voice of the New Zealand Speedways. Joining us, AUSXL is still out there running. And whilst we're going through the leaderboards there, Cam, it is fantastic to see battles right throughout the field, P5 to P10, roughly 10 or so seconds, or 5th to 9th, I should say. Battles right the way throughout the field. But we are just getting warmed up here, ladies and gentlemen. And Liam Lawson in P31 of a 27-car race. Whoever put that into the chat, wash your mouth out with soap, please, because that's pretty rough, isn't it? And I said I wouldn't do the Kiwi accent, Mike, but I didn't say that, Mike. Somebody else said it.
Well, I don't see that chat stream you're talking about at the moment, so I won't send them dagged looks. But what I will send them is that the gap between first and second, between Willstar and Distinct Andrew, the AMR V8 Vantage and the Mercedes. Oh gosh, we've got a few bits of action happening around the track at the moment there, Trev. Just trying to pick up on Sparky, who's a little bit off the pace there at the moment, having a wee old moment, but and certainly trying to recover as well. Sorry, that's off screen at the moment, just looking at some of the other shots, and wowee, it's not the ideal way to go motor racing. But that gap between first and second was 2.1 seconds. Now it's down to 1.7 seconds. So Distinct Andrew in the Mercedes has well and truly got the old bit between his teeth there, chasing down the race leader. So I'll tell you what, I think we're starting to see now that these drivers are starting to back themselves. You know, we've said, Cam, we'll go back to the endurance mode here. You know, this is an endurance race. It's a 4-hour race, but you can't sit back all day, can you? You can't sit back all day and wait for it to come to you. Sometimes you have to push the go pedal. You've got to start chasing it down, and we're seeing the battle between first and second, 1.76 seconds now. So I think it's only a matter of time that Andrew is starting to smell a little bit of race leader blood in the water. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we had that same thing during our 24-hour Le Mans win late last year. You know, we had a lead of, you know, say 4 minutes, I think it was at one point, and then, you know, during the night stints or the night shift, me and one of the other lads decided to just have a bit of fun, and you know, we sacrificed 3 minutes just in the effort of having a laugh along the way. And you know, we knew that our teammates were waking up in the next few hours to come back, and we had to just put our foot to the floor and go, all right, we've had our fun, we've messed around, we sacrificed 3 minutes, we've got to get that time back before they wake up and see what we've done. And likewise, drivers will be doing that out here, even though it's only a 4-hour race today. The drivers will be sitting there going, oh look, you know, we've been biding our time, we've been making sure the car's within its reason and limit. We're starting to feel a bit more comfortable. It's starting to come to us now with these track conditions, and we know it's not easing up anytime soon. So with that mindset, you've got to start pushing a little bit more and more as you go, just to try and inch out. Even if you can get an extra 10th out of the lap, that's a lot when you consider what the drivers in front might be doing. But when you're trying to inch that time out lap after lap, that's where mistakes can happen. And you know, we saw that with Andrew, although we didn't see it on screen. You know, he had that moment where he spun twice, did 2 full 360s and lost the lead, still managed to hold P2, but you know, they had an 11-second lead and now they're 2 odd seconds back. So yeah, it's one of those tricky ones. You want to try and maximize the most out of it, especially when you feel like you're quicker in the rain, because if it dries up, you might not have that pace compared to the drivers around you. But you know, it's one of them give or takes. You run the risk, you run the gamble. Is it worth pushing? Is it not worth pushing? And at the end of the day, you just got to try and run the race to the conditions you got given.
Yeah, you're dead right about that. It completely is a gamble, and that's what it's about. Sometimes you just got to hold on to those dice before you throw them on the table, don't you? You've got to sit back and think, you know what, up my sleeve, there's this or that, or I'm going to wait for this. And again, I go back to the whole, you know, they're very patient. You have to be very patient to be a good endurance racer, and we've seen that from some of these drivers. We've seen a great little scrap going on here at the moment, Trev. I'll tell you what, heat stroke here in the Kilroy car. He really is starting to get the old bit between his teeth. This is a great little scrap, and again, there's 3 cars in close quarters racing, and now we're starting to see that the time, oh heavens above, you don't want to do a Liberace there, son. It'll play a real bad musical note. But that is a great little sight, and that matte black Mustang, I'll tell you, Trevor, I think you want to take that one at your own peril if you don't respect it. The pace these guys have got, you know, they may be not at the front of the field at the moment. As I say that, well, it's not the commentator's curse, that's the driver going off the track. It's nothing to do with us. But Heatstroke, Kilroy, he's really got the bit between his teeth as well, and we've seen such a close little scrap here, Trevor. I mean, this is where you've got to keep that concentration.
Absolutely, it's on. I tell you what, there's nothing wrong with Diswood's Liberace, let me tell you. He's managed to keep his nose in front, but also to remember, gentlemen, that the leaders are coming up to this battle, so we'll keep an eye on this. The leaders are fast approaching this battle. Stint time is still 40 minutes away, says Twitchy. Thank you for that. Thank you to Banana Josh, resubscribing for 6 months on the Kit Buyers channel at a tier 1 level. And he's been subscribed for 6 months. We do appreciate the support out there across all platforms, of course, on NZ Sim Racing on YouTube and Trackspot TV across both Twitch and YouTube as well. So Kilroy now, the battle continues. There's so much spray. I'm waiting for rainbows to start forming. Do we have to deploy? Do we need the marshals out there, Chuck Norris, or do we have to deploy some lifeguards? But we are hearing that the rain is easing up in 30 minutes, and that is a very funny line through that corner from Kilroy there. But I think he is letting our race leaders through here at the moment, Cam.
Yeah, it does look like it. You know, it's about that crossover point where some of the teams are a little bit quicker than others, and likewise some teams have pitted a little bit earlier than some of the other teams around them too. So it's just about making sure that you maximise not only the most out of your lap, but making sure that you prioritise where you're going to let faster cars go through, because obviously we get blue flagged in the virtual world too. So it's just about making sure that it's safe, and when you let them go, just make sure to give them plenty of room, and it's normally all good. And I think the beautiful thing about Indianapolis here is you've got so many opportunities to let them go and not lose too much time, especially with the two back straights, and you can go a little bit deeper into a corner, or you just tuck yourself onto the inside, as we saw Willstar there as he was coming out of 16 onto the home straight. Did you guys see the rear of that car kind of rear out a little bit? I was a bit worried that it was going to go round for a minute, but nah, it looks like he's the goods at the moment. He's got his foot to the floor. He's on the back of XL here, so XL wouldn't be too far away from getting out of the way. We've seen he's been pretty good so far on the broadcast and during the race. So yeah, Willstar is about to give that past, and that gap to Andrew is just continuing to grow.
More sideways there than a crab with commitment issues, as we see Willstar just down the inside of AUSNZ. Yeah, they're dad jokes. I qualify for dad jokes now, Mike. I've got a couple of kids now, as we see Willstar, our leader, getting through there, Mike. It possibly one of the better places to get through on this track, of course, leading onto the Mag Straight. But Willstar now has AUSNZ. Looks like a Microsoft Excel file name saved, doesn't it? That particular name. Like you said, Mike, I don't know where these drivers think up these names from, unless you're like me and created my PSN ID username when I was about 13 years old. Kit buyers. Great stuff there. Too much information there. But Simon Bishop now 10 seconds behind the Muffin Man, who's got Viper for company here. So the gaps are forming, but Noodles... Now, I need your attention, Mike, because look how close this battle is getting now.
Yeah, this is good, isn't it? Really, really is good to see a good scrap going on there, keeping everyone honest and some decent honest-to-God racing. And that's what we've seen here. We've heard about the little call out there from the turn 7, lap 1 in, so get it right eventually. It's really interesting about that little earliest thing. We can almost forgive it because it was, turn 7, lap 1 at the end of the day. But other than that, the driving standards has been very, very good. There's been some respect out there. There's been obviously some blue flags for some of the cars going through. I said as we were going through that the whole field of the past the 1.5 hour mark that we were all on the same lap. Not the case, of course. We've got to get it right and have a look at the gaps now. We're starting to see some of these cars getting the lap call, the blue flag there for them. The light comes up on the inside of their vehicle, so they know that the car behind them was obviously the leader or a position or a lap ahead of them. And really, you've got to keep your wits about you. That doesn't mean to say that it's all over for you, because we've got 2 hours, 38 minutes still to go. You've just got to pick it up. You've just got to go better. You've just got to go faster, and you've got to have that commitment. And we've seen this little scrap you mentioned there, Trev, with Noodles there in the BMW taking on the Aston, and he really has got the bit between his teeth. And the Binger King driver, I think that's Binger behind the wheel in the Kings 1 team, and his machine, he's really given it a go. In fact, that's the Nissan, and great to see the Skyline out there being represented. So Noodles and Binger with his nose in front there at the moment. Noodles there behind him, and of course in front of Binger is Brett Wanton, the GC Racing and the mighty old Mustang. So not a huge gap between those 3 cars there, and it could all end up badly if they make that silly sort of mistake. So keeping that concentration level up. But can you believe it though, Trev, sorry, of course, with no sleep and the new baby. But can you actually believe it? We're getting very close. We're 7 minutes away from 2.5 hours still to go. 1.5 hours completed. I can't believe how fast this is going.
Oh, sorry, I nodded off there. No, just kidding. No, I am operating on less sleep than usual, but it's funny. Your mind does funny things to you after a few weeks of it, let me tell you. It almost becomes a challenge to see what you can achieve and what you can do on less sleep. But, well, boy, my voice just broke as well. But we are approaching the 2 hours 30 mark. Big thank you, Mike and Cam, to everybody, of course. Get amongst the chat. If you haven't already, keep that interaction happening both on Twitch and YouTube. Please let us know where you are watching from. What are you thinking of this race so far? And a big shout out to Mojo Joe 11354. My goodness, that's a mouthful, isn't it? For following a couple of minutes ago on the Kid Buyers Twitch. Smoked Ham.
Sorry, what was his name, mate? What was his name?
Mojo Joe 11354. Boy, that's a mouthful, like I said, Mike, and Pacific Esports Racing something or other as well. So a big shout out to those people supporting us on both Twitch and YouTube as well. Binger there taking a wide line through that particular corner, and of course this broadcast powered by the team at trackspot.tv, and head over to trackspot.tv. And boy, they go big things ahead, let me tell you, for TrackSpot TV, and as well as Mega Esports, not just sim racing, Mike, but also real life racing events, and tied in with Hoon Corp as well. But big shout out to everybody out there watching. We did crazy numbers on Friday, of course, across both Twitch and YouTube, and even better at the moment. And let's have a quick look here at, well, we've looked enough at Binger King. There's more drivers in this race, CP Greenie. And what we might do, gentlemen, please let us know in the chat. We might put it out to the viewers, Mike. Let us know as we approach the 2.5 hour mark remaining in this race. Who do we want to go on board with, Mike? 90 minutes in, no onboards yet. So please let us know, Mike, and hopefully we can we might duck off and have a pit stop of our own, and just hear these cars in their natural form from an onboard point of view.
Well, it's got to be a V8 car. I mean, most of them are anyway. It's got to be something pretty cool, pretty grunty. I'll tell you what, why don't we go and jump on board with the leader? Because winners are gritters. We've got the 27 car running around there. We'll start behind the wheel of the V8 Vantage Aston Martin GT3. If we don't sit on board the winner, or the leader, I should say, not the winner. is that right, or is that too soon? I don't know. But if we don't jump on board the leading car, I think something's probably wrong with us. See how they're doing it. We can have a good view. We can see how he's managing to get himself to the front of the field in this one. And there's a cup of tea in the lie down time. Let's jump on for a few laps. That'll give us a 5-minute break, guys. And I'll tell you what, I think people are out there wanting to go, will they just shut up and let us watch the race cars? And who better to do it than with the FTSC car, Team 1 of Willstar and the AMR V8 Vantage GT3. Hold on tight, guys, because this is a cracking spot to be in, and we've got just over 2 hours and 30 minutes to go.
Well, we're going to shut up. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Cam. We are going to leave you with a lap of this Indianapolis Motor Speedway on board with our race leader, Willstar. We'll be back in just a few short moments. Stay with us. This is round 2 of this championship, the 4 Hours of Indianapolis, with thanks to Mega Esports. We'll be back in a few moments' time.
Schedule in some interviews a little bit later, but yeah, Porsche's been sending me DMs non-stop and is now asking the chat, so we'll go into this recording. So if we organise interviews, we'll schedule it. But I reckon we'll try and power through this one, and then we'll just do interviews at the end, if you guys are with that.
How good is that? Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Well, you got your value for money there, didn't you? You didn't just get one lap on board with our race leader. They got two. As let's have a look at this battle as it continues now. You join us back on commentary at a very, very critical time here, Mike Howe, because the race lead is up for grabs. Who is going to be the bravest, the last of the late breakers here? OP with Distinct Andrew, who's been in the wars, as we've heard in the opening 90 minutes of this race, but he is all over the back of Willstar here. As we'll get to Mike in a moment, but Cam, and is there anyone alive out there? No, just kidding, but Cam, this battle for P1 is heating up. And let me tell you, look how close it's getting now. Andrew taking a wider line here onto the main banking, onto the start-finish straight. He is lining up a move here.
Yeah, Andrew's been clawing out a lot of time. He almost had 3 seconds, I think he dropped off, and he's just been stretching the legs on that thing. It's the power behind that Merc, whether it's how comfortable he's starting to feel now, whether he's really just in that groove, or whether Willstar's made a couple of small mistakes over the last few laps. We're not too sure there, but Gab's down to 3/10. Andrew's right on the back of that bumper now. So it's going to be a lot of spray for Andrew to deal with, and you know, one small mistake, one aero adjustment that might have been made could be the costly error there. But Willstar, he went quite deep there coming out of, or coming into 8 out of 7. And Andrews managed to make his way through.
Well, speaking of mistakes, we saw one there. Who blinked first? It was Willstar. And he lets Distinct Andrew through. And the pace of these drivers in these cars, they are professionals at what they do. I always say I could live to be 150 and still not drive as fast as these guys. But in the wet, I am speaking to a multiple sim racing esports champion, QRT, KRL, as well, Cam, but how difficult is it, especially in close proximity to another car? You get the spray, don't you? So the visibility is very ordinary, but what is it like trying to keep that thing on the road, which is literally becoming a boat with the rain we've had?
Yeah, the rain's very, very tricky. A lot of these drivers would be in that groove by now. You know, the rain's been around for, I dare say, we've had this level of rain for, say, 45 minutes or so now. But it still looks like we got it for another half an hour, so this is going to go all the way through until the pit stop cycle. But the one thing I think I'm more eager to see is, obviously we've got rain decreasing from medium rain in about 30 minutes. It's been there for a little while now. But are we going to see these dry conditions come in, and are we going to have a dry end to the race? Because if we, you know, go backwards in time a little bit to the way that things were in Bathurst, we had an insane amount of rain for that first, what was it, half hour, 45 minutes of the race. And then that rain disappeared for that full middle portion. And then it came back for that final half an hour, and it was tricky. We saw a lot of drivers struggling through that one. But obviously on screen we've got Binger King, and he was our wet weather specialist. He was driving slick tyres around Mount Panorama in the pouring rain, where it was almost raining sideways. And it didn't seem to faze him at all. So it's good to see him out here tackling it this time. Looks like he's got the wet weather boots on, and he has for a while. But I'm just looking forward to seeing how the next half hour, even the next 2.5 hours goes, Trev. Are we going to see the rain continue? Is it going to ease off? How are we going to go for pit stops? Are we going to see different strategy calls being made? There's so much that we want answers to, but we just won't get them.
Well, you are literally made of questions, Cameron Norris, because there are so many of them at the moment. And for all of our viewers at home, I love it when Cam gets that slightly mischievous sound in his voice. What are we going to see here? What are we going to see here? He just gets that tone of voice, and that's what I love about this, because there are so many questions that remain unanswered, of course. Binger King, we did see him, didn't we, on those slick tyres in a Nissan around Bathurst. It sounds naughty, doesn't it? It sounds like something you shouldn't be doing. But CP Greeny is just ahead of him with some fairly serious, Mike, looking cosmetic damage to the front of that Ford Mustang, but it doesn't seem to be slowing him down too much. He's still there in P8, sitting pretty, and he's also got the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, that's right, and that was established earlier in the part, obviously before the track went wet. So he's going to have work cut out for him. But again, it's one of those things, Trev. We're not even half. Can you believe it? We're not even half race distance. Although it only feels like 10 minutes ago the lights went out on the track here at Indianapolis. So been a fantastic start to this one, but yeah, you're right, CP Greedy, a lot of damage on the front end of that Mustang, so hopefully the car's not too badly shaken up and beaten up, but he certainly looks like he's on pace. And just going back to what we were talking about, I heard you guys talking about there with Binger at the Bathurst race. We've got a couple of contenders in the pits now. I'll just quickly talk about Binger though, because he actually did the 6-hour race by himself. And when it started raining, I think he was he's come up on the Discord a little bit later on, and he actually said that when the rain started, we've got a turnaround.
Yep, bits are missing. He's around. Oh, what happened there? And he's reversing down the start finish straight. Oh my goodness me. Talk about living life on the edge. I'm onto my second can of Red Bull, and there's a warning on these cans, 2 cans max daily. And I thought I was living on the edge, but facing the wrong way down the main straight at Indianapolis. He's actually going the right way there if he was in the Indy 500, Mike, but he's going the wrong way if he's in this race here this afternoon.
Well, it didn't happen by himself. He had a little bit of help going around there. I actually so keen on seeing how the Merc was going to unfold itself. I didn't actually pick up on who had turned him around there, but rest assured, our clerk of the course will have a good eye on that one. Luckily, we have managed to avoid any safety car or yellow flags come out or anything like that. But I was accused of the commentator's curse just a few minutes ago there about mentioning that it's been a long time in the green there of going through the messages. And look, it's one of those things. You and I we can say whatever we want. Cam can say whatever we want because it's going to have no bearing at all on what the drivers actually do or what happens on the track. But it's great to see a good recovery there from the Merc. Now we were talking about the Mustang there with the big damage on the front, of course, with CP Greeny in 7th place. But just because we're talking about him, old Bits and Missing says, hey, come on, what about me? I want my time. I know you guys are close. And sure enough, he puts his hand up there and he says, yeah, have a look at me. But I was just talking about Binger. You guys were mentioning the Skyline. And Binger actually said after the Bathurst race here, he said in the Discord that he'd been driving for the whole 6 hours. He hadn't had much in the way of a break, if at all. And there is the Skyline. And he didn't realise it was raining. And so Greeny, now Greeny's trying to get some time in the limelight there, and Binger just makes an easy pass on him. He said that his head wasn't right. He'd been driving for too long. He didn't realise it was raining. People were saying to him, it's raining, change your tyres, come into the pits, and he just didn't click on it until he had the big oopsie. And then when he realised what had happened, he had a big oopsie at Bathurst, and he just wasn't fit to drive. So he actually put the car in the pits and retired for the last part of the race. So, there is such a thing as too much sim racing. We're sitting there in a little area, they're turning the wheel and pushing pedals, and you think, really, it can't be that hard. But these drivers, and I don't want to say this, Cam, I don't want to say this in a way that sounds silly, because it's unusual for me not to do that, but in all seriousness, these are elite drivers. These are almost athletes out there. Their mind is so focused on what they're doing, and I mean, you yourself, like Trevor said, you've won various championships. You're very, very regarded as an outright sim racer yourself, but I mean, it's the mental exhaustion, isn't it? Your head literally, mentally, you put so much on there that even the simplest things like it's raining, put tyres on, it just, in this case for Bingo, last time I should say at Bathurst, it just didn't work for him.
Yeah, fatigue is such a big thing, and you look at the real world as well, and obviously they've got limitations on, they've got their drivers bracketed into certain car classes as well. I think they run gold, silver and bronze. Instead we run Pro-Am or Pro-Am and Am. The real world, their driver brackets, they get allocated a certain amount of total hours, but within that they're only allowed to drive a certain amount of hours in one go. So say they're gold drivers in real world, if you're doing a 24-hour race, they might be able to race upwards of 8 to 10 hours or so, but in one time slot they're say only allowed to run 3 hours at a time. That's just to ensure that once you do, say, your 3-hour slot, you jump out and then you've got to have that mandatory time outside of the car. And fatigue in all of that is such a big thing. And in the sim racing sides of things, sometimes we decide to go, oh, you know what, let's just run 6 hours straight like Binger did, with no breaks and stuff like that. And you notice the fatigue really starting to settle in. You know you're in it for the long haul. You keep looking at how long do we have left in this race, and dare say Binger would have been doing that. He probably got 2 hours in and was like, oh, we've still got 4 hours to go, all right, no worries. And then he'd look at the time again and go, okay, 3 hours to go, all right. You know, it's such a big factor in all of it. And you know, I personally went through that struggle last year too. I did a Road America 24-hour. We did it as a two-man team, and my teammates pedals decided they didn't want to be pedals anymore. So I think I drove the last, I think it was like 12, 14 hours or something, just flat out by myself, no breaks, just all the way to the end. And I was struggling. And out here, even if it's a 4-hour race or 2-hour race, you notice the fatigue just eats at you real quick. Once it settles in, you know it's not going to let up, and it's all just downhill. And that's where mistakes happen. You know, whether you run wide or you spin out or you end up in a fence and you're like, oh, how did I get here? Or even down to simple things like coming into the pit lane, making sure that all your tyre pressures are accurate all the time. Sometimes you've got a teammate in your ear going, oh man, can we have the pressures at this, this and this? You've got to try and work all that out while you're fatigued, trying to keep it out of a barrier and all that kind of good stuff. So yeah, I got massive props to everybody that participates in endurance races, because it takes a lot out of you.
Yeah, well and truly said, mate, and that's one of those things, isn't it? You've really got to keep yourself fresh. You've got to have your energy drinks. You've got to have your food, and how you can do that when you're in a sim rig. I mean, especially as a solo driver for 6 hours, it's virtually impossible unless you've got a really good support network around you. If you have to do all your own driving, I just happened to have a quick look in the pits a little while ago, just while you were talking there, Cam. I noticed too that the 11 car there of Chippington and Aaron Thomas in the TTR East car actually came in for a pit stop. Now I've got a feeling that's for fuel. I've got a feeling that the car needed service. It won't be for tyres. I don't think the wets really wear that much in these conditions. I stand corrected, but nonetheless, the Aaron Thomas has jumped back behind the wheel, guys, and we know that this was the car that was leading in the early part of the start of the race here, coming up close to 2 hours ago. Can you believe it? Down in 18th place at the moment, and we saw Aaron Thomas jump in behind the wheel. He started racing. We saw that safety car come out. We saw the rain come in. This was a car that came into the pits immediately when the rain came down. And not only did they change tyres, they changed drivers as well. So you can see the TTR graphic there, beautifully turned out Ford Mustang. And Chipperton's done a huge job there. He's done a fantastic job, hour and a half behind the wheel, because Thomas only lasted, I think, better part of 30 minutes. So very, very smart. We're just talking about driver fatigue. And I'll tell you, he would have had, so Aaron Thomas would have gone through all the pre-race nerves, he would have gone through all the stress and everything, and he's gone out and done a drive, had the little, not that he had an issue, but obviously saw the issue, safety car and the rain, and of course as soon as the wet came down, first car to come into the pits, not just do the tyres though, Trev. Very, very smart team, this one. Down in 18th place at the moment, but I'll tell you, I don't think it's going to be anywhere near 18th place at the end of it for our M team. They really are doing a cracking pace.
No, I think there's still plenty to play out here for Aaron Thomas. They are really well and truly set up for the final half of this race. And you can see there TT coming into the pits. 257, the Mustang entry there for GC Racing, as we see Aaron Thomas there. And track temperature is at 25 degrees, I should say. Air temperature 22, and still no sign of this rain letting up. And once we do see some lighter rain, we'll see that racing line start to dry up. And who will take the gamble on slick tyres first? That's going to be interesting to see how it goes. But we are almost into the second half of this race. And you mentioned, Mike, these wet tyres will hold up slightly longer, of course. You would think around this racetrack with 2 hours and 15 minutes to go. There are some incredible battles happening there. How close is it as well? P4 to P10 roughly within 14 seconds of each other. But the real action, as we see Viper, Liam is in the pits, CP Greeny there with him, as we'll have a look at the front battles here. It's not really a battle, is it? There's 3.6 seconds between this man, Distinct Andrew, across the line into lap 60. And you can see there's some traffic in front of him there, Cam. And he's going to have to swim through these guys pretty quickly, isn't he, if he's going to maintain that gap back to Will Star in P2.
Yeah, like the lifeguards keep telling me, swim between the flags, otherwise, you'll get eaten by Bruce the Shark. But little do they know, I'm Chuck Norris, Trev, and, Bruce the Shark will just quietly swim away. Andrew's swimming between the flags here, is finding his way through, and the drivers are allowing him to go. Obviously, if they were in his position being blue flagged or coming up on blue flag drivers, they'd love to be let through in a timely fashion as well. And I think that's the beauty of all these guys on the track is, they acknowledge, I'm being blue flagged, I don't quite have the pace here or here. I'll let them go on this corner and, not hold them up in any regard. And, all these drivers obviously raced against each other for a few seasons now. Some of the drivers have raced against each other for a few years now. And, you start to get used to where people are quicker and a little bit slower and how are you going to let them through. And you just know, it's almost like that telepathic sense, You're like, I'm going to go down the inside here and they'll know what I'm doing. And then they'll go through. So Andrew, though, looks like he's right on the back. As I say that, Mick Yoza, he's taken an outside line. I think he's coming in to serve that drive-through penalty for the contact on the home straight with the 77.
Yep, McOz there. McOz had a McOz for lunch yesterday there. That's why I've got it on my mind. But the only dry thing in this race is my sense of humour, because that rain is still pelting down at a rapid rate of knots. There was a drive-through penalty, as you mentioned, Chuck, there for car number 999. No, I'm not German, I'm Australian, for contact with car number 77 on the home straight. But it appears that Distinct Andrew has got through most of the traffic there. But Mike, as you can see, he's coming up behind Sparky now, but that gap is down to 2.5 seconds. So the traffic is costing Distinct Andrew. Having said that, though, Mike, Will Star will have to also negotiate this traffic, hopefully not, though, through the infield section of this course.
Yeah, it's a big equaliser traffic. It's one of those things, they say rain is a big equaliser, but at the end of the day, it is traffic. It certainly does hold you up. You have to be very careful too, because it is the passing is the onus of the person doing the passing, not the person being passed. So even in the lap of when you're being lapped and that, you get the blue flag and everything like that. Distinct Andrew in the Mercedes-Benz, he's a very, very clever driver, and himself and Twitchy in Team QP, they really will hold this one together. They'll take the right time, they'll take the right lines and show the right amount of patience. You're right though, the gap back to second place there, back to Will Star, 2.2 seconds, and with traffic starting to come into play, it's an easy time to make a mistake, and just in front of them you see a few problems happening as well. So they've got to work around those slower paced cars. And in fact, I think that Mustang made it fairly easy there for Distinct Andrew to make the lap pass there. Now Will Star's got to try and get himself into position as well to make it nice and clean. In fact, he's pulled that off nicely. And all down the start-finish straight, it can easily go bad. And that's what you don't want to happen as we get 2 hours and 11 minutes yet to go with just about half race distance. Gosh, it's close. So there you go. No commentator's curse on the green flag we were talking about before, or safety car. So, can't be us. It must be the drivers. Here comes Will Star, though. Look at him go in that mighty old machine, though. The AMR V8 Vantage GT3 in second spot at the moment. So he's really doing a good job, and still 2.2 seconds back to the race leader, Distinct Andrew, as they try to find themselves some track position as the stone towel goes off. Now, we don't know which one of the stone towels it is that's actually driving, but I have good authority that they're brothers. So you got to start thinking which way that sort of how plays out. The stoned towel and the brother, so doing a great job. Anyway, to get out of the way, it doesn't hurt the race pace at the moment, so they've got plenty of things to think about there as they get themselves through. But still that battle. In fact, it's just dropped back a little bit now. Will Star's down to 2.8 seconds back behind Distinct Andrew in the lead. So the passing the traffic may be hindering them more than we were perhaps giving credit for in that one. And Andrew in the Mercedes-Benz has got it to do. But now we start to see bits of missing there. And the mighty old in his rocket, he's got John O'Stan not too far behind him, and we know that John O'Stan there in the Mustang, it's a very, very, very good driver himself, and Nemo in this third of the BCG team. and bits are missing in the Mercedes-Benz, looking very, very sharp. So they're third down in 17th and 18th place respectively at the moment. The bits are missing car there comes hard and hot into that hard right-hander. Jono Stan's got to really try and look for some way to make no, he says no, it's time for some tyres, some petrol, and maybe a cup of tea. And he says to Nemo, he says, hey mate, yeah, chuck your helmet on and get yourself all ready, because the car comes into the pits for a pit stop. Now during this time they'll obviously have worked out how much gas they're going to chuck in these things. Let's be honest, it's 2 hours to go. They're going to fill it to the brim as they go past. In fact, just go through the safety car. It saves a lot of time, doesn't it, if they get themselves down there. So Jono Stan and BCG with the teams out there. There's the Stone Towel. They're sitting in spot there at the moment. The lights are on. Everything's all ready to go. We won't literally see the doors open or the tyres change. It's a sim race here, let's be honest. But they're out there doing it, if you can imagine it. And Binger's had a problem. Oh, dearie me. Binger's gone bang, and he's trying to get himself back on the track. It was the hard little section there, the right, left, and he's managed to get himself the double apex left-hander. That catches out so many people through the right-hander down the short straight now. As we see the old pit board start to light up. We've seen a couple of cars come in just recently, and including the Mustang we saw earlier on there too, with Anthony back behind the wheels. Sorry, Aaron Thomas up to 14th place now though, guys, there. So he will have, Binger's not having a good time of it at the moment. What's going on? Our man from Bathurst, who just about got through the 6 hours without a problem. He's struggling for some reason here at Indianapolis. Cam, what's going on here, mate? We're close to 2 hours in. We know the calibre of Binger. He's not a teenager anymore, but by golly, he proved himself very capable at Bathurst. But now he's looking, in fact, now, Cam, it looks like he's coming in. Could that have been a tyre-related issue while he was so horrible?
Yeah, it could have been a tyre-related issue, or maybe he's got a little bit of damage or something like that that's kind of causing some problems. But you know what, I'm with Binger here. I think it's a smart choice to come in. You know, you're coming to the end of your stint timer. You know, you've been running for almost 2 hours, or, you know, close to half of the race so far. It's about time, you know, utilise that mistake and the time you've lost there to come into the pit lane, maybe do a driver swap, or even fill the car back up, put some fresh boots on, and do like a mental refresh, just to kick on. Otherwise, if you pushed on another few laps, you're going to be pitting on a good lap over the lap where you've lost a lot of time. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a driver swap here for Kings 1, but looks like we've got a bit of a battle here going on into turn 1 between Hoon Corp 2, and we've got GC Racing and Cactus 1 just behind. I believe they were blue flags.
Yes, you can see, a spare a thought for Binger too, because he has been in the wars, hasn't he? He was in P6, wasn't he? Then went down to P9. He lost about 15 seconds. He did tag Greeny when he was coming back on from an earlier incident. And there could be, I don't know about this, Mike, but there could be a potential post-race penalty there for an unsafe rejoin. So we're also seeing a few of these stop-go 30 penalties as well, Mike. So that's interesting to see as well. Some of these drivers are falling foul of the pit stop, pit lane, potentially pit lane speeding limits. It's not quite either that or track limits, but I've got a feeling it might be the first one. As Nismo, was that Nismo going off the circuit there once again? Well, I don't want to ask, Mike, what is happening there in the bedroom or the room next door to you, but Nismo has been in the wars as well himself over this previous lap. He lost out to TT, and he's just having a bit of a job here with these tyres, keeping that car on the road.
Yeah, well, he's not too far away from a pit stop at the moment. I know he's probably another 5 or 10 minutes to go before they're going to come in. I think they're going to pit pretty much on the 2 hour mark. So, yeah, he was complaining the front end. In fact, you see the guy behind him just had a little bit of a howler as well. I think that's Al Dusty in 12th spot there in the AGT car. That's actually was the fastest lap recorded so far. But yeah, look, he's saying the front end isn't too good. It's one of those things. I've been playing with brake balance on the Aston. The problem is if they put too much front brake, it can make the rear lively, and Cam will know what that all means. I'm sure you do too, Trev. You're quite learned in this sort of thing. But it's one of those things, isn't it? And he's really good on the wet 99 times out of 100. But to be honest, yesterday his co-driver there, Dub True, was actually very, very good on the wet. He was about a second and a half faster in the wet and that's where I know the 143s are quite a good time. I had a look, I poked my nose in, and we had a quick break a little while ago, and Nath was driving around and obviously constipating or concentrating, one of the two. I always get confused on those words. He was very, very focused on what he was doing, but Dub True was saying that he's reporting the front's just not where he wants it to be. But, you know, that's the way it is. Everyone's on the same thing. Just because he's one of the Hooncorp Esports team here, he's just as susceptible to the conditions as anybody else at what's part of the Mega Track Sport TV, Mega Esport, Hooncorp Esport events here at Indianapolis. But guys, we are starting to count it down now. We're only 4 minutes away for the 2-hour mark. Half race distance, can you believe it? And I'll tell you what, it's sit up and take notice time at the moment, because Distinct Andrew, he is pulling away from Willstar. We know the previous race leader really had the pace here, but the Mercedes-Benz there, Cam, the Distinct Andrew 726 car, he really is starting to make this thing look very, very racy, and he's slowly eking away. Now, this is the thing that you see with an endurance, isn't it? You don't necessarily want to get out there and be scorching around doing lap record times, but if you can slowly start extending that lead, I think we've got a very, very good contender here with Andrew and Twitchy, and we'll see how it all goes. I was actually having a look at the BCG boys there too, to try and pick up where Sidog and Mintmat were. They've actually dropped down to 8th place. I've got a feeling they've just recently come in unsighted for a pit stop there, chuck some boots on it and some gas at almost half race distance. And as we say that, another car coming into the pits here. We've got a few of them in the actual pick. Noodles there, and the BMW. We've got Matt Danidi as well. In his BMW, we've got Morton Nick, and the Mustang is in the pits there, and the 77 car there, Bits of Missing, is out in the pits as well, in the Mercedes-Benz. So Cam, busy time, almost exactly 2 hours to go. It's almost a schedule, isn't it? Half race distance. It's a great time for a pit stop, and for those that can do a driver change, it would be very, 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 very welcome relief.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's one of those ones where, you know, some of the teams might have sat back and gone, you know what, we'll just go hour by hour and we'll swap over each interval. But other teams are running a different strategy where they'll just have one driver do the first half and they'll have the second driver do the second half. So we might see some new faces onto the standings there that we haven't quite seen so far. And I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do, because, you know, they've been sitting there for give or take, you know, the 2 hours now. They haven't run any laps. They've been watching and just observing and helping their team throughout the race so far. But they're going to be coming out onto the track. It's wet, you know, although conditions are trying to ease up a little bit. It's tricky out there. And, you know, we saw a comment from Wilco in the chat before about Binger when he made that mistake. You know, abusing those curbs a little bit too much does cause them to lose pressure very quickly, which then can in turn cause you issues going through some of the sweeping corners that we have around here. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what strategies are still yet to play out. You know, that lead that Andrew has currently got is growing a little bit more. But, you know, at the same time, I feel like Willstar's probably coming to the end of his double stint. He's been in since the start of the race, and so is Andrew. So, you know, they're going to be a little bit fatigued, but, you know, still trying to maximise the most out of it before they come into pit lane and do a driver swap.
Oh, very smart move too from these drivers. They think so very much. I just had a look earlier on. I saw the TTR East Mustang, the 11 car, who's currently down, I believe, in about, oh golly, just trying to pick up 14th place. Had a little bit of a spin, no harm, no foul there for Aaron Thomas as the pits start to get full. We start to see plenty of cars going on there. Also, just a little bit of off-microphone conversation we've got going on there as well. These pit stops, we're not doing pit lane driver penalties here. We're not doing the drive-throughs, I should say, without good reason. The reason is it's such a long transit through the pits that it's over like 80 odd seconds to get in and come out. You know, it's over a minute that these drivers are losing. So you're not coming into the pits unless you've done something jolly bad. And I'm sure Captain Muffin's just coming in there for a cup of tea, maybe some gas and tyres. So don't worry about that. And also another good note there too from eagle-eyed clerk of the course, who said that the BCG 1 car there, which is which is Zydog and Mintmat in 7th place at the moment, actually came in about 15 minutes ago for service, unsighted. They stuck in through the radar. They said, we don't want these guys to see us doing it. Put up the camouflage tents there, and none of us saw it as Zydog and them have come in, and they've done a driver change, they've put the boots on, they've done the gas, they've done everything they need to do. So it's just, again, tricky stuff there coming from that car number 1, currently in the position number 7. So that's cool. And actually it turns out that it's not them, it's a car in front of them, which is the second of the BCG boys, Norman Noodles, in the 76 car. In 6th place is the first car on the track, guys, that's actually done their required pit stops. Literally, if they could conserve and look after, they could go right to the checkered flag now from what the regulations say. Now, we both know, Trev, that's never going to be a thing, because who's going to last 2 hours in Indianapolis on one tank of gas and a set of boots? But that just goes to show how that stacks up between these two very, very good teams, BCG.
Yeah, still 2 hours to go, like you said, Mike. Still plenty to play out, of course, in the bigger scheme of things in this race, as we see plenty of pit stop action, as you'd expect, right on the 2 hour mark. Half the race gone, half still to go, said a very famous commentator for many, many years, as we now see Naked Blade come into the pit lane. We were looking at Distinct Geesh there for BSR1. And so the field just changing things up now. But look at this battle. Nick right up behind. I can barely see them in that spray. Speaking of the wet weather conditions, they are not showing any signs, not for the next 30 minutes at least, of slowing up, of easing up, I should say, anytime soon. As you can see now, Nick right up behind Al Dusty, who's got the fastest lap. He is in P10 at the moment, but for how long, we do not know, because you can see them coming around the famous banking here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Oh, he's gone too deep, Al Dusty, and that's going to give Nick a chance here, Cameron, to be all over the back of him through this Mickey Mouse chicane and then onto the start-finish straight. This is going to be close.
Yeah, this is going to be very close. Nick looks like he got a better drive out of 16 back onto the home straight. Looks like the car wanted to step out from him there for a minute, but thankfully he managed to hold on to it. But he looks like he's going to try and go for a move down the inside here, and I reckon he's got that easy done.
There we go. What does Ollie Behrman say on the team radio for Haas? Ciao. Or Nico Hulkenberg a few years ago. See you later. And there we go. Less than 2 hours to go. And boy, I talked that one up, Mike, and it just got done quicker than what I was expecting there. So we'll put that storyline to one side. Hello there, Mr. Smitty. Is this a driver change, Mike, for Hoon Corp 1 here? It certainly is. Ikatosh in that car. And they're sitting pretty, aren't they, inside that top 4 at the moment? And it looks like they're going to come out, Mike, in clear air as well.
Yeah, it's looking good for the boys. They've done a really, really good job. But just look at the length of time. You putt along at, 80 kilometres, 60, 70, 80 kilometres an hour at Indy, because they're going to drop through the ranks. They will fall like the proverbial stone for what feels like half an hour coming down that pit lane to get themselves back out onto the track. But yeah, great result there for Smitty and for Ika. They really are the cream of the Hoon Corp crop at the moment. But the boys doing the job, and like I said, they're so very generous with their time, so they can actually help each other out, help the other drivers out there in the team. And yeah, that's fantastic. I've just had a disturbing message come through from, I won't say from who, but he knows who he is. He's listening in. And he said, you know what, we need to make this action-packed at the moment, Cameron. And I think you probably know what words are going to come next. This nasty, nasty official, I cannot name him, has said we need a safety car. We need a safety car with 1 hour, 56 minutes to go.
No, well... Let's
not
just
my words.
Wait
No, it's not my words. I'm just saying.
So this person does wield a bit of power too, doesn't he, Mike? And and he put it this way: we won't name names, but anything we do say may be given in evidence. Let me just say that. But Cameron, a safety car, could we see it? Are we just going to pray to the racing gods? It would bunch the field up very nicely at the moment, Cam, but there's no race fixing going on here, surely.
Yeah, no, definitely not. But, I mean, you know, I do agree, though. A safety car would bunch the field back up. But what we are starting to see is the field is in some big clumps and big groups. And, you know, all it's going to take is for 2 drivers and 2 teams who are jostling for position to try and go past a blue flag driver, and a mistake to happen, and all of a sudden, before you know it, we're going to bite the words, but a safety car will be called on that one, I would dare say. But yeah, look, I mean, I'm very impressed, I've got to admit, so far with these drivers during these conditions. It's not easy driving around Indy in the dry conditions at the best of times, let alone these guys have been out here almost tackling these conditions for a good hour now, and they've still got probably another half hour easy, maybe even upwards of another hour in these conditions. So, maybe that, when it dries up again and everyone's going, full send and it's easier to drive and navigate, maybe that's where the mistakes are going to happen. Maybe they'll get through the rain spell all clean and no dramas at all when the dry comes out and the safety car's called instantly. You never know.
No, you never know.
I was going to ask you that question there, Cam. Sorry, mate. I was going to ask you that question. When the track does stop, I mean, we'll still see the rain coming down now as we watch Twitchy going through that long right-hander. But when the track does start to dry out, at what point will you sit back and say, okay, now it's time to change tyres? I mean, we've just seen a lot of the field, carry out the pit stops, and obviously they've all put the wet weather tyres back on because it'd be stupid not to. But at what stage, Cam, is it when the rain stops? We're told it will stop, or it should, hopefully, if the sim forecasting is correct. And then once the rain stops, obviously the track will still stay wet for a while. It'll start to dry out. The racing line will be important and keeping those tyres wet. At what point would you then say that it's time to change those tyres back to slicks?
Yeah, that's actually a good question. So the beauty, I think, of what we have in ACC and the tools that are given to us, not only from a commentator's perspective, but also a driver's perspective, they have all the gadgets of, when the rain is stopping, whether it's increasing or decreasing, the track state, all the weather, everything that we can see, they can see. So we've got a few different track states in ACC. Obviously, you've got completely flooded all the way down to wet. Then it goes up to a greasy track. That's when it's kind of a wet track, but it's still dry at the same time. But those are when it's the slipperiest conditions. When it goes one up from that to a green track, typically that's when you'll see drivers come in, get off the wet tyres, because greasy conditions, tyres will start burning up, but it's still a little bit too slippery for slicks. So they're going to have to find that nice crossover point between greasy and green to come in. But then again, they've got all the data for tyre pressures and how their temps are going, but the moment you start seeing them cook up, that's probably going to be the time to come in. So, yeah, as much as I'd bite the bullet when it goes greasy, these drivers might have some different answers to give me on that one.
Yes, and you almost need to watch potentially someone further down the field, don't you, gentlemen, who takes a gamble on some dry tyres if that rain does ease up, and just see what sort of times they can manage to do. But we do have many tools at our disposal, and if it all goes wrong, first thing you should not do is blame your tools. And you could hear our multiple esports sim racing champion Cameron Norris describing these track conditions. Dry, which is 0% wetness or dampness. That is very self-explanatory there. No moisture on the track. You know what I'm trying to say. And then we go greasy, damp and wet. And then there's very wet as well, which is when it is raining. Very close to these conditions now with 1 hour and 51 minutes remaining in this race. Where has the time gone on our Sunday afternoons? Let's just recap here what is going on. Twitchy leads, Fly Sky in second, Geesh, Norm, then it's Mint Matt there. Haven't called their names too often. They have cleared their pit stops, of course. Mint Matt in that car along with Simon Bishop this weekend. TT there, they've done well. Matt Dinetti, who our pole position man, wasn't he? Slipped down the order early on in the race. Then Ikatosh, Immortan Nick, and Al Dusty there in P10. That is your top 10, and we are going to give a special mention to Mega Esports, not just doing some fantastic events in the world of sim racing, but also in real life. It's still a scary place for me, Mike, that real world, but there are some fantastic events being undertaken by the Mega Esports team, also with Hooncorp Esports there as well. And this broadcast as well, big shout out to TrackSpot TV. This broadcast, we would not be here without TrackSpot TV elevating the standard of sim racing coverage right across the world. But here we go, Al Dusty in P10 now, and these conditions are sticking around, Mike. We've still got 30 minutes at least of rain here, so we're still going to see rain potentially into the last hour of this race at the moment.
So what you're saying though is it's possible we're not actually going to see the fastest lap get any faster until pretty much the last half an hour or so here at Indianapolis, and I think that's quite amazing. We saw so early in the piece that the car that's currently in 10th place there with the hands of Al Dusty and the Mustang GT3 and the AGT team, they actually came through as fastest lap very, very early in the piece, but then the problems started to happen. The wheels started to fall off the pace that we had here at Indy. We had a safety car so early in the piece. Cars were trying to work out their strategies. How does that affect them? Then the rain came. There was plenty of warning that the rain was going to come, and indeed it did. So there's plenty to play for, and it's going to be very, very interesting finish. And like you said, Trev, where has the time gone? We've got less than 2 hours to go. In fact, we've got less than an hour 50 to go as we start to count down towards what will be coming up, well, a little while yet, probably the last pit stop for the day here at Indianapolis, and that is outstanding. I heard you do the shout out to Mega. You're right, Mega's more than just esports. If those have joined in here today to watch this fantastic racing in Indianapolis, if you're from New Zealand, Australia, or around the world, welcome to you. And you want to know what Mega's all about. Mega is a New Zealand company that's gone worldwide, can you believe it, in the whole motorsport structure, and it will start popping up. Mega Motor Racing will start popping up around the world, real-time racing. Currently in the Lemons form that get into it, budget class racing, then it moves into the Lime class, and watch out for 2026 where the cars will get no worry about $1,000 cars. There'll be no judges, no penalties. It will be fast and furious, moving up to the National Sanction Series recognised Pro Series, where it's done by time brackets. You can turn up in literally one of these cars. You could turn up in that BMW. You've got a lap time you cannot go faster than, and then there'll be a slower group and a slower group on the track at the same time. Obviously, safety is adhered to. They don't have a Morris Minor doing 5 miles an hour up against the Formula One car or anything stupid. But Mega is a thing here in New Zealand, in Australia soon, around the world. And I'll tell you what, if people want to be involved with motorsport around New Zealand, Australia, and indeed around some of the key big countries here that follow motorsport, get in touch with Mega, because those opportunities are literally available now for 2026. So hold on tight, you ain't seen nothing yet. Anyway, that's our little shout out for Mega. We're looking forward to some great racing, and that's why they're so keen to get behind esports, and that's why this team here with TrackSpot TV and of course myself, I get a chance to play commentator, where I'm normally the judge at the Mega Lemons events here around New Zealand at the moment. But I can tell you guys, you are on the precipice of the horizon. There is so much more coming, and look forward to some great racing in the very, very long future of Mega. All right, let's get back to the track here. Cam, we are starting to count down. We've got just over an hour and 3/4 to go. Tell me in your mind, mate, where these teams are at, what the drivers are thinking. We've just seen driver changes relatively recently. We should have, and the word here is should, we should have fairly fresh drivers behind the wheel of these cars. Tell us what they're starting to do. What are they starting to think about? You know, whereabouts are we at? They know what the conditions are likely to be. Just give us a little bit of an inside 101.
Yeah, so I'll give you 2 examples of, I'll say the short term as well as the long term goals that some of these drivers will have. And those are being, the short term goals is, let's get comfortable with the car. Let's slowly work on finding the limits. We're not going to go 100% straight away, but, let's drive at 90%. Let's just find out where we're going to be braking, how is the car handling in a bit of draft, where does it want to step out, those types of things. We just find out the braking points of the car and the setup and the conditions that are given to us, and we just slowly chip away at that lap after lap. But the longer term goals are going to be, is the rain going to be staying around for a long time? Do I need to get in more of a groove of saving fuel and tyres to be able to extend what we can do to hopefully mean that final pit stop is going to be a lot less than where it needs to be? Or are we going to try and sit back and go, okay, we're P16, for instance, with BCG4 at the moment. Our end goal, we want to try and say, creep up to the top 10. What do we need to do over the course of this final hour 45? What do we need to do in between that to achieve our end desired position that we want to go for? You know, and that also comes in terms of the short-term goals by, do we need to push more? Do we need to save fuel to go longer to hopefully, you know, chip away a couple of seconds or more over the course of a pit stop and the rest of the race? Or, you know, there's so many variables that you go into play with your short-term and your long-term goals, but I dare say a lot of these teams, especially the front runners, are looking more at the long-term goals at the moment, where when you start to creep a little bit further back to your top 10, to your top 20, they're all looking at the short-term goals. Can we make up a position, you know, in the next 20 minutes, or can we make up 2 positions in the next 30 minutes? Those kinds of things are definitely what goes through your mind as we see a couple of drivers starting to make mistakes now. They're all finding their way onto the grass.
They sure are. Speaking about making positions here, Maxi Naked Blade doing his best there to get out of the way. Let's have a look at Mint Matt. And whilst we're hearing from our resident professional sim racer Cameron Norris, plenty of titles under his belt, more than you can poke a stick at. He's got an achievements list in sim racing longer than my arm. And Mint Matt there, fast approaching Norm. And we'll get back to my arms in a moment because this is getting close here. And look at this, less than a second. It's BCG1 versus BCG2, Mike, and it's BCG2 in front of BCG1. A lot of BCGs there, but there's no love lost in the BCG Motorsport camp here with this battle.
Well, I don't know what the picking order is here on this one because you guys would probably know a lot more than me, but you know, it's seniority, all that sort of carry on. I was also going to ask a little bit later on, maybe, Cam, you know, with a lot of these multi-driver teams, they don't always have exactly the same machinery, but here BCG 1 and 2 are both in the BMWs, but not all of their cars are BMWs. But look at the scrap though, it's a cracker, isn't it? And we see Norm, I think, is behind the wheel of the 76 car, and Mint Matt in the 1 car there. Is he being held up? I suppose that's the question. Now, I'm pretty sure these teams will have comms to each other, and they'll be sitting there, you know, saying, well, mate, you're holding me up, get out of the way. There's sort of like a team blue flag if that is the case, because obviously the officials can't buy into this. There's nothing wrong. No one is doing anything wrong here. And as we say that, Norm does get out of the way. And like the consummate professional Mint Matt is, he'll just take that line and take it through. And Norm, no slow peddler himself. In fact, he's driven with us before years ago in Hooncourt when he was cool, before he had grey hair. So Norm just jumps out of the way, lets Mint Matt go through, and does what is required of a good teammate there to get him through. And now, of course, the 1 car up to 4th place on the track, guys. So this really is some excellent driving. We saw them go quite a ways down with the safety car, and of course with the wet weather coming out, for some reason they just dropped right off the pace. But now up to 4th place, making the pass on their teammate, who's actually pulling away. They're pulling away quite a bit there from them, Cam. I'm a little bit surprised at this. And the teammates, I would imagine they'll all run exactly the same setup, but is that necessarily the case? Have you raced in a team, and if you have, necessarily is your car identical to your teammate?
Yeah, so I've been racing with QRT Esports now for, I reckon I've been racing with them for about a year, and you know, the only times we've kind of ran the same car was when I was doing ACC sides of things. And we definitely work on the cars together. So within the team, obviously you all work on it, make sure it works for each and every single driver. But at the same time, you know, you might be passing that information over to another section of the team that is running the same car, and go, hey lads, you know, this is kind of what we produced. This is what we find is working for us, and you know, you just help each other with some feedback here and there, and at the end of the day, as long as the car set up and everything feels good for all the drivers that are driving that car at the time, I think that's the most crucial thing at the end of the day, because there's no point setting a car up for a driver or another team that isn't going to be racing said car for the 4 hours. So yeah, just making sure you work amongst each other, but you also bounce between each and every single driver in the whole team over respective cars to fulfill the goal of, you know, achieving a top 10 or even achieving the podium in the end.
Well, there you go. That's one of those things from a very, very experienced driver. I've just had a quick chat while Cam, you were explaining that, mate, and listening to you at the same time, because unlike most guys, I can multi-purpose, and of course I'll matchstick eyes there. Trev, he'll understand what that's all about. As this second one is keeping him happy through the nights, of course, because screaming babies are happy, healthy children. And I was talking to Nismo, and he's saying that there's a possible drop-off performance in the Aston. It may be they've got a little bit of engine damage, and it may be from an over-rev. So I'm not quite sure what's going on there, but not making excuses. He's the last guy to make an excuse, but 137 may have a little bit of engine damage here, and I didn't even know that was a thing in sim racing, but I suppose that anything's possible. They're very realistic type of thing, so they're just trying to work out if they can work that or do any sort of repairs during the pit stop. I don't know. Obviously I'm the newbie on the block when it comes down to this sort of stuff. All right, Trev, we are counting down, mate. We're just over an hour and a half away. We're already starting to see the rain is still coming down. We're already starting to see again cars diving for those extremely wet lines. They're trying to preserve these tyres because we know the rain isn't going to stop immediately, and even if it does, it's still going to be a case of wet track. But again, it's the first time for a little while, because it has been heavy rain. Maybe Trevor's starting to drop off, and we're seeing these drivers dancing for the real heavy wet water.
Yes, you can see there, you can see that line appearing as we take a look at car 444 being driven by both Randall and Team Little Bear. You can see there down in P26 by special request. Thank you, EXO and Rain of Fire. They wanted to check out their man, Team Little Bear, and Randall currently in that car. And a very young kid Byers used to go up to my dad and say, "Dad, the rain's coming down." And he used to just look at me and say, "I've never seen it go up, son." And that's where the dad jokes probably started for me. And I'm continuing on that tradition in 2025. But less than 100 minutes to go, Cameron Norris. Less than 100 minutes to go, Mike Howe. And you can see the track conditions. Oh, it's very ambitious, Cam, to say that they're improving and getting better. But could we finish this race? Are we going to see any full dry track conditions before the end of this race?
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. You know, obviously I've been, posted 5 kilometres away at some points in time, checking in with the weather as it was sweeping in early on. But it's a weird one. We've seen the rain decreasing on the 10 and 30 minute marker for quite a while now, and it doesn't seem to want to let up. So, it does beg that question. Are we going to see these conditions let up, or is this just going to carry us all the way through to the end of the race? But, I'm going to throw back to that age-old one that I've put out a few times over the course of this one, Bathurst, right? We had rain pouring down, worse than this, I reckon, for that first 45 minutes of the race, and then for the next few hours it was just clear skies, nice and sunny, and then that last 45 minutes of the 6 hour, the rain came back and the heavens opened up again. So maybe we've got a similar situation to Bathurst, except we had clear skies for that first half an hour. We'll have rain for the next 3 hours, and then we'll have clear skies for the final half an hour for a mad dash to the line. I think I'm just as clueless and interested as the drivers on the pecking order at the moment.
Yeah, you can see there, we're hearing that this rain really is teasing the drivers at the moment. We're wondering if it will dry up. And we are coming to you live across both Twitch and YouTube. Who said that men cannot multitask? No, Mrs. B, you're wrong, because we are multi-streaming here today across Trackspot TV on Twitch and YouTube, and NZ Sim Racing TV on YouTube as well, and Kid Byers on Twitch. As you can see, Matt Dinetti, our pole position man, currently up into P5. He has been, well, I reckon it's about time we made a song about him. That's how good he's been going in the world of sim racing. Full Throttle, it's called, the ballad of Matt Dinetti. Engines roaring, lights go green. Matt Dinetti's in the scene, foot to the floor, no fear in sight, chasing glory throughout the day or throughout the night. But that's a little teaser for you. I'll leave that one with you there. But we've got an hour and 35 to go here. And boy, ChatGPT Cam can do anything, can't it? But there we go. Forget about that song for Matt Dinetti. Gave you a little teaser, the first chorus of that. But 3.3 seconds now behind Mint Matt. There is Mint Matt. The one and only Matthew Simmons, of course, 2015 GT Academy champion. And I've really had a love affair with this man. I know that's a very strange thing to say on air, Mike, but he is a professional racing driver, of course. 2015 GT7 champion, of course, and working with Nissan. He's done a lot of work with Nissan there, so he is a very, very professional man, and not to be taken too lightly. As you can see, Geesh on his own there. He's got one of the BCG cars right behind him, but that is not for position. Hey, if you're out there lurking, please consider following our streams and all of our social media channels. We would love to have you as part of the community. But getting back to Twitchy here, Mike, let's just take stock and see what's going on here. We're approaching the 90-minute remaining mark. Lap 83 out of this race. I'm pretty sure we hit the famous 161 laps of Bathurst, didn't we, last time around? And but look at that, lap 83, as we're hearing that we've lost a car off of our timing sheets, Mike. We believe it's car number 257, GC Racing. They were in P5 and they have just been disconnected. Terrible luck for them.
Oh, no. Oh no, that's the last thing you want to have happen, is be disconnected. You know, it's just untimely for them. They were doing so well, and like you say, being so up there at that particular time as well. That is a crying shame. But hopefully, that's all over. Just going to fall through the results, aren't they? That they say it shows up obviously that it's in the pits, but that is a terrible thing there for them. What a great effort they put in there. Unfortunately, not going to go any further. And I don't know, Trev. That's when we're 2.5 hours into a 4 hour and have that sort of carry on happen, you just about want to cry into your cornflakes, don't you? But hey, look, that's the way it is. Unfortunately, we're down to the technical fantastics, and I suppose it's not unsimilar to a very, very modern race car. I won't say F1 too soon. Far too soon, Trevor. But I will not. This technology is not just in the actual driving of the real car on the track, but it can be the sim races can have technical glitches. I mean, we're talking about the possibility that 137's got engine damage in a sim race. How that happens, I don't know. So who knows? It can be a multitude of things. But we go back to Twitchy, who's doing a cracking job there at the moment. They really are trying to get themselves nose in front and stay in front. There's the DG there in third place at the moment in the Aston, and it just again goes to show that we've seen these drivers say, these are the cars to have. Mercedes, Aston, the cars to have, and there we're seeing at the front three. Then we've got 4th, 5th and 6th in the BMWs. So it just, again, it's one of those things. Aston in 7th place. Then we see the first of the Fords, the Mustang, in 8th place. Then we go to Jimbo there in the Kings 1 team there, and he's in 9th place, the first of the Nissans, the only Nissan on the track. Go down to the Mustang in the top 10. So, it just tells us that, in fact, it's good to see that Binger's got himself a teammate. So Jimbo's out there doing the driving with the Skyline, not making poor old Binger work his backside off like we saw at Bathurst. So whether that was the case at Bathurst last time, I do not fully know. But you can see Fly Sky there, who's having a good old scrap with him. It's a great race, those two cars. So be an interesting one to see how it plays out. I don't know if that's for position at this particular time. I don't think that it is, but nonetheless, it's one of those things, isn't it? They're out there having a great scrap, and I think that's one thing you'd like to have in a racetrack, whether it's a sim racetrack or a real-time racetrack. When you've got some quality time out there against a fast opponent, you do want to try and make yourself pick up, sit up, take notice, and have a good skid around you, and that's what we're seeing there at the moment. So some excellent pace going on board there, and of course the FTC car, the FTSC car, starting to pull away there and leave a fairly decent distance. So that was a lap pass there from Fly Sky, currently in 2nd place, and 84 laps completed. But get that, a 20-second lead back to 2nd place there to Fly Sky. That is a phenomenal gap there, Mercedes to Aston Martin, Trev. I'll tell you what, if that's with an hour and a half to go, it'll be very interesting if this track does dry out. Does it mean to say the Merc's still going to have the same dominance?
Well, that's an interesting question. Perfect segue too, Mike, because if you just alert your eyes to the top of that weather graphic at the top of our screen here on Assetto Corsa, you'll see that the rain is going from heavy to light in 30 minutes. Finally, it is easing up, this rain, and so that is going to be interesting to see. Will we see a dry finish to this race still? Jimbo there, flashing his lights at Fly Sky, as you said, Mike. This one is not for position, but Jimbo is all over him, look, as you can see them coming through here to complete this first sector at this Indianapolis infield motor speedway course. Opened in the year 2000, where we saw F1 return to the United States after almost a 10-year absence. And who would have thought back then that we'll have 3 Grand Prix in the United States, of course, Miami, Vegas, and also the Circuit of the Americas. And a big shout out to Voodoo, subscribing once again 26 months in a row, and it is fantastic. That is on the Kid Buyers Twitch channel. And Mike, we would not be here without the support of a lot of people, but it is always good to see that interaction in the chat, and plenty of people are also getting ready for a very exciting finish to this race. 90 minutes remaining, and I'm looking through the field here, Mike, to see what other battles we've got going on. As you can see, OTR then in the hands of Mark Ledwich. He is approaching, this is P20 and P21 respectively. One of the closer battles out on the circuit here. Mark in car number 77 is approaching Diswood there, but having said that, that gap is back to a couple of seconds there, and we're hearing as well, Mike, some great news that car 257, which was disconnected, like we mentioned a few moments ago, have joined back into the race, albeit they'll have their controls locked for 2 minutes. And that is going to cost them, but I guess every cloud, and we've seen enough clouds today, has a silver lining. And you see what I did there, but they will be back in the race, if nothing else.
Hey, I've just had a little note, you right, and good on them too. Good on them too. Don't let that define you. I'll tell you what, if you can't win the race, do the fastest lap, and I think that's well done there to you guys. I'm sorry for what happened to you, obviously, nothing to do with us, but still sorry. And I've just had a little note there dropped to me by Nismo, and he said, Jimbo, he said, going to unlap. He's going to unlap. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to unlap himself from Fly Sky, because obviously he needs to get in front of this car. Remember, there's a blue flag for Jimbo if Fly Sky is trying to pass him, but there's no reason why he can't actually... Oh, in fact, we see the Aston. I was just looking across here, just having a quick look on the other screen, and he's had a bit of a problem there, Fly Sky. So in actual fact, Jimbo's just gone and made a pass and not moved up a spot at all. Still a lap down on the leader. Now he's got a big job to go and catch up to Twitchy and unlap. And the reason for that, he's put SC. SC. If there's a safety car, Jimbo could potentially come back onto the same lap. Now, we talked about the lack of safety cars. We're not trying to wish a safety car on anybody at all, because we're not going to call a safety car for willy-nilly reasons. But if there is, and if Jimbo can get himself up to the back end of Twitchy and even past Twitchy, then should a safety car come out, guys, depending on their strategies, it could work very, very well for the Nissan. In fact, you've just jumped on board with Jimbo, and look at the gap he's got from Fly Sky already in the FTSC car. Now, that's second place car on the track, 3 seconds down from Twitchy. And that is no mean feat. But Jimbo, he is going for it. He's absolutely pinpoint and precise. He's a binger, absolute binger co-pilot there. He's doing a cracking job. And this is what we're seeing here at the moment. So he's going for it. This is a race within a race with just under an hour and a half to go here at Indianapolis in America. No problem. I don't quite know what that accent has to do anything, but it just sounded cool. All right, so that's Jimbo doing the business. But jumping back to the front of the field, though, Twitchy in 87 laps completed of Indianapolis. Can you believe it, Trev? 87 laps. We're 2.5 hours in, and there is the rocket. There is the mighty Mercedes, 20 plus seconds ahead of second place Fly Sky. So, you know, he's just doing it beautifully. That is a well turned out car. Let's watch him through the corners just for a couple of corners. He's smacking the apexes as he should. He's not riding ripple strips too hard. It's a hard thing to do, isn't it? And I'll probably bring you in on this one, Cam, if you're still sober. That, I mean, being Australian, but as you're coming through, there's a fine line to hit the apex, isn't it? But you don't want to ride those ripple strips into the corner, because that can really unsettle the car. And then as you're coming out there, obviously there's the wall at turn 16, but as you're coming out of the ripple strips, you don't want to go on the other side of the track, mate, and hit the other one, do you? Because that can really bring you unhinged.
Yeah, exactly. It's the simple things of running too much curb, but then also if you run a little bit beyond the curb and you dip your tyres into the gravel, it's even worse, because then you've got to bring the car back up over the curb, and all of that lap after lap can destroy the tyres more and more. And we saw it with Binger, say half hour or something ago, where he was doing that, lap after lap, and he punctured one of his tyres and he had a slow leak, and then he ended up having a mistake happen. So, it's the simple mistakes that you make around these circuits, week after week and month after month, especially for these endurance rounds, that can sometimes just cost you so much time. And, you work lap after lap and stint after stint to chew out time, and some teams might chew out a few seconds, and some teams might chew out even more. But it can all come undone by your simple mistakes that result in you either spinning or ending up in pit lane a little bit too early.
Well, you no sooner said that, mate, than actually Twitchy did have a little bit of an off a couple of corners ago. He went wide, just touched the grass, and it certainly cost him some track time there. So I'll be interested to see what the gap is. In fact, it's still 23 seconds back to Fly Sky, but I thought there might have been an opportunity to pounce there in the Aston Martin, currently in second place. Meantime, our mate Jimbo, there he is in the King's one car on my little screen. Sorry, that's not what you're looking at. There he is. Sorry, guys, got two screens going up there. I'm still the old fart with bad eyesight and trying to learn this tech and a lot of the cool stuff you guys use. But he has cleared out. He's actually pulled a decent margin from the second place car there of Fly Sky. So it just goes to show how much pace he's on. I mean, I'm not saying it's about half a lap. It's a good few seconds anyway down the straight there. And we know that this Aston is a very, very quick car. So for the Skyline to pull away, and no one has actually said up to this race meet that the Skyline was a good car to have and that you should be up there. And I do understand that this car is a lap down, but the ninth place Nissan there, the 33 car, it really has shown itself, isn't it? And if I remember rightly, Trev, when we had those problems at Bathurst before Binger had a problem as a solo driver, 6,000, I think from memory, he was like third place. He was a podium contender for just about the whole jolly race, and it was only when the rain came down that it all unfolded for him in the negative. But it just goes to show what sort of how well this car can go.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw it, didn't we, the first time out in round one of this championship, but it all can change so quickly. The last thing you want to do, especially on a greasy track, is start counting your chickens before they come home to roost, because if you do count your chickens too early, they will not come home, will they? But yeah, okay, not sure about that. I'm not sure about who that Italian man was either that come across our commentary box there a moment ago. I thought I had more chance of, given the fact that we're in the United States, Cam, I thought we'd hear from the likes of Donald Trump before some unknown Italian man coming across our microphones and across the airwaves. But here we go, 1 hour. Why are we looking at Jimbo? Because he almost got out of shape there onto the start-finish straight, but the track conditions are now wet. And that is fairly obvious, but 1 hour and 22 minutes remaining in this race, and we have crossed the famous 90-lap mark. And Indianapolis 500, of course. Not sure whether we're going to get to those levels, or are we? What is it, 4-point-something kilometres? We'll get to our calculators out and work that one out, but Fly Sky all on his own there in P2. Then at Distinct Geesh, 11 seconds further back, and then it's Mint Matt Simmons sharing the driving duties behind the wheel of the number one BMW car with Simon Bishop, who, what he lacks in hair, Simon Bishop really makes up for in driving skill and experience. Hello, somebody off there. Up ahead of Mint Matt. That was not the line to be taking around that corner, as we see Norm. That's how it's done. Onto the start-finish straight. They get so close to that wall down there in turn 13 or 14, whichever one it is. But Ikitosh there going through the same corner there. There's Nick, Jimbo, P9, Al Dusty. Still with the fastest lap for the Mustang AGT2. And what an incredible turnout to this race here this afternoon. And massive, massive numbers, of course, for this race. 27 teams, 52 drivers. And it is incredible, isn't it? How far this AUSNZ console endurance series has come over the previous 2 and a bit seasons. And since we've had Mega Esports jump on board as well, it is going from strength to strength. But let's have a look at some of the drivers lower down the order. And Cameron Norris, we have an interesting battle here. It's fairly close here, down to P20, GC Racing. They're back into this race after getting disconnected, and they're still well and truly looking to make some moves here, aren't they, with 80 minutes to go?
Yeah, they look the goods at the moment. You know, they're powering through the tricky conditions, but, you know, on top of that, they had that disconnect where they had their controls locked for, you know, 2 minutes after rejoining back in after disconnecting in P5, and you know, they're only 2.3 off of making it into P19 at the moment. Likewise, not too far up the road, they've got some other drivers that they could probably jostle for position 2. So, although it hasn't kind of worked out in their favour today with the disconnect, you know, obviously we have to tackle that in the virtual world, but you know, they've joined back in, they're still sending it, they're still having a good time, they're not letting it get to them, and they're looking at the clock going, oh, we've got 70 minutes left, not long to go. And, you know, that starts to creep into the final pit stop, and how are we going to tackle that, you know? A lot of drivers, depending on their fuel limits, could probably pit now and make it to the finish, but at the same time, if that light rain actually comes in and the track dries up, we might end up having a final 30-minute, 40-minute dash to the line where it's dry conditions and we don't need wet tyres anymore. So I think as long as these drivers out here at the moment are making the most of their fuel, saving as much as they can, it'll give them a better opportunity if those dry conditions do come in.
Absolutely. You can see all over the back here, isn't he, Mike? Brett Want of Orphan Drop. He was all over the back of him, but I reckon he's got this move done here, side by side. Well, so close, door-to-door stuff. And that looked so magnificent, that shot. It was a fantastic camera shot, wasn't it? It would make a great thumbnail because that's how good looking it was. But Brent Want now, Mike, up into P19. And they are on the comeback trail here. But still, like Cameron Norris said, it's all about hanging in there, isn't it? You just never know. Conditions could get better. Safety cars could come out. And that's why, as Danny Ricciardo would usually say, you've just got to fully send it, you know, and that was a terrible Danny Ricciardo impression there, Mike. But what I'm trying to say is, if you're there at the end, you never know what can happen.
No, you never do. You never do, and it's far too early to throw anything in, throw a towel in or anything like that. You've just got to give it everything, and I absolutely love the whole the team in the in 257. It's gut wrenching for them that unfortunately they're back in that position, but they're in 19th now, and they're still scrapping, they're battling, they're wanting to get it done. But I just while Cam was actually saying about the whole possibility of people coming into pit now, we've seen that, aren't we? We just saw the 369 car, the Mustang come, and the TTR West boys came in for a pit. And look at this, we've got Norms coming in the BCG2 car. Now this could be them just rolling the dice. They're going to put wet weather tyres on, you bet your bottom dollar they're going to. But it's so early. Well, it's not so early. It's an hour 17. And interesting comments again from Cam was that, with an hour 17, good fuel management and, depending on how the track's going to go, because currently we're still wet. And it says in another 10 minutes it's still going to be really wet. In 30 minutes it will be not so wet, but still wet. And we've got 76 minutes to go. So you start thinking, if the rain does start to drop off, and is that 30 minutes tight, and then another 46 minutes, are they going to still stay on the wets? So the BCG boys have come in, and there's been a driver change. Norm's jumped out, Noodles has jumped in. So that car is ready to set sail. They're just about going. In fact, they are going now, and there's someone else into the pits too there. I can't pick the number off the top of my Noodle. Hang on a minute, I can tell you. It's the AGT1 car there, the car number 2, the Ford Mustang, is in the pits as well. So we are starting to see those pit stops happen. Cam, you're just about prophetic, mate. There we go. There's the picture. And I think, again, people listening, I think they're just making their own calls. But there is the 2 car coming in, 76 back out on the track, and they'll rejoin in 9th place at the moment. Now, they've done what could be their last pit stop. Cam, you just said that it's happened. We've seen a couple of cars. We're going to see some more cars coming in very, very soon with an hour 15 yet to go. So is it possible, like I say, with those weather conditions, the way that we're seeing on the screen, is it possible that you could leave those boots on and it could run to the end?
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, some of these teams might be coming to, somewhat the end of a pit cycle, or maybe they've just got some slow leaks and pressure loss that is costing them a bit too much time, so they're coming in to put some new boots on. But, when we look at it, a lot of these teams were kind of pitting around that 2 hour 10 mark. So, they've still got, say, 5 to 15 or 10 to 15 minutes, I should say, left on a stint time to make a full 60 minutes. But yeah, I mean, maybe they're deciding to come in early, take a gamble, let's just go back on the wet tyres, see how it goes, because the rain is now decreasing with light rain in 30 minutes, but the light rain has now ticked over to 10 minutes, so these conditions are going to ease up a lot more. The track is going to start, that dry line that we can see is going to get even better. It's going to start cooking those wet tyres, and they're going to start chasing that water at any opportunity they can get. So yeah, it's going to be a matter of time, I think. I reckon if some of these teams box within the next 15, 20 minutes or so, I reckon that might be the prime opportunity for the slicks, given the rain will fully disappear.
Trev, I just want to ask you if you could just jump on to 3rd place car there with Jesh in the Aston. The reason for that is car number 5 at the moment was 3.9 seconds behind 2nd place of Fly Sky, but now 3.3 seconds. And I'm noticing Fly Sky falling away quite a bit from Twitchy. We saw the Nissan Skyline do the pass on that car earlier on, but now Jesh, have a look at this, 3.3 seconds back to 2nd place there, and we've got pit stops and everything to take into account as well. But Fly Sky was 23 seconds when the Nissan went past, now 29 seconds back from the race leader, so dropping time, and that 3.3 seconds there for Jesh is now 3.0. So this little Aston is on a flyer, chasing down the Aston of Fly Sky, the 2nd place 27 car, and you can see traffic all around Jesh as well, so not out there by himself, because it's Mint Matt in the BCG1 car number 1, the BMW, with a little bit of interest to play into this as well. But that's certainly looking very, very good for Jesh. And I saw the last little gap before, 3.0 seconds. We've got a race on our hands, gentlemen. There's no doubt at all that these drivers are giving up. And Twitchy in the 726 car, the Mercedes-Benz, doing a cracking job. Fly Sky in 2nd place, 30.7 seconds back. And now Jesh has just moved up to 1.4 seconds behind 2nd place at the moment. Now, if this pace is going to continue, it could well be that Jesh is the dark horse in this one, and we know how they qualify. We know the ability of the Aston Martin, currently 2nd, 3rd and 6th and beyond, but it's the Mercedes against the 2 Aston Martins and the BMWs, and we know how good the 1 car is, so let's never count them out as well. But all I'm saying is I'm seeing gaps come down here, guys, and one thing I love with an hour and 12 minutes to go, I love seeing a 3-second gap become 1 second, and it's just 1.2 last time through. So Trev, is it time for us to get on the edge of our seats with an hour 12 to go? Do you need your voice at work tomorrow, mate, or are we okay if we can start getting excited? Because I think rightfully so, this race is anything but over with the likes of Jesh and others out there. Even Jimbo in the Skyline, a long ways back, but certainly trying to get up onto the same lap. And if there's a safety car or anything like that, I'm past worrying about saying that. We're not going to voodoo anything, but if there is, I'll tell you, mate, it's going to be literally, the fireworks will go off when the checkered flag comes out.
No, you can see distinct Jesh. He is absolutely on it, isn't he? And we are certainly not going to voodoo anything. See what you did there, Mike, too. That is the alter ego of the man alongside me, Cameron Norris. 1 hour 11 to go. You could see last time out to Fly Sky and Jesh both going off the Optimum Racing line there, weren't they? Whether they were trying to just keep their tyres cool, keep that moisture in their wet weather tyres, because the light rain might be a sprint home on slicks here towards the end of this race. And look at Fly Sky and Jeesh both once again taking different lines here, and special mention to our top 10. We've got, what have we got? We've got 6 pro cars in there. We've got 3 Pro-Am cars and 1 Am car, so a great mix inside that top 10. And Fly Sky, where is he going? He is off the track. He just went off to the left-hand corner of our picture, and that is a terrible, terrible outcome for FTSC1 and Fly Sky. We saw them, Cam, trying to just keep some coolness in those tyres, trying to cool down their tyres. Did that have any involvement in that? I wonder whether those tyres just going off a bit there for Fly Sky, but that has well and truly dropped him down now to P3.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate for Fly Sky, especially there at turn 13. It's such a tricky corner. Maybe you just navigated it wrong, or maybe the car even just stepped out a little bit too much. But we are seeing him chasing the water down the home straight, as we're seeing Twitchy do that in the background there. I believe it's Twitchy in the Mustang there. But, you know, it's one of those ones where there was just a bit of a weird mistake to make. I don't know, I just feel like maybe the car stepped out, maybe it just lost a little bit of concentration, or maybe it was just trying to collect the car out of turn 12 and went, oh, I need to rotate it into 13 now, and that's all it took to spin it around.
As you can see, that rain is easing off, albeit slightly, and this is why I love Cameron Norris, Mike. If I don't say so to a worldwide audience myself. He has worked it out, he says, to do the length of the Indy 500. We would need to do 157 laps or 643 kilometres, and currently we've done 97 laps, roughly about 390, approaching 400 kilometres, so we might not quite get to the same length as we did with the Bathurst 1000, notching up the 161 laps back in round 1. But speaking of which, here's Twitchy once again. He's getting to a milestone all of his own. It's almost time to raise the bat here, Mike, because he is on lap 98. It's incredible, isn't it? Still 1 hour to go, and he's almost notched up to 3 figures there in terms of laps.
Yeah, that's amazing, and it's just such a good pace that they seem to have on the track. They've got a very, very nice apex to apex line, considering how wet it is. We've gone past the greasy, slidey condition. It's funny how the track does actually progress into having a masterful amount of grip, and you can rely on it, you can trust it. Yes, the tyres do actually wear, and it's something that you wouldn't actually think in these wet weather conditions, but of course everyone's still searching for plenty of grip there, trying to make these tyres, get them sit up and take notice, get through the corners, G-force and speed, and braking too. So it takes a lot out of them, and you'd think that they'd last without any problems whatsoever, but that's not the case. They do wear, they do start to get a little bit squirrely, they do start to move around a little bit there, so we can't be too expecting they're going to go right through to the end. Having said that, we have seen some pit stops already that look like they may be final pit stops as we count down just over an hour to go, hour 7 and 40. So we'll look forward to having that one. In the meantime, we watch the cars around the track as we go further down the grid there, and look, they're just coming from every which way but loose as we start to look at Twitchy coming out of that final turn, down turn 16, down the long start finish straight. It's some rapid pace here, these cars. They really are doing the business, and there is the HC2 car just in front of him, going to go a lap down to the Twitchy car number 37, doing a nice job of it though. Sorry, not car number 37, car 726, get it right, wrong number there, no wrong reference, but the 726 Mercedes-Benz looking absolutely fantastic as he comes out of, there's Nemo there in the BCG3 car, the 96 machine, and that's currently I think 19th position at the moment. So, you know, whether you're at the front of the field or whether you're some distance back, Jono, Stan and Nemo never say die attitude in Team BCG, and they'll still be calling for, you know, results, help and information, and that's one of those things we were talking about before, Cam, and I'm not actually sure why, but I did mention it, but I think it's one of those things. Some of these drivers, they don't always run all 5 cars like the BCG boys have got 5 teams here, all run the same manufacturer. Trev, it's an interesting thing though from an outside sim racing point of view. If I was these teams, I'd be running all the same car setups and everything like that, but it's just a bit strange that they do like different marquees, don't they?
Yeah, they certainly do. It is interesting, isn't it? It's always been the question in motorsport, hasn't it, across the board with teams and different motor racing squads, whether they do run. I'm sure they share some information, of course, between their teammates and between the teams, but you think it would be an advantage, wouldn't it, to be all on the same page in terms of setups and strategy. As you can see there now, speaking of which, the BCG racing team, they have had an incredible amount of success across the sim racing scene, and big shout out to the man in that car, Cameron Neem, who well, this could be his final race for a while, we're hearing, until much later in 2025, gentlemen, because he is heading to the UK. He's not only is he a good sim racer, Mike, he's also a very handy cricketer, and he's been recruited to play some cricket over there in the UK. So after this race, the great man Nemo, who has been with us for a long, long time, all the way back to the early days of KRL. He's having a job keeping that one on the straight and narrow. But big shout out to Nemo. Hopefully he can get a good result here in his final race for a long, long time. But let's recap now, approaching the third hour. We've got an hour to go. I'm losing my marbles here, Mike, as we see Jimbo come into the pits now. Matt Dinetti, here he is, our pole position man, currently in P5 at the moment. So it's been a good little fight back here for Matt Dinetti in the BCG 5 car, 2.6 seconds behind Mint Matt. And you can see now that cars that haven't pitted yet do have an advantage, as they'll tune their pressures to be more of an advantage in the light rain. And it's all about the strategy, isn't it, Mike? If you can take out a couple of PSI of pressure out of those tyres for the light rain compared to the medium rain, could be, I hate getting technical here, I know I'm not great at it, I'm not a nuts and bolts man, but it could help as the conditions ease off just a tad.
Well, I don't know where you get this very intelligent information from there, Trevor. It's almost like you're reading the screen or something, but you're dead right there. They do have the advantage, don't they? As we see another of the cars coming into the pits. I think that's one of the BMWs. No, there we go. Yep. Just anyway, there's guys coming in. This is a very, very real thing. If they do decide to stay on the wets, on the greasy conditions, and that dropping those tyre pressures down, will they last to the end? I suppose that's a question whether or not Cam would be able to answer that for us. I think he's a bit tied up at the moment, but that's exactly right. He's you've got that opportunity up your sleeve, and if the track does stay nice and wet, dare I say moist, if it's not actually full wet and full dry, if it's got those wet bits there that you can go and keep those tyres up into any decent condition, then it'll be really cool to see if drivers can run that strategy. Now, if it turns to custard, if it does the proverbial, then it might be one of those things, do I, don't I? And what are we, an hour 3 to go? The weather forecast, it still says we're going to have rain in 30 minutes time, Trev. So it's not over yet. Not by a long stretch of the imagination that the track's going to go dry. It might be annoying. That could change. That could go from light to heavy. And if anyone's out there saying, you know what, I'm going to roll the $1 million dice, I'm going to go and put slicks on in my last pit thinking it's going to dry up, I mean, that could be a fool's move. But by the same token, in 40 minutes the rain might go away, and we've got an hour 2 to go. So I think it's fair to say that, Trev, no matter what, we're going to end up with a wet or possibly moist track anyway. So maybe, like you say, the ones that are staying out there at the moment on these tyres, if they've got the fuel, as we see a bit of an off going on there as Nemo gets himself past cleanly, they might be the ones in the key strategy, or have they left it too late? I suppose that's the question.
Yeah, big question. That is what you're rolling your $1 million dice for. And don't you worry about where I get this sort of information, Mike, because we have people looking after us, don't we? And might even, apparently, we're hearing that our race leader might even be just lowering those PSI levels for the next pit stop. No, you didn't hear that here first, but we do have people working behind the scenes, of course. But keep that one quiet if you're out there watching. And Simon Bishop now back into this car, and he is coming up very quickly at a rapid rate of knots here behind Aaron Thomas in the TTR East car. And Simon Bishop, who's done it all, hasn't he? He's travelled the world racing on Gran Turismo, and I say it every time I have the pleasure of commentating with you, Mike Howe, but how quickly these guys can get into these cars, adapt to not only adapting to the conditions, but the different handling models across different games is truly outstanding, as Simon now just keeping that car pointing in the right direction. But Mike, Aaron Thomas into the pits for TTR East.
Yeah, that's right, and obviously the last pit of the race. So it'll be interesting if Thomas stays out there behind the wheel, or if he does have a change of driver with Chippy, who did a great job earlier on. Now these guys have played a very, very sensible game for an AM team. You really wouldn't believe it at all. So we'll see how it plays out. Again, still green. We've got an hour to go, Trev. And your person behind the scenes saying all sorts of clever things, I think, might be on the button here. But I just had a look at the little indicator at the top of the screen, and it still says 30 minutes. Still, even from now, still raining. I would stay wet. Obviously, for the people that are pitting right now, I don't think they're going to need to go to slicks, but I'll put it out there. I rolled the safety car card 2.5 hours ago. 2.5 hours, sorry, an hour and a half ago. and we're still good to go. We're green for the checkered flag, hopefully. But I'll go and make the call that I think they'll stay on wets till the checkered flag without a problem there, and Cam will probably be wrong. Guys, we are approaching 1 hour to go, the golden hour, Oh, as we see Noodles have a bit of a impromptu celebration going through that turn, and hopefully it doesn't cause any harm. It was about turn 11, I think it was. Now come down that very fast turn 13. Look at this again, a magnetic attraction towards the wall. And we've seen them coming in as Chipperton goes out there after Aaron Thomas has done the driver change, guys. All right, let's wrap it up. Final thoughts as we approach the last hour there, Trev.
Well, I still think, as we see Spawn Racing getting close to Nemo there, I still think all of the above. And you know what I'm going to do, Mike? I'm going to cut, copy and paste what you said, because Cloud in 30 minutes. Oh, he's still going to finish on slick tyres. Oh, the weather discussion is going to continue. Will we see a dry track? Will we see a final twist in the tail? And boy, we need our own drive to survive, don't we? That's how much action we've got here. 10 episodes. Who knows? Stay tuned for that. But we haven't got Netflix here filming with us today, which is a good thing. They don't want to be seeing me here in the commentary box. We're going to keep an eye on Spawn Racing and what we might do, gentlemen, as we take a look at what's coming up in the next hour. We might take a short break. Cam, I'm going to go to you with any suggestions on who we want to ride on board with as we go to take our final pit stop break and come back for a ripping final hour of action. Who we want to jump on board with, please?
Oh, there's so many choices on who we could go on board with. I've been looking for a close battle somewhere, and I can see Mark isn't too far off in P17 of catching P16. That gap did creep up a little bit more, but choices.
Yes, Choices Flooring. They fixed me up. Don't you worry about that, with some beautiful floating floors there as well. Big shout out to that. Maybe there could be a discount there. Well, you read my mind. No, you didn't. Anyway, like I said to Mike, stay out of there because it's a very dirty place. But we are going to ride on board with, I think that's who we mentioned, wasn't it? OTR and Mark. And we're going to get rid of some of this heads-up display. Oh, goodness me. Great balls of fire. That was very sideways there on that occasion. But we're going to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to leave you with the beautiful onboard of this Mercedes-Benz car number 77. And we're going to be back in just a few minutes' time with thanks to Mega Esports. This is round 2 of the AUSNZ Endurance Series, all powered by TrackSpot TV. Back in a few moments. welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the final hour of the 4 hours of this Indianapolis Round 2 Australia AUSNZ Mega Esports Round 2 of this console endurance series. We do see you out there. If you are lurking, consider following the stream. We would love to have you as part of the community. You're probably sick of looking at Mark now, unless you're a Mark fan, of course, so no disrespect there. We might go across to Metal PRT. Thank you, Sparky God. We'll keep an eye on him for the time being, and across keeping an eye on the chat as well. Let us know where you're watching from. Who do you think is going to win this race? I know Twitchy, you'd be brave to bet against Twitchy, but we are going live, of course, across Twitch and YouTube, Trackspot TV on both platforms, as well as NZ Sim Racing TV. We are inside the final hour, though, gentlemen. Please, have a look at these. Some of these times here are really getting close. Things are tightening up. We heard Mike Haupt talking about that before we went to our final pit stop break there. But 5 seconds then between fourth and third, 107 laps completed. And you can see it's going to be similar to Bathurst here in terms of these conditions. Wet for 45 minutes, dry for about 4.5 hours before it was wet once again for another 45 minutes. And we're hearing that dry tyres will be needed potentially in 35 minutes or less. And Cameron, we could be seeing a 15-minute sprint run, if you don't mind, until the end of this race, which is going to be, well, fantastic for the viewer and fantastic for us overall.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, with this rain decreasing in 10 minutes, hopefully it actually decides to decrease, because, you know, this light rain, if any drivers are out there on wet tyres at the moment, I've got a feeling they're boiling up. You know, it's imagine like putting your chicken tenders in the oven there, Trev. You know, the tyres are feeling like the chicken tenders at the moment. They're going to be going a bit orange, and, you know, eventually they'll go a bit red. So, yeah, fingers crossed this rain eases up. I would love to see a dry end to the race. You know, and I put the comment in the chat just before as well, and obviously I've mentioned it a couple of times today. It's literally just like Bathurst. You know, the 6 hours, we had 45 minutes of rain at the start, dry for about 4 and a bit hours, and then it was wet again for the final 45 minutes. And Indianapolis has been showing us the same thing. You know, we had dry for about, 30, 40 minutes, and then it was wet, and it's been wet ever since, and now we're about to see some dry conditions sweep through.
Absolutely, and it's given us a lot to talk about. 23 minutes now until that rain stops. Here is Ikatosh, and not too sure what the meaning of that name is. I think I might have made up a meaning for that name a couple of rounds ago. Cam might have given it some sort of meaning other than what its intended meaning was. But 5th and 6th now, BCG 1, which is Simon Bishop. Don't we love Simon Bishop? Could very well play Bruce Willis, couldn't he? In similar look about him to Bruce Willis, of course, Die Hard or something like that. But here is Noodles in the McDonald's chip packet car, which we referred to on Friday night. Mentioned food a few times, Cam. I'm getting a little bit peckish here. Oh! Not for the first time this afternoon. As Mike Howe might say, Cam, he was almost crying into his cornflakes there through that final corner because he got all out of shape there, Cam.
Yeah, that was a good save there by 2-minute Noodles. We've seen a few drivers, you know, do a similar thing coming out of turn 16 back onto the home straight. I've got a feeling it's, you know, the slippery conditions of the damp track at the moment. On top of that, you've got the tyres overheating, and then obviously you've got the banking there as well. So a couple of different factors coming into play there, and we've seen a lot of good saves there over the course of this race so far. And I've got a feeling, Trev and Mike, that isn't going to be the last one that we see.
No, it's going to be all sorts of little caricatures going on. I know there's some drivers out there still trying to preserve their tyres for their last pit stop. Can you believe it? So we're a long way from over yet. The positions we're seeing on the track, Cam, they don't reflect the final countdown by any stretch of the imagination. But boy, it really has been a battle of keeping the cars, pointing in the right direction in these slippery conditions. And I mean, if we're going to have Noodles, in the BCG team, sixth place at the moment in the 76. So just as I say that, I was going to say, if we're going to have him driving off the track, it tells you what vehicle he's got under him at the moment. Is he happy with the setup? It's just because they've done their final change. I don't know for sure that they have. He's just got off again. He's got for more times than a bride's 90. Unfortunately, he does come back, but he's losing time hand over fist, and that's not the ideal way to go about it, is it? But I don't know if he's done his final stop, guys. I suppose if he's got one more to go, these tyres are starting to break down. Or if he has done the final stop, and I'm sure you guys have, or Wilco or someone has got the ability to tell us, but if he has, is this a result of those tyre pressures being set a little bit lower, counting down to what they hope to be able to run on the dry track in these wet weather tyres? But like you said, with no rain in about 25 minutes time, so the track will start to run out of water very, very quickly with these high horsepower machines, and it will be literally a run to the flag. I suppose we're used to it being an endurance, but what are these drivers going to endure when they can't set their watch on that it's going to be a wet race to the end? And I mean, Trev, that's going to be a very, very hard thing for the teams to calculate. They just seem to be strategizing more than they're racing, aren't they? They think it's going to be a little bit wet, then it's fully wet, soon it's going to be dry. We've been saying for the last 2 hours the rain was going to stop soon, and it's still coming down at the moment, Trev, and we've got 48 minutes of the race to go.
Yeah, you can see on your screen now, Mike, Matt Donetti very close in that BMW BCG. It's a BCG party there, 5, 6 and 7. Getting very close to Noodles. Here is Matt Donetti. And that last lap from Noodles, more time on the grass than Bob Marley. Looked more like he was auditioning for Dancing on Ice than anything else. But the really great drivers, I forget which podcast it was, but Adrian Newey talking about Max Verstappen. A guy like Max who can just drive the car, and so much processing power and ability to focus on other factors as well as just driving the car and keeping it on the road in the race. And that's what the really great drivers can do. As you can see, Exo there jumping in with his large 3-piece feed from KFC. Large mashed gravy for your chips. That's the last thing I need to see, Exo. I'm ignoring you. I'm timing you out because I'm getting very, very hungry. But 47 minutes, we can see how desperate these drivers are to just get to find those wet parts of the circuit, Cameron. As you can see, this track drying out, and we've gone from wet to damp, which means it's not as wet as a wet track, but it's slightly less wet, if you know what I'm trying to say, Cameron. But we can see these drivers darting around on that start-finish straight, trying to keep these wet weather tyres cool here.
Yeah, absolutely. They're always going to be trying to chase the wet stuff if they're on the wet tyres at the moment, because, yeah, those tyres, they're going to be melting at the moment. And, it's so tricky to get tyre temps accurate and stable the whole time during these light rain conditions. It's not easy by any stretch of the imagination. You either severely overpressure the wet tyres or you underpressure the dry tyres. I might have gotten that one mixed up, either or. You do that for either of the compounds that you want to use, and typically it'll be somewhat okay. They can feel very similar, but it's still not easy. It's a very big dance that you do on the circuit with these kinds of conditions. So yeah, I've got a feeling they'll keep chasing the wet stuff for the next few minutes until the rain starts to ease off completely. The moment that cloud comes through, I think we're going to have a full pit lane.
Yep, I think it's going to happen quickly, isn't it? As we take a look, here's Metal Steel and Diswood, if you don't mind. Well, I'll tell you what, these conditions getting very, very tricky now, and one slight mistake, Mike Howe, and they could end up in Invercargill before they know it.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? And it's not just about where they end up, though, Trev. It's about undoing 3 hours and 15 minutes of really, really clever driving. And you don't want to be that guy, do you? You don't want to be the person in the team that lets the side down. And if you're a part of a multiple team effective course, it's bragging rights. You want to be in the top this, you want to be in the top that, you want to have this, that and the other, and we're all going for whatever you can possibly go. I'm looking back down through the field, and this one you're watching at the moment is a cracker. It's the closest race we've got on the track, 0.2 of a second between Middlesteel and Diswood, and I mean they're racing like it's the World Championship on the line, because you just don't want to not have a go here. Now's the time. You've still got believable grip in the track. The water is enough to keep these tyres at a reasonable pace. But I suppose what we don't know is who's got what, who's already done their last pit stop, who's still got a pit stop to go, which means what sort of tyres have they got under them. In fact, the last couple of corners, we've seen that gap open up to just on half a second from 0.2. So it's looking pretty good there for Middlesteel, who's managing to a little bit drive away, or are we calling that too soon? We'll have to see. But right around the track though, Trevor, right around Indianapolis here in America, it is just full on. It is full on. There's drivers with all sorts of ideas and strategies, and I say that we've got a few cars coming into the pits at the moment too. The 77 cars lit up the board saying it's in there, so too the 999 some distance back, and there's others out there as well, I know, yet to pit. So we'll see how it all goes. But watching this, the 667 car running through at the moment as well. That's the mighty old BMW, and that's the Cactus car there. That's the second group. That's with Gaz behind the wheel. And 0.8 of a second off position there, of 23rd from 24th. So it's still plenty to play for. Within a second battle, they want to do that. I'd say that's now 2 seconds. So maybe he had a little bit of a moment. Maybe you just jumped in on him, Trev, and he saw you and thought, what's he doing? Lost his concentration. But right around the track though, these cars are fairly well askewed, and at this point in time, again, not knowing who's still got what to go as far as how long they can carry on out there before they go to are these cars all fueled and tired to the end, or if like Cameron was saying, do they need another pit stop? Do they need gas? Do they need tyres? What's the story? It's going to be an interesting one, Trev, to find out. But we've got 42 minutes to see how the script unfolds.
Yeah, still plenty of storylines to play out. There could be some twists in the tail. Look at this, though. Matt Donetti. I said it earlier on in our broadcast this afternoon that every time I seem to flick on a sim race on YouTube, Twitch, or whatever platform it's on, I keep seeing this same man, Matt Donetti, but he's in P7 today. He was our pole position man. But we saw Noodles on that last lap. He has had a pretty tough time of it, Noodles. And he just looks like he's so close, doesn't he, to just spearing off the road and doing a tour of some of New Zealand's best paddocks, or in the United States, I should say. What is it with me and New Zealand this afternoon? It's Mike who's got me rattled alongside me in the commentary box. Somebody into the pits there, but look how close it is here, Cam. They are line astern down the start-finish straight. And as much as that looks like an amazing thumbnail, this battle is heating up here. 1 second, less than a second. Noodles under pressure here from Matt Donetti, and he runs slightly wide there once again. But his 2-minute Noodles, are they overcooked at the moment?
Or quite possibly. I got a feeling Noodles is struggling a lot with his tyres. He dived to the wet stuff a bit before Matt did, and I feel like Matt really only dived there just to get a little bit of draft. So it does beg the question, obviously we've got a lot of BCG teams and the likes throughout the grid this year, and you wonder whether team orders are kind of in play, or whether they just go, nah, we're racing no matter what happens, we're racing as long as we don't take each other out. Yeah, race leader in the pits as well. Whilst you were talking to us there, Will Star as well has been into the pits and out of the pits. Now, interesting, what tyres? We can't tell, can we? We can't tell, no we can't, but wet tyres, I'm assuming. Wet tyres, there is no middleman, is there, Mike, either? It's either wet or dry, I believe. So, Distinct Andrew coming back out into the lane. Yes, the question has been answered by the voice of reason, that wonderful, informative person in my earpiece. That's not where you want to be. But going back on wets with Andrew in that car, 11 minutes till the dries. So they're going to have to stop again here, Mike. 40 minutes to go. Taking a look at Ekatosh now. They're going to come in, and those that do come in now will go back onto the wets, but they've still got to come in and jump onto the dries before the finish of this race.
Well, that's the question. That is the question. We've got 10 minutes, it's still going to be wet, Trev. We've got 40 minutes in the race. We've got 30 minutes, it's going to be cloudy. And that's, I suppose, the question there is with Cal. Just watching this pass for position between the teammates. Do they play nicely? Are they going to tuck each other in, or are they going to take each other out? Oh, gosh, that's close. And that's what I love about this sort of sim racing there. They are doing the business. They're teammates to a degree. They've got similar liveries, the same type of car. The lights are ablaze, and they're side by side. Oh, noodles. And absolutely doing his best there with Danetti side by side. Danetti says, I don't know what I've got to do to pass this guy. What's going on? And there's more passes going on there than in the onion getting competition, but they're doing a great job though. And it's one of those things to actually put a bit of a challenge in on your teammate. It's another thing to keep your composure, and it's one thing you don't want to have go unstuck at the moment. Bearing in mind the BCG boys are well positioned at the moment here. They're in 5th, 6th and 7th. So of course Sidog on the team. I can't believe it though that the one car is actually a lap down from the race leader, Distinct Andrew, back behind the wheel of the Mercedes. But this scrap is just going to continue. And I'll tell you what, Trev, whether or not they're going to change to dry tyres, whether the rain's going to stop or continue, whether they have enough gas on board, I don't think it matters, because these guys are going to be like a shark just locked in on their prey, and the two of them are going to scrap. Now, I don't know, Cam, which would be the best one in this one, mate? Is the best one to be the lead car in this two-car battle, or would you want to be the chaser? Would you want to be, Noodles or Danetti in this instance?
Oh, if I had to pick any of the instances, I would prefer to be the chasing car over anything. Having the pressure from behind all the time, and you're constantly looking in the mirror. You got to make sure that you're hitting your marks all the time and not making any mistakes whatsoever. That's a challenge. Where if you're chasing, all you know is follow the brake lights, follow where they're going, just hit your marks and just see if you can put them off a little bit as you go. So yeah, I definitely prefer to be Matt in this instance.
Yep, and I tell you what.
Well done, mate. Of course, you would want to be the chasing car. And I was just going to say, Trevor, I know that you've got bits in your ear at the moment. You've got quite a few things in your ear at the moment after the birth just recently. Congratulations. But I will say, is it possible we could wake up the clerk of the course and the safety car team? Because I think they're probably having a very, very well-deserved sleep, cup of tea and the lie down. They may need to keep an eye on this, and not because of the battle in front, but look what's coming up behind them. We've got another car starting to buy into this one as well, and so he really needs to keep his eyes well and truly on the prize here. I don't think it's actually the battle for position between these cars. I think it's a lap down vehicle, but it has been a fantastic display of wet weather racing. The exciting thing is going to be whether or not we see these cars actually do a bit of a changeover, when the conditions do start to dry out, and that's going to be all down, Trev, to what you've got underneath here when the track conditions dry, doesn't it?
Yeah, it makes a big difference as we see Noodles peeling off into the pit lane there. Yes, he's gone off into the pit lane there, and I was about to say that battle they were so close they might as well have started to carpool. That's how close those two were. But anyway, that's the end of that battle as we continue on there. Matt Danetti all on his own now in P6. As we see Smitty coming in as well for Hoon Corp 1. And yeah, we know all about that. Noodles is into the pit lane as well. So 36 minutes remaining in this race. Only look at those conditions. The rain is stopping in 10 minutes. In fact, less than 10 minutes. One last little sprinkle or a skiff, whatever the technical term is for it there, as we still see Noodles into the pit lane. And Jimbo Johnson, otherwise known as Jimbo Jones to his good friends, he is up in P8. What a terrific performance. And everybody at King's Racing will be very, very happy indeed with his performance, because they are well and truly entrenched inside that top 10. And that is a terrific performance, isn't it, from this squad here this afternoon, Cam?
Yeah, it's a very impressive effort from Kings 1. They've been putting their best foot forward the whole way through, and, albeit mistakes have been made along the way, but, at the end of the day, we sim race, and, as long as we're out here having a good time, that's really all that we need to focus on. But, at the same time, they have come off of a bit of a rough run at Bathurst in round 1. That was Binger running it solo, and he was a bit delusional there by the time the rain came in, and didn't realise it was raining and enjoyed the time on the slicks. But at least now he's got Jimbo back, and oh Jimbo, that's a little bit wide there. That's threading the needle, as they say. But yeah, look, you got to be happy. They're sitting P7, they're in the top 10, and provisionally P2 in class as well. So, still got a good 35 minutes to go. Changing conditions are coming in soon, so anything can happen.
Absolutely, anything can happen in sim racing, and it usually does. How many more can I get out of the, how many more Murray Walker quotes can I get in there? I always sneak a few in there, but no. Very much interesting this last half an hour, gentlemen. I keep saying a short view back to the past, but also interesting to note, Mike, half an hour remaining, with just over half an hour remaining in the last 30 minutes. League rules, of course, no safety cars for the last half an hour. So no matter what happens, it's a straight run to the line without any further safety cars.
So get the bumpers out, boys. No one's going to cause a problem, you reckon? Or is it just a case of fend for yourself if there's cars strewing across the track? But I don't think it's going to come down to nonsense at the end. We've got the cream rising to the crop. And I know it's a very plagiarised term, but this is what we're seeing out here at the moment. We saw this at Bathurst. We saw some really, really good driving going on there in some very woeful conditions. And now we've got, again, woeful conditions. And, apart from the odd tyre dropping off the edge and doing this and doing that, really, we haven't had too much to complain about. Looks like a good little scrap going on here at the moment there with Metal Speed and Gordo starting to catch up to the back end of Smitty. I think that he's coming there for his pit stop, so may not be for the same position, obviously, with a few cars in between positions, but nonetheless, the Aston's got a few friends around him that all want to say g'day and cheerio with 33 minutes to go here at Indianapolis, and Smitty, who does a very, very good job for Hooncorp. He will be very keen to be top 10 or better. He's in 8th place currently at the moment, the 37 car, as we see this flash across the strip here, Trev, down the start, finish straight at Indianapolis. And one thing we haven't really talked about too much on this one, obviously Indianapolis known for the Indianapolis 500, the big round oval, but what a quality little track this is, considering it's 4 kilometres of infield as well as using the famed high bank areas of this track. But it really is quite an exceptional circuit in itself, really, isn't it?
I think it is. It's a good mix, isn't it, really, when you think about it? 16 corners, this infield circuit, a relatively new addition to this Indianapolis circuit. My goodness me, Diswood has opened himself up there with the Porsche GT. I don't think that is for position, unless I'm mistaken. But no, Diswood getting all out of shape there. But it is a good circuit, isn't it, Cam, as well? We always see pretty good racing around here. I know it's not your more traditional circuit like Mount Panorama, Spa, Monza, those tracks where you just have to say one word and you know where it is. But it is a very famous racetrack, of course, the outer oval section, but still provides us with pretty good racing, as we're seeing here once again in front of our eyes.
Yeah, absolutely. Indy is more famous for its Brickyard 500, or sometimes it's better known as the Indianapolis 500. It's such a technical circuit on its own merit. When you're driving an Indy car around here, or a NASCAR or the likes, but then you go into the infield and sure, it doesn't have corner names. It's just 1, 2, 3 all the way through to 16 for us. But it's very, very technical in its own right. And like you mentioned, Monza, you obviously know the Parabolica and stuff like that. When you hear it, you instantly know where we are on the circuit. And you know how technical Monza is. Even though it's a handful of corners, you know how technical it is there. I got a feeling that these drivers after this one are going to be looking forward to a little bit of relief in round 3 when we go to a bit less of a technical circuit and it's a bit smoother and easier to set up the car to.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You see that still only round 2 in this championship, half an hour to go. Forget about the safety car in 50 seconds time, unless something really dramatic happens. We're looking at Al Dusty for AG2, right up behind Chipperton. These two inside the top 10. Am and Pro-Am class, of course. And I do apologise. Oh, my goodness. Oh, that was nearly a mouthful of concrete there on the outside of the final corner there for Dusty, but he lives to fight another day. I should apologise, shouldn't I? Doing a bit of a disservice to this circuit, of course. Famous part of the Triple Crown of motorsport, including the Indy 500 Monaco Grand Prix and 24 Hours of Le Mans. That's how Cameron likes to pronounce it. And gentlemen, quick trivia question. Only one driver's done it. Can we guess who it is?
Yes.
And yeah, we'll go with Mike. Your buzzer went off first, Mike. One driver to do the Triple Crown.
No, that was my answer, yes.
Yes, Graham Hill, of course. Thank you, Mike. I read your mind once again. You've been in there a few times today. Indy 500 in 1966, five-time Monaco Grand Prix winner, and 24 Hours of Le Mans in 1972. No other driver's done that, of course. Fernando Alonso tried, didn't he, a couple of years ago? He's won Monaco twice, Le Mans twice, but he fell short at the Indy 500, of course, anyway. But that's enough trivia for now. Mike, I shouldn't be asking trivia questions because we've still got plenty of action in front of us on our screens here at the moment inside this last half hour, and it's official. We are green until the end.
Yeah, they're right about that. There's, we are all systems go, nose pointing forward, and watching a very, very fast little race unfold before our eyes here today at Indianapolis. I'll tell you what I wouldn't mind, mate, if we possibly could. Can we jump up to the lead? I want to go through the top cars, all the cars, very quickly run through them. Won't do the big waffle on like I did before, but in the lead at the moment with 28 minutes and 50 seconds to go, it's the beautifully turned out 726 car there of Distinct Andrews. Second place, it's car number 5. Look at him go in the mighty old Aston Martin, and that's Distinct Geesh behind the wheel of that car. Then we go down to third place there, then second of the Astons in the podium. Look at this, Will Star in the 27 car. Fourth place, then we go down to car number 1, can you believe it, in the BMW. In fourth place at the moment, Sidog behind the wheel. This will be some fast lap times, I'm sure. Fifth place, the second of the BMWs for BCG team there. Car number 56. And that was Matt Donetti there behind the wheel. I think fifth place has just changed as the BMW comes into the pits. So we'll jump to the Mustang in fifth place at the moment with the Mortonic there behind the wheel. In sixth place goes the Skyline. Can you believe it? Jimbo doing a cracking job in sixth place. In seventh place there, the 56 car there of the first of the Hooncorp cars, and that's Smitty behind the wheel of his machine in seventh place. There he is in the mighty old Aston Martin. Eighth place we go BMW racing there with Mr. Donetti currently in the pits, so we'll see where he comes out. In ninth place it's the 11 car there of Chippenden doing a great job in the mighty old Ford Mustang. Jump down to the top 10 quickly. It's the 232 car of the AGT2 with Al Dusty. We've got our old mate Al behind the wheel of that beautifully turned out car. 11th place quickly is Noodles in the BMW, the 76 car. 12th place, it's the 137, and Nismo's just jumped in behind the wheel of the Aston Martin. He'll be looking to make up some inroads. He wants to be top 10, so we'll see if he can pull that off. In 13th place, then we go down to Brent Want in the mighty old Mustang and the 257 car. 14th place is the McLaren, again Italian, why not? And Bijon there in the 407 car. Look at him go, look at him go, look at him go. 15th place there, it's the third of the BCGs as we see Nemo come into the pits. We mentioned him, he goes to the pits, he's a little bit nervous like that. And in 16th place, it's the 36 car there of Jimothy Payload in the BMW. 17th place, it's the 669 car there. Where is the Mustang? There he is. And 17th place there for, I think that's Spawn Racing behind the wheel of that car. 18th place, it's the second of the STSC cars, Gordo behind the wheel of car 279. There he is in the mighty old Aston. Then we go 19th place there with Bitsamison in the mighty old Mercedes-Benz coming out of the corner there down the start finish straight. Top 20 in the Ferrari. Now we go Ferrari and Metal Steel in the PRT car. 21st very quickly is the Diswood, the mighty old Mercedes-Benz car 102. Out of trouble all day. We haven't heard much from him. Doing the job in 21st. 22nd, it's the PBR team there with the Stone Towel in car number 8 coming into the pits there to get those stone towels off him maybe. We'll have to wait and see. 23rd place, it's the AGT1. That's Isaac Fogg in the Ford Mustang car number 2, waiting to come out from behind the bleachers. He's a little bit shy at the moment. There he is. and the Isaac Fogg. Then we go to 24th place there, it's Gaz in the BMW car 667. 25th place there, it's Porsche driving the BMW, because that's what they do in car 999, just sitting there thinking about things at the moment. And then we go down to the 999, oh that was Randall in the 444 I think, in 25th place. Porsche there in the 999 in the pits. And then we go down to the final car on the track, the HC3 OS XL, car number 237, also getting a fresh set of boots and some fuel. And Trev, I'm not seeing much rain coming down at the moment, so I'm starting to wonder what tyres they're putting on that 237 car.
Well, whilst we were looking at that, Gordo has picked up another stop-go penalty. Well, not another one, but he's picked up a stop-go penalty. 30 seconds. Geesh. I was about to say geesh. He's risking it. He's risking it for the biscuit if he stays out. But now he is also coming into the pits. So whilst we were updating our viewers on the leaderboards there, Mike, we're seeing all or most, I think we're seeing all of the above coming into the pits now and changing to those dry tyres. We've reached the cut-off point, the crossover point, I should say. The rain has officially stopped now.
Is that too soon though, Trev? I mean, you know, we know that there's so much moisture out there on the track. We're not seeing the big spray, but there's going to be a little bit more than, you know, a dry line. In fact, it won't even be anywhere near a dry line. So is this advantageous for them with 24 minutes to go, or are they going to lose so much time waiting for those tyres to come up to temperature? The other car's just going to bolt. They're literally going to bolt. Well, we'll have to wait and see, but oh, golly, we're just seeing some last of the late breakers going into those turns, aren't we? And that was turn 13, showing how magnetic it can be to that Wall and Willstar in the FTSC car. That's the second place. 53 seconds back to the leader last time through. I mean, that is an exorbitant amount of time. But again, strategy's playing out on this one, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see how these cars go. And now we see the King's Skyline going out onto the track too. I see they've all come. And in fact, like you say, it's just about peak hour traffic on a Friday night in King's Cross there with all of these cars down in the pits. So are they going to roll the $1 million dice? Are they going to say, you know, 23 minutes to go, I'm going to gain a huge amount of time? Or have they left it too late? Is the track too wet? Is it too cold, Trev, before we're going to see the tyres, the slick tyres actually kick in?
Yeah, well, that's all about that tyre temperature. We've been saying it right throughout the course of the afternoon. 23 degrees track temperature. Speaking of temperature, 23 degrees track temperature, 22 air temperature here at Indianapolis, and 23 minutes to go as well in this race. But it's going to mix things up a bit, but oh, here we go. It always happens, doesn't it? These great drivers have a tendency to end up very close to each other towards the end of these races. 123 laps, 4 hours of racing, so many decisions made over the course of these endurance races, and it's funny how they end up so close to each other. Willstar, oh, Smitty pitting 10 minutes ago for slicks. He's cut out a stop effectively, hence why he's up into P4. Masterful strategy call. Will is still on the wets here, Cameron Norris. And you can see by the looks of it, he is tiptoeing around this circuit, and he's desperately looking for some wet patches here around this track at the moment. He's going to let the cat out.
Sorry, mate, I was just going to say, I think Cam's a bit busy at the moment, but look, Wills has got to dance around. He's got to do that dancing shuffle. He's only got 3 seconds last time through from Distinct Andrew. We know what he's like at any given opportunity, so it's down to a battle of the strategies. And just watching Nismo, who is now just come in for his final pit stop. I thought he'd come in before, but they're using the same name, so him and Dub True still using the same rig. That's why it's Nismo no matter what for those that are playing at home. Currently in 12th place. I know he desperately wants to get into the top 10, but we'll see if that happens. But watching Willstar, look at him go, 3.5 seconds this time. He was 3.4 seconds from Andrew back there in second place. This is Aston Martin versus Mercedes, Trev, and we can see Aston Martin third and fourth. Then we've got the BMW triplets in 5th, 6th and 7th. The BCG boys are in with, well, I don't know if they're in with a chance, but they're certainly making their intentions well and truly known, and we'll see how this one goes. But golly gosh, 21 minutes to go, Kid Briars. I'll tell you, is it going to be, who's it going to be with 3 seconds? We saw Wills before with a massive lead, like 50-something seconds. That's all been slaughtered now, down to 3.9 seconds. I'm on the edge of my seat quite literally. I don't know about you, but I'll tell you, this one's got a long way to go, and we haven't got much time to get there.
Absolutely, and I found the edge of my seat a long time ago, and don't tell me that I'm going to need to be standing up at the end of this race. As you can see there, look how we've had a complete reset, haven't we? Things were just getting, we saw drivers very much in a holding pattern, and we can see Will is on the wets, as you can see. We've seen that up in P1 there. He's 4 seconds in the lead. He could potentially be on slicks. That is just the confusion out there at the moment with 20 minutes to go in this race. What's the old saying? Throwing the cat amongst the pigeons as we take a look at Will Star there on lap 125. Aston Martin versus Mercedes. Mercedes versus Aston Martin. Germany versus Great Britain. And we won't talk too much about that. Are we going to see another Battle of Britain here towards the end of this race? But P5, car number 5 in P3, I should say, is Distinct Geesh. But look how close it is. There's Hooncorp 1. They're doing very well here up in P4. And there's a cactus off. There is a cactus off. And boy, he is going to be one prickly customer at the end of this race. I think it was Porsche going off there, Mike, and he is well down the field. 6 laps down the field, but you can see how tricky these conditions still are as Chipperton and Greeny very close here. Battles all the way out throughout this top 10. And let me tell you, CP Greeny is sizing up Chipperton here. In fact, no, it's Chipperton who has got in front of Greeny now here, Mike.
Yeah, that's right. Good passing manoeuvre between those two. And the Mustang again, the Mustang versus Mustang battle. We've seen these two squabbling quite a bit through the course of the day, and it's they always seem to be there or thereabouts of each other. And also, I think that Porsche car we saw before was a result of not long coming back out from a tyre change. So that's the way it can be when you've got the slicks on the greasy conditions. We've still got the wipers on there with Chipperton at the moment and the mighty old Mustang, but I don't think that reflects that there's rain on the circuit necessarily. Might not be using first-person view, so we can't see the windscreen doesn't need the wipers, or maybe they do. Don't know, not inside the car, can't tell you, but nobody else had their wipers on at this particular point in time. Won't harm them, won't hurt them for energy or anything like that, but that is a great scrap. But just to getting to the front though, Trev, letting you know, 126 laps completed, 4.5 seconds now for Will Star back to Andrew, Distinct Andrew, Aston Martin versus Mercedes-Benz. So it's still being stretched out a little bit there from the race leader, but what a corking battle this one is. Those two Mustangs there, we may have seen the pass affected there, Chipperton getting in front of CP Greeny, but now we start to see Side Dog involved in this battle, although it doesn't really reflect the outcome because those are lap cars to the BMW. But it just means it's going to be harder for him to get through. I don't know there's much chance of him moving too far up the rank there. I'm not sure how far back the BMW is to the Aston Martin of Smitty in 4th place. But great scraps going on here. And hats off to the Mustang team because they're not going to give up. They don't care what position they're in right about now. It's a battle between the two of them. And with 17 minutes to go, now, Trev, we are definitely seeing the track starting to dry out. This will be very interesting on who's on dries and who's on wets. There will be a massive difference between performance of those tyres, surely.
It's getting dry, bone dry, drier than a Sayo biscuit, I'd reckon, as you can see. Greeny, Mustang v Mustang. Not sure what the term for a group of Mustangs is. A band or a herd or something like that. But anyway, that's terrible humour there. You think you'd be getting used to it after 4 hours and 9 minutes on the stream. But do not go anywhere, though, in all seriousness, because we've got 17 minutes remaining. That gap between P1 and P2 has remained steady there at 4.5 seconds. Then it's back to Geesh and Smitty, Simon Bishop. And he is CP. He's ahead, isn't he? P5. But it shows you the gaps between these cars. No more safety cars either if you are just joining us. I'm a little bit annoyed with you if you are just joining us because you've missed a hell of a race. But Sidorg there, he's not really involved in this battle, is he? But he's still got front row seats to it anyway. Noodles in P6. Matchin, that is a great performance. P2 in their Pro-Am class for them today for TTR West. And Aaron and Matchin doing very nicely in that car. Matt Dinetti, P8. And still with a bit of pressure from behind there from Jimbo as he flashes through our screens, and then it's chip it in P10. CP Greeny, yet we saw that, we know what's happening. And then, not that Mike has any favourites, but there is Nismo Nath, but it's not Nismo Nath. They're running on the same account, of course, as we heard a moment ago. GC Racing, these boys, 13th, Mike. Not too bad at all, considering some of the issues and some of the challenges they've had, of course, with disconnecting. Not a bad effort up there in P13.
Big effort.
Great work, and you can see they continuing on there. Thank you, EXO. Great Sunday race with the best commentary team you'll hear, if we don't say so ourselves. But thank you for the kind messages. Great to know you're enjoying it out there, and keeping an eye on YouTube and Twitch. Of course, we are streaming, multi-streaming to 4 channels across both platforms: NZ Sim Racing TV, the Kit Buyers and Trackspot TV Twitch and YouTube channels. There is Nemo, P15 for him. I wonder what's going through his mind. And I wouldn't quite say he's a fish out of water, but P15 for him today. And he will be taking a sabbatical, if you can call it that. The last person I can remember who took a sabbatical was Mika Hakkinen, and he never came back. We're still waiting for that comeback from the Flying Finn. But Nemo having a break, of course, heading to the UK to play some cricket. That sounds like a pretty good job in their summer months. Here's Jimmy Payload in 16th, Metal Steel, Spawn Racing, Diswood. Bits are missing. We saw him all out of shape. He did have some bits missing, didn't he, when he was facing the wrong way down the start-finish straight. Stoned Towel. Still need to know the history behind that username, Mike. It's been really bugging me all day. But there's Gaz for Cactus 2. We've seen a lot of cactuses flying around this track, but they're sitting pretty in P22 for that squad. FTSC2, Gordo there in 23rd. Isaac Fogg, a bit of a fun fact, also a very handy commentator as well for the Trackspot TV team. Great lad as well. And Randall, there he is. That's Porsche as well in a very beat-up looking Cactus car. And OzXL, he's in the pits. That's good for him because he's 11 laps down. We are going to go to have a look at our race leader. And Cameron Norris, a penny for your thoughts, Chuck. That gap was 4.5 seconds between 1 and 2, and guess what? It's coming down to 2.7, down, like specials at Coles.
Yeah, absolutely. Andrew looks like he's switching on now. That 4-second gap that he had to P1 it's dwindling, and you know we saw that during the wet conditions as well, where Andrew was holding on to that 11-second lead. He made that mistake where he did 2 360 spins and then got going again, and then he managed to secure the lead after clawing it back. So yeah, the gap's come back down to 2.3 again. So yeah, Andrew's just putting his foot to the floor now. I think he's well in that groove after the wet conditions, and I feel like he's even more in the groove with these dries. So yeah, Will Starr, he's only got to hold on for, you know, just under 13 minutes now. But, you know, is that going to be enough?
Absolutely. Thank you for confirming that as well, Chuck. Stone Towel was a character off of South Park. Had a couple of famous catchphrases, of course, didn't he? Don't forget to bring a towel, and I won't say the other one, but there we go. Flying Kiwi wants to know where his car's at. There's still a bit of paint on it. Anyway, there'll be enough work for those mechanics to do post-race. Going backwards on the track really killed us. I suppose that will do it, won't it, gentlemen? But there we go. So 12 minutes, a dozen minutes left in this race. We've still got some questions that remain unanswered, if I've said that in English correctly, because Andrew 2.3, lap 130, gentlemen. I can feel as though distinct Andrew can smell some blood in the water. If there's one man I won't talk to about sharks, it's Cameron Norris. But Cam, this is getting serious here at the moment. We need to start having a look at this lead battle. Can distinct Andrew, if anyone can do it, he can surely. It's down to 2.3 now again.
Yeah, he's holding that gap now. Not seeing it drop relatively quick compared to before. But obviously we can still see both cars on the screen at, you know, similar times, depending on the angles the camera operators are giving us. But yeah, look, I mean, as I say that, Trev, it's come down to 1.8 now. So yeah, look, Andrew seems to be clawing, yeah, give or take about 3/10, 4/10 a lap, and if you kind of do a bit of quick math, I reckon we've got about 6 laps, maybe 7 laps, if that, to the checkered flag. So it might just be enough for Andrew, but once he gets onto the back of Will Star, he's still got to get that move done with about a lap or 2 to go. So yeah, it's going to be close.
It certainly is. He's getting closer. Yeah, you can hear it, can't you? I told you he could smell blood in the water. It's getting very, very close here at the moment. That's all we can play of that before we talk to the Twitch copyright police. As we've got 10 minutes remaining now, I know we won't hyper-focus on this battle. Thank you, EXO. Bullshark had to hold a red flag. There's a theme. There's always a theme, Mike, isn't there? And boy, do not start me with, do not give me the giggles. But Distinct Jish in P3 there. Smitty in P4. We're not going to go through the order because we did that not too long ago. But look at this. Simon Bishop in P5. Mike, I'm going to ask you about this. BCG1, are they going to be happy with this result here this afternoon? They had a rough time in qualifying, didn't they? They missed the top 10 shootout. P13 from memory. Are they going to be happy with this performance here today? P5 for Matt and Simon behind the wheel of that car.
Oh, they have very high standards. There's no doubt about that. They'll be satisfied with a finish, and they'll rate it top 5, I suppose, for BCG. But really, it's we all expected better from them. I'm sure they expected better. They ran with the BMW as the car, the right car. We've seen that, the best BMW is that car. It's in 5th place. It's the next one's in 6th, and then in 8th. So 3 of them in the top 10. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a bad car. The other question too, Trev, is that how much wet weather running did they do? Predominantly, 75% of our race has been wet weather. So maybe they'll sit back and go, we weren't able to set up for the wet. I know a lot of practice sessions that have been had the last few days, last week or so, had actually been wet. So yeah, there's been opportunities for drivers to move themselves through and get all of that, get all of that knowledge and techo. They'll try different setups, different tyre pressures. We've heard Cam mention it before about, what that does and what that doesn't mean, and how they can and how they can't sort of set up different things with different tyre pressures. And look, they're not going to be happy, I suppose, as I'm trying to answer the question for you. But what they can be happy with is a part of a really good race. I was almost going to swear then. I don't like to swear on the air. But, it's been a fantastic day. We're winding it down now, 8 minutes and 50 seconds to go. I can't believe how well this event has gone. I can't believe how we've had so much to talk to. We haven't had a chance to talk to drivers or supporters or anyone else for that matter, because the action on the track has just been superb. We can't ask for better than 27 top drivers out there. There's been the odd incident, but I haven't seen any muppets. I mean, we've had the clerk of the course come in there. There's been a few, one safety car and, 3 hours and 52 minutes. We've had a couple of drive-throughs for little discretions, Trev. But I mean, really, at the end of the day, this is just superb driving. The quality we've got at the Mega Esports events here is just, I didn't sign on to this expecting it to be so cool. I thought it was going to be okay watching a bunch of nerds on their PlayStations. This is anything but. They are doing a cracking job.
Oh, sorry, Mike. Look at this.
No, I saw it too. Absolutely.
Sorry, but look at this. Oh, my
Battle
goodness.
for the lead.
Oh, there we go. The lead has changed hands, but albeit briefly. I'm standing up. Let me get that chair out of the way. Oh, he's run deep. He's run deep into turn 13, 14 we go, and Andrew leads this race, Mike. Oh, how unbelievable has this race been? 3 hours, 53 something minutes into it, and we still have a change of lead. And Mike, can Willstar answer back here on Andrew?
There's no doubt he can, mate. He's been closing down the gap for such a long time. He's flashing the lights at him. He's saying, get out of the way. I'm the faster car. They'll look at previous lap times. And look, it's going to be down to the wire. Willstar, Distinct Andrew. We saw the lead car before. The Mercedes have 53 seconds before the last set of pit stops at the end of the rain. Who knows what happened there? We saw the Willstar starting to fall back from the results. We saw the gap get longer and longer after that last pit stop. Obviously slick tyres, and they were battling the car with still very wet conditions. I would say that's the case, but don't step down anytime soon, Trev. We've still got a cracking race here. We've got 6 minutes and 40 seconds still to go, and now we're seeing again that gap just eke out. Can you believe it? 0.7 of a second. Willstar's going to cool the tyres down. We see the blue flags waving there, obviously, for other traffic around them, and that could be a factor here, Trev. That could be something to certainly keep an eye on too, as these two are anything but over in their little battle that's going on.
Absolutely. Oh, my heart can't take it anymore, says Twitchy. Please stop. But what a twist at the end of this race. And you can see there I've hit my maximum amount, my maximum usage of Red Bull cans, maximum of 2 per day. And you forget, I tell you what, forget about the chair. Like I said, I am standing up. And you can see there, Fly Sky also pitting 10 minutes before the rain stopped. Gave Will the car on slicks, so they cut out another stop. And yes, Will Star is definitely on slicks, and it's not over yet. Over the line we go, lap 134 of this race. There can only be, 2 or 3 laps left in it, but Will Star is not going to be dying wondering if that's what I'm trying to say. I'm losing the plot here, Chuck Norris, but Will Star still very much in this race at the moment. If he can just stay on it, stay on the back of Distinct Andrew here, anything can happen in the final 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's it. Keep him under a second, and you never know, like, if Andrew makes a mistake towards the finish here by pushing a little bit too much, I mean, Andrew knows that he's got to hold his pace to keep Will Star behind, and if he drops off a little bit, that might be all he needs to try and get that move done. And you know, you just need a fraction of a tenth between you, coming down either the back straight from 8 to 9 or out of 16 into 1. You just need that fraction there. But yeah, we've only got a handful of laps remaining, guys, not too long to go. But I mean, you know, it's not over until the lady sings, as they say, as Nismo gets very close to Brett there.
Absolutely. Look away now, Mike, because your man has lost. What am I saying? It might not be your man, of course, but Hooncorp too. No, he's lost a position there to Brett Want. We'll quickly scan through here. There goes Brett on the Nismo car for Hooncorp. We've got Middle Steel behind Jimmy, tracking down the payload of P16. And Jimothy, I beg your pardon. I can never get that one right. Bits are missing. 1.2 behind Diswood. And boy, oh boy, the drivers have brought the energy. We've tried to bring the energy right throughout the 4 hours of this race. We hope you're enjoying it wherever you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, NZ Sim Racing, TrackSpot, and the Kid Buyers channel as well. Isaac Fogg, 3 laps down for AGT1. Yellow flags are out for car 999, but I believe that's one of those glitches we get on Assetto Corsa, and nothing really doing on track there that should warrant a yellow flag. But Matchin on Noodles, 3.5 minutes to go. Mike, this is a little battle too that's going to be interesting here in P6. For P6, these two still keeping us entertained here as well with 3 minutes remaining.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. They are doing what they need to do at the moment. Now, if there is such a thing as a job as a sim racer, they've got to do it here. This is what it's all about. And we see the gap to the leaders too, Trev, just by and by. 1.6 seconds, it's pulled away. So, you know, it's one of those things that can happen. We thought that Willstar had a real good chance to shine, maybe come through. Maybe he's sitting back and going to be the most patient person in the good Lord's earth or something. But he's at the moment, 1.8 seconds, just dropped a little bit more. Then we go back to Geesh there in 3rd place in the Aston, and 4th place Smitty in the 37 car in the Aston. So look at that. Mercedes-Benz the leader, Aston 2nd, 3rd and 4th. The cars have really come up through the ranks. Great battle this one with Matchin though, and it's still some battles going on, and unfortunately for Nismo, he did drop that 12th spot down to 13th, but that's all right. He won't cry into his cornflakes too much over that. At the end of the day, it's about finishing some great racing, and what we've seen at the top of the cream rising well and truly here. The Astons have been called upon. They've sat up and taken notice, but you have to take your head off with 2 minutes to go and a lap. We've got Mercedes-Benz claiming dominance. Will Willstar be able to keep it going right to the end? We're going to start counting down, like you say, the glitch yellow flag there. I don't know if that's going to come up and actually cause a problem, but let's hope it isn't. Trev, we are counting down. We're watching a great battle, but I think it's time we probably go and have a look at the leader. Let's go and watch how that is all unfolding, because we are literally seeing the end of 4 hours of racing, 1 hour and 1 minute and 40 seconds to go, and 2.5 seconds separates the two cars at the moment, and it has been a great drive there from them all concerned. The Distinct Andrew and the Mercedes-Benz, there he is. Don't think he's got a clear rear vision mirror, because it's only 2.4 seconds back to second place Will Star, and geez, just in case people are wondering, if you can't see it, 16.3 seconds further back in third place. That's not out of the realms of possibility. There could be an issue between these two, Trev. As we count it down with a minute 12, mate, we are literally and up to the flag marshal's discretion next time they go through. This is a cracking 4 hours at Indy, make no mistake about it.
Final lap, absolutely. Couldn't agree more. Mike Howe, voice of the New Zealand Speedways. Alongside him is Cameron Norris. Thank you. Leaders on the final lap. Thank you very much, Race Control, advising us that this will be the last lap under leaden skies here in the United States of America. The gap is 2.6 seconds between Distinct Andrew and Will Star. If I tell you what, I'd be getting that milk ready, ladies and gentlemen, because he's only got Sector 1, Sector 2 and Sector 3 to go. But as we know, we've seen it happen in the past. We've seen Mika Häkkinen lose his engine. Schumacher come through. We've seen Nigel Mansell waving at the crowd, I think in Canada a few years ago, and stopping on the final lap. But that's not going to happen, surely, to this man, Distinct Andrew. Thank you, Twitchy. He says he's going to treat himself to some McDonald's if he doesn't spin. As you can see, that gap now out to 3 seconds. We're counting down. Only a few corners separate Andrew and victory here in round 2 of this Mega Esports AUSNZ Endurance Series, 4 Hours of Indianapolis. He's a Distinct Esports member, hence the name, of course. And boy, he's very close.
You don't want to clap the wall, is it? You don't want to clap the wall there, Trev, at 13. You come into this hard right-hander. I'll tell you what, they have shown some amazing, amazing discipline here at Indianapolis. It's been a pleasure, mate. Call it to the end. Tell us how it's going to go. It looks really good for the Mercedes.
Here we go, out of the final corner at the Brickyard, onto the start-finish straight. The checkered flag will greet him home. Across the start-finish line, there it is. The leader has finished the race. We've seen it here firsthand. A great performance from the OP team. Distinct Andrew, Twitchy getting the job done here in the 4 Hours of Indianapolis. Fantastic result for them. Will Star as well. And bittersweet in many ways, gentlemen, because he lost that lead, didn't he, with a couple of laps to go. But Jeesh comes home in a very impressive 4th place. Smitty now, here he will be the next driver, the last, I believe, on the lead lap. For the top 4, of course. As you can see on the leaderboard standings, Simon has finished for BCG1 and BCG2, Noodles as well. And I tell you what we might do, Mike, we might go back, no, forget about that, I've missed out on that one. A little bit too slow, I've lost the plot here, but Bits are missing once again, spending some time on the grass there. And he's been in the wars so far this afternoon, but what a race we've seen. It's run smoother than a baby's behind. Of course, I'd know all about that, wouldn't I, with a 6-week-old baby, but that's a little bit weird. But anyway, what a performance we've seen by Distinct Andrew. The Mercedes winning, Will Star's doing donuts along with Distinct Andrew. And where do we begin to unpack that, Mike? What a race, what an afternoon of motor racing action we've seen.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic day. It's been a really, really well-paced little event. It's been well organised. You guys know what you're doing. You know all about the drivers. You know, I turned up. I couldn't make it Friday night. Apologies. Got a last-minute call away. Had to go and do a job. But look, it's been really easy to do this because these drivers have made it easy for us. It's just, like I said before, we haven't had a chance to talk about much else than what's happening on the track. We'd like to have talked to a few other people. We'd love to have corralled a few drivers, but at the end of the day, it's all about what we see on the track. And you know, when you sit down to do a race, you turn up a bit early and you expect 4 hours to be a bit of a drag. We were going to have a lot more breaks than we had, guys. We were supposed to have, you know, breaks a lot more regularly with a few little snippets we've got there ready to go. But the racing was so good, we just couldn't do it. The rain was an absolutely awesome equalising factor. And to see the results that we've got there with the Mercedes, you know, Distinct Andrew and the team taking out the win, well and truly deserved though. Will Star hard done by. Great effort in the last few laps there to have a big dive, losing by 3.8 seconds, but succeeding in getting across the line. And I think that's the important part. It wasn't a desperation dive. And hats off to the FTSC team for that one. It wasn't a stupid moment, Trev. You know, it can easily easily go pear-shaped very quickly. And, of course, the podium rounded out there by Geesh there in the second of the Aston Martins in the 5 car. And Smitty did, in fact, go across the line first of the Hooncorp cars there in 4th place. So, been a fantastic event. I mean, golly gosh, you know, the fact that these drivers are going to get rewards well and truly what they deserve, and it's been sensational to be part of it here today, guys. So, you know, you guys should pat yourselves on the back too. And there's a lot of people on these Discords behind the scenes that the viewers don't actually see that have come up with information. Now, Clark, of course, safety car driver, a lot of team and information. So, and all the people that have put in their messages to the Discord, very, very much appreciate them as well, Trev. So, you know, when it's an event like this, you sit back and you go, boy, I was part of something pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a special feeling. It's been a special day, a special event, of course. We'll get to the thank yous before we sign off this afternoon, and those sentiments from the great Mike Howe being echoed in the chat as well. Great race, everyone. Another great race here. First race, another great race for the commentary team. That's what I'm trying to say. Thank you, Twitchy, for the raid, of course, on my channel, who's just raided with 10 viewers as well. The numbers have been incredible, and coming in to this afternoon, 27 plus drivers, 50 plus cars, and we've got to say it's been an incredible success. But do not go anywhere, because we are going to talk to our overall winners, and we're just waiting for them in the post-race drive. I'm not sure what happens in sim racing. Is it the same as real-life racing, Mike? Do they get their little towels and their little bottles of water without any labels on them and have a bit of a chit-chat in the cool-down room? I'm not too sure, but we're just waiting for our overall winners in this event here, round 2 of this Mega Esports series at Indianapolis. You can see there, we're going to talk to our overall winners. Thank you to Cameron Norris, who's bringing them in as we speak. And of course, just recapping the results there on your screen. Distinct Andrew, Will Star, great battle there at the end. Distinct Geesh in the pro class. Smitty winning in his class as well. And you can see there the end results are on your screen. Pro-Am win, of course, for Hooncorp. And great to take that one home. Simon Bishop, P5 for the BCG1 squad. And it's getting very excited here. We're going to have a talk. I don't think we've got Twitchy. We're going to go with Will, who's in with us into the post-race driver press conferences. Will, have we got you there?
You sure do, Trev.
Absolutely, mate. Fantastic. Thank you, first of all, for the wonderful afternoon of entertainment, mate. But talk us through not only your race, but how you saw things from your team's perspective this afternoon.
It was a pretty cool race. I did my best job to stuff us up at the start. I got to have a look, but I think I pulled my brake pedal apart last night, and I think when I put it back together, I didn't seat the springs correctly. And I hadn't actually driven until the outlap, and then the first big time I actually panicked and pressed on the brakes, I think the spring jumped or something. So I had half brakes at like turn 3 or whatever it is, and I just about took out. I almost went bowling. Where have we seen that before? So yeah, I fought back through that stint once the rain happened, and then chucked the car to Fly, who did a great job to just keep it on the track. And then I knew that I wasn't sure if I was going to get back in the car because it was pretty close on the stint timer. I've only got 3 minutes left now. And we saw, the rain's finishing in 10 minutes. So we decided to just chuck some dries on. And I went out and drove 10 minutes while it was still raining, and then we managed to jump everyone, which we thought we might be on for like a P2, not jump the leaders. And then unfortunately, by the time Twitchy and Andrew got to us, my tyres were just gone. Because I upped the pressures for the wet, I had nothing to fight with. So they did a great job. Everyone did a great job. It's pretty cool to see only a 4-second gap between us 2 leaders after pretty much no safety car for the whole race.
Yep, fantastic, mate.
Our race summed up.
And, yeah, well, beautifully summed up there from your good self. But P2 overall, mate, like I said, thanks for the entertainment. And to be 3.8 seconds, that gap is just incredible, isn't it, after 4 hours of racing, mate? But we do appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us. We'll catch you next time around.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Will. He's a very, very smooth operator, isn't he? Almost in the Carlos Sainz bracket as we head along to our overall winner. Not that I'm doing things in order. It's unlike me, isn't it, to do things out of order there. I know Cameron Norris keeps me on my toes as well as Mike, but Twitchy, we're going to have a chat. In fact, you know what, Mike? I'm going to hand over to yourself to have a chat with our overall race winner in Twitchy here. Take it away.
Yeah, well done, Twitchy. Hey, look, I'll tell you what, strategy played a big part of that one, mate. We saw a battle right down to the end. First of all, how did you see that one play out for you?
A bit different to how we actually expected it. We've seen Geesh not pit at the same time we did for the dries at the end, and I think he had a pretty kind of sizable gap. So I think maybe Geesh probably shouldn't have pitted again for the dries, and they might have actually had the win. But they pitted the lap after us basically, and I think after that we've seen P2 be in P1 at the time, and we're like, oh, okay, so they're probably still on wets. Little did we know that they weren't on wets, and they had some extreme pace that we weren't actually ready for. But as I said before, their tyres were a bit shot after a few laps of being on that a bit extra. So we kind of used that to our advantage, and I think Andrew did a really good overtake, really good drive to bring it home and pull a gap, and had a few times in the race where things could have gone completely sideways, like a few cars spun out in front of us. We almost got taken out by Porsche when he spun at exit to turn 4. Had to take some avoiding action and go over the grass at turn 5 on the inside because he was about to just take our rear end out. So that was a bit of a heart in the mouth kind of moment. But yeah, so we kind of escaped all the drama and had a good run to the end and had a good battle with P2. So that was awesome. But yeah, happy to get the win overall. And except for the kind of heat of the moment times, good to get a 2 out of 2 for this series, and hopefully we can make it 3 for next round.
Well, the others will hope you don't. But I've got to say, mate, with that rain coming down for such a long part of the race there, at what stage did you guys make your final decision on tyres for that last pit stop?
For the rain?
Yeah, so with the rain was still coming right down towards the end of your last pit stop. When did you finally make your decision of whether you come back out onto the wets or come back out on slicks for that last pit stop?
Honestly, it was a fair bit earlier, so we made our decision probably like about an hour and 15 to go. We knew that because we had Andrew still had about an hour 20 or so for his stint time, so we knew that if it actually rained for the rest of the race, that we could pit with about an hour or so to go, or hour 10 to go, if it actually worked out that way. If it got dry, and then kind of go to the end, because we had a time in our stint timers to do that. But we knew also that if it didn't, which it didn't dry up, so we could pit and then just kind of keep going until it got dry, and then if it got dry we could pit like everybody else. So we weren't really kind of out of sync with the rain and kind of everybody else doing something different. It seemed to all kind of line up, and I think that's where we kind of did our strategy well with that one.
You did a great job, mate. I'm absolutely rep for you guys, 2 for 2. Everyone else will hope that you don't get 3 for 3. But well done to you, mate. We're going to jump on to have a talk to our third place driver. But congratulations on a great event, mate. You guys should be proud. Thanks very much for joining us, and we'll see you at the next one.
Thank you, guys, and congrats to Wilson and Geesh for P2 and P3 for the podium, and good job to Speedy as well for Hoon Corp.
Good on you, mate. Take care. Thanks very much for that one.
Bye-bye.
Great. Yeah, good on you. Good call there from Twitchy, of course, and good confidence here from him as well, of course, Trev.
Absolutely. Great work, Twitchy, and thank you for the comprehensive wrap of your race as we head across to P3 overall for BSR1. Aidan Holton, otherwise known as Captain Muffin or the Muffin Man or whatever the hell it is I call him. Totally lost the plot here, Aidan, but thank you for joining us at the end of that race. P3 overall, talk us through it, mate. How did you see that one at the end?
Yeah, look, Geesh was in the car for most of that sort of last 2-hour stint there, and being like an engineer, sort of like watching it go around, I was quite confident saying you make the tyres last, mate, it's fine, but he just had a feeling that the tyres are probably going to blow up if I stay out, so he chose to box. I backed him the whole way. Look, maybe it could have made it to the end on those wet tyres, and maybe they could have blown up and could have came 5th. You never know, but no, either way, I thought we made the right call to guarantee us a good spot at the end of the race there.
Absolutely, mate, and happy with that overall, of course. I know it's only round 2 of this championship, but happy with your team and your own start personally in the opening 2 rounds?
Yeah, definitely. The consistency there was 2 P3s. Definitely no heroics like last round after starting out 16th, but yeah, definitely. Cars felt quick all weekend. My wet pace definitely left some sort of space to be desired there, but overall, like both Geesh and I, especially Geesh, just been really hooked up all weekend, and yeah, the car's just been very kind to us, thankfully. Only a few minor errors throughout the 4-hour stint, and yeah, happy to bring the car home for another podium here in this season of the the championship.
Absolutely. Well done, mate. Congratulations. You take home some silverware. Thank you for joining us. We know it's not easy after 4 hours of racing, but thank you, mate. We do appreciate it, and all the best for the next round.
Well, boys, thank you. Congrats to the rest of the podium and class winners.
Great work. Thank you, Captain Muffin. Mike, we are heading now. That was our P1, 2 and 3 overall in the pro class. I believe we've got Smitty with us as well, and a squad very close to your heart, Mike. I'll let you handle this one for Hoon Corp 1. Pro-Am winners this afternoon here at Indy.
Yeah, you've got to speak to him very carefully, so I'll say this, Tony, so Smitty understands. Smitty, on ya.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, he's happy. Okay, we're finished, Trev. No, well done, Smitty, mate. That was a perfect drive, the way you guys worked your way through the field. I know the Aston was a car you were very, very confident in. The others, how do I say this nicely, they sucked. But you did particularly well. And just seeing you guys come through just so close to the podium there, mate, I mean, big effort.
Yeah, it was a battle after ended up, I think, second last on the first lap there to get back through the field. Ika drove a flawless race. He did a better job than I did, actually. I had a few offs, but when the car was on the track, it was fast. Managed to nail the strategy. Was a bit sketchy there for the first 10 minutes of my last stint on slicks on a wet track, but we got there in the end.
You did really well, mate. It's been so good to see you swapping information with the other team members who need to really, pick up the pace themselves as well. But you guys are the cream of the Hoon Corp crop, and the other guys are doing well. I'm saying that with tongue in cheek, and I can all have a laugh with them as well. Hey, Smitty, I've got to go, mate. The other guys just waffle on too much. But appreciate what you've been doing, mate. Thank you very much for putting in a good skid. And hopefully, hang on. I've got to ask you who you asked the strategy call. Ask Smitty who he asked the strategy call. There you go. Who'd you ask for the strategy call?
That's my expert engineer. Somebody who might have been sitting in the safety car. Maybe someone by the name of Wilkinson.
Right. Yeah, okay. All right,
it was a confirmation. I'll put it down that way.
Yeah. Wilco poking his nose in there. He's been doing all afternoon on the Blimmin Discord. Hey, congratulations, Smitty. Well done for the class win there as well, mate. And thanks for representing Hoon Corp. You've done a cracking job.
No worries. Just one last thing. There was no bowling today. I'll just like to say that for the record.
Good on you, mate.
Well, thank you. Turns out we've got the same expert working behind the scenes as well. That's scary, isn't it? He's everywhere at the moment. But Aussie Racer, have we got you there? Yes, of course we do. In the AM class, winner today, mate. Give us a wrap of your race. Great result there for TTR East this afternoon, taking the win overall in your AM class. Victory this afternoon, mate. Give us a brief rundown of how you saw things.
Yeah, definitely happy to get the AM class win again. That's 2 from 2 now, with winning Bathurst as well. Chipper put me in the deep end of it and put me on the front row to start. He had an absolutely awesome qualifying on Friday night. Don't know how he pulled that one out of his hat, but yeah, it was good having the fast guys at the front and sticking with them for a few laps until I got a bit of a bump and run and lost a few spots, but we'll talk about that in the reviews when we need to. Yeah, the race unfolded how it unfolded, ranging at the worst possible time. Safety car didn't help us. The usual driver stories and excuses. But happy with the result. Chipper did an awesome stint in the rain. I kept it nice and clean as much as I could through the rain as well, and yeah, brought it home for a class win and 11th outright twice in a row, so can't complain.
Absolutely fantastic stuff, mate. We do appreciate, as with all the drivers, you taking the time out to join us. But congratulations, mate. Overall win, great result, like I said, for TTR East. And yeah, we'll catch you next time around. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no, thanks for having us on. Again, big shout out to TTR Westside, Nick and James. They had an awesome battle right at the end there with Noodles, I think. Yeah, really close finish between them for 6th and 7th outright. So awesome for those boys as well. Awesome result, clawing back from dead last after a first lap incident. So good stuff.
Absolutely fantastic. Thank you to all of our drivers, of course, for joining us. But, well, that's almost a wrap of round number 2 of this championship, of course. And guess what, gentlemen? Not too far away. We do have a brief break, of course, in our schedule before we head to the 4 hours of Paul Ricard, of course, between May 30th and the 1st of June. That should be enough time to for Mike to have a rest, of course, and get back for round 3 of this championship. Round 1 and 2 done and dusted, of course. Mount Panorama, Indianapolis. Look at some of the circuits we visit on this calendar. But gentlemen, we are almost out of time here. We're going to say a few thank yous, of course. We want to get home back to our families, of course, and make our dinner arrangements. But first of all, thank you, Cameron Norris, as always, KRL champion, QRT Esports champion, and fantastic to get a driver's perspective and a driver's view, a champion. That's why I'm a commentator. And not a racing driver, because I'm not a world champion like you are. But thank you, Cameron, for joining us, mate. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always, to have you alongside us in the commentary box right throughout this race.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure as always, Trev and Mike. It's been good to share the commentary box with you over the course of the 4 hours, and you know, we'll be back at it again for round 3 at Paul Ricard. I'm looking forward to that one, but you know, I'm gonna be spending a few days and a few weeks dissecting everything that happened here today. Oh man, it's been a great weekend, and I'm looking forward to seeing it again.
It's absolutely beautifully summed up. It's been fun. And also, Mike, I know we have a bit of banter, don't we? It's healthy banter, though, between the Aussies and the Kiwis, mate. But, well, if I had to pick a couple of guys to spend my weekend with, sitting in a dark room talking to for multiple hours at a time, it's definitely used to. But thank you, Mike. Always a pleasure once again, Mike. Boy, what an incredible day's racing we've seen.
Yeah, really been a standout day. You say we've got plenty of time to think about it. We've got the 16th to 17th and 18th of May mega Lemons racing at Hampton Downs in the Waikato of North Island, New Zealand. So we've got a couple of cars to get ready for that one. But it has been cool. It is very relaxing. It is a wonderful job. We're calling out good buggers doing a great job on the track here at in this case Indianapolis. So Paul Ricard is the next track, and we've got a healthy break. So I know that these drivers are going to be doing a lot of mileage. These are the ones that didn't quite get there, the ones that are superb. They'll all be doing a huge amount of mileage at Paul Ricard. So it'll be the track to learn. It'll be the track we'll be very familiar with in a couple of months' time there, Trev. And I'll tell you, the way the format's going here, it's certainly a winner, mate, whether I'm involved with it or not. If I was listening in, like a lot of people have been around New Zealand, Australia, and around the world, I would be sitting back going, these guys are having a bit of fun, and they're enjoying it, and the racing is awesome. And that's the most important thing. The facts are accurate. We're up to date. We've got some good information coming through. Got Wilco in the background there, who's keeping us with some very, very good up-to-date stuff that goes on, so we can sound very intelligent. And you know, you got to shout out to the people that do the hard work and make us look good and sound good as well, and including yourself and Cam, who know this format so very, very well. I'm learning every day, and I'm learning it, and I'm loving it every time as well. So it's been a pleasure, guys. Thanks very much, and thanks to our team. There's TrackSpot TV. Thanks to Hooncorp Esports. Thanks to Mega, of course. We couldn't do it without them, and all the other supporters we've got here at well, in this case, Indianapolis in America. Trev, it's been exciting. Cam, it's been cool playing with you as well, mate. And I'm looking forward to coming back for the next one.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Cameron. I've been your host, Trevor Byers. Big shout out once again before we let you go for your afternoon or evening. TrackSpot TV, offering professional broadcasting services tailored for all sim racing events. If you want to get in touch with TrackSpot team, head over to trackspot.tv and have a chat with our CEO, George Cook, who would love to hear from you. Also to Mega Esports, as you mentioned, Mike representing the biggest coming together of sim racing figures, organisations and promoters in the Oceania region, Hooncorp, Kings Racing, BCG and more. They do fantastic work as well, Mega Esports and Hooncorp Esports also. But that's all we've got time for, ladies and gentlemen. That's a wrap here for round 2 of this championship. Do not forget Paul Ricard, 4 hours around that circuit next time around. But just remember to be kind to one another, take care, and stay tuned to all of our social media channels for plenty more sim racing action in the future. But for now, it's goodbye from Indianapolis. Bye for now.
you